and carry Annie.
Oh, it's Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch.
Hey everybody, welcome and happy Monday. It's your boy Chris Avalon, and welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered, a show we basically talk about all things going on in pop culture and hot topics. So if that's a show for you, definitely stick around. I don't know what the hell's going on, but apparently um Facebook is not going live. Only one of my Facebooks is, but my main one isn't, but it's annoying. So I don't know what the hell's going on with them. But anyway, so we got a lot of tea to spill today, including we have to talk about the Knicks, hence the cap, winning the NBA Finals. We have a couple of clips and things we're going to get into. We got the View interview. We got a couple of little clip from Good Morning America because they were there this morning, and also they'll be doing the late night circuit and stuff. So be on the lookout for that. Plus, we're going to talk about box office disclosure day. What their numbers are. Michael's the first $1 billion movie. Well, not first $1 billion movie of the year. That goes. I mean, that was an animated movie. I can't remember off the top of my head. It's probably in my notes. But Michael's doing well. It came out on, you can watch it at home. I did watch it again last night because I was showing people the film. We'll get into it. Plus, we have to talk about the Batman Part 2. There's some tea coming out from Jeff Snyder, who's revealing who Sebastian Stan is actually playing in the Batman Part 2 and who actually is playing Harvey Dent and how people are upset over the actor who's being cast. But we'll get into some tea because apparently y'all don't know that Google is free and that someone of color has played Harvey Dent before. So we'll get into that. Plus, we got to talk about Madonna. Martin Garrix, the DJ, was spitting in Brooklyn and gave people a little taste of Bazaar, which is off the upcoming Confessions too. Plus, we also got to talk about this tour that she is allegedly planning for the Confessions 2 tour. We also have to talk about Billboard revealing the greatest pop stars of the 21st century list. I think we're only going to do the top 15. I don't even know how many there is because I only saw up to 15. So I don't know if it's a much longer list, but we're going to go through the 15 and see what y'all think. Also, we got to talk about tired ass Banks suing Netflix because she didn't like the way she was portrayed. Girl, you said what you said out your damn mouth. So we're going to get into it and how this lawsuit is ridiculous and I feel like it's making it worse on her public persona. So we'll get into that. Plus, speaking of um icons and talk show hosts and things of that nature. We got to get into the latest on Wendy Williams. She did share an update from the memory care unit. Also, DJ Boof is speaking out. He spoke to TMZ and revealed that her staff over at the talk show didn't even realize how sick she was. So we have that. Plus, we got to talk about Milania Giudice getting arrested while they was filming Housewives in New Jersey. Wanda Sykes is talking about the whole Kevin Hart Netflix situation and said why she didn't participate. Rosie O'Donnell reunited with her troubled daughter Chelsea. She went to see her and took a picture with her up in prison. So we'll get into that. Jennifer Lopez is supporting her trans child, but is not going to be out here telling their story. We'll discuss why. Speaking of trans, Laverne Cox said that she lost 90% of her income because of Trump. We got to talk about the latest tease coming out regarding Drake Vaughn, where the police report and everything came out. And also, last but certainly not least, I'm sure y'all been hearing all the tea regarding Hudson Williams and the swastika situation. Well, he got an ally in the industry with a fellow Asian, because you know he is part Asian. Um, and is saying that he's coming to his defense. Simu Liu is coming to his defense. So we'll get into that and a whole lot more. So before we get to those topics, if you could please do me a solid and hit that like button. If you are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button and also be sure to smash that notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode. Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Yeah, so hit the like, smash notification, share, do all the things that comes with this messy show, hype it, do all the stuff. I don't know what the hell's going on with the connecting, and I got to get into StreamYard with that. I don't understand why I keep saying it never occurred, it never occurred, it never occurred. Try again, and it's been doing that a lot lately. And that's also I feel like what causes the show to start late too, because once I'm done putting together all the topics and stuff, then I'm trying to connect everything to go into the StreamYard. The YouTube will go up, and everything else it's just like I have to constantly hit the thing for it to connect. So Meta, you need to figure that shit out over there and what the hell it is that y'all doing, because y'all getting out of pocket. Y'all getting my damn root canal nerve. But anyway, so Without further ado, let me see what's going on up in here. Let me put y'all comments up in the situation. I have listened to the new Olivia Rodrigo album. I have to say, while I'm not a big fan of her music, I will say that I do like this new album. I was listening, I'm like, I'm hearing so much new wave influence. There was some songs that I was like, okay, this sounds very much like a Chaperone track, which makes sense because Dan Nigro produces for the both of them. So it did have a bit of chaperone isms I noticed in the music. And yeah, I'm sure she wasn't I'm sure that she was of course inspired by Madonna, even though everybody wants to run around trying to act like that even today's pop icons aren't inspired by what Madonna has built. But people want to continue to play obtuse. Y'all can do that. But We Are the Champions. I was gonna come up in here singing We Are the Champions by Queen, but you know, everybody out here is singing Empire State of Mind. That seems to be the New York anthem, and that's probably the last time y'all ever gonna hear Alicia Keys hit a high note without that voice cracking. About the Bring Your Love video, I get why it was delayed. Yeah, it was a good video. I finally watched it maybe like an hour before I went live. But we will talk about all of this stuff later. There are police reports saying otherwise. Wait, what are we talking about, Madonna? I mean, look, if she want to rewrite history, that's on her. That's what I said. I was like, she ain't get no damn way with that tight ass lawsuit. I'm so sick of Tyra. She has a bigger ego than Jennifer. You know what? Shout out to y'all. I love the fact that I got everybody in the chat saying Jennifer. Like, we don't know who J Lo is. We don't know who Jennifer Lopez is, but everybody know who Jennifer is when it comes to talking about this show, or when it comes to being tied to this show. So yeah, okay, camera. I'm gonna need you to not be an a wipe today and keep moving. Anyway, we're gonna get into all those comments when it comes around to you said I've noticed that the more mainstream friendly girls are inspired by Madonna's 80s run, Olivia Chapel, and the more alternative girlies are inspired by the 90s run. Absolutely. And it's like she's pretty much done everything. You said, but I'm glad you like, yeah, that's a whole mouthful. Apologies to Slater because Olivia has my well, look, I like the both of them, but Slater is still gonna be my at the top of my list because of the type of sound that it is. It's a little more rebellious. There's a little more, grit behind it. Olivia definitely did her big one with the album. I was pleasantly surprised at how much I liked it when I listened to it. But then again, I gotta stop this attitude of thinking like, oh well, when you get to be a certain age, you only supposed to like certain artists. Like I told you, when I worked Olivia's last tour, there was a lot of older people there that was there listening. I think music is music. It's the universal language. It brings people together. And, you know, that's that. Okay, well, whatever. If people can't get it on the channel, I'm gonna just remove it because y'all getting this fucking thing is getting on my damn nerves. I just don't understand what's going on with and look, we have a YouTube channel. Y'all can come over here and watch it. Yes, remove it, please. It's taking forever to do that. And then it keeps saying an error. Like, oh my God. I'm just so over this fucking thing today. It's like Monday morning and it's starting with me. Cobra and Slater, yeah, I definitely love Cobra's Torn album. And seeing her perform at Coachella, that was lit. I definitely want to get tickets to see Tuve Lu's upcoming tour because she is going to be the opening act. So that'll be cute. But yeah, I definitely love Cobra's new record. Was Madonna being 67 doing pink acrobatics and throwing herself in the air. Stop calling her granny because who else? That's what I said. Because first of all, none of y'all grannies can get they flat asses up there and do what she does. And Madonna's been doing, we've seen her do aerial stunts. She did it during the Drown World Tour. So for y'all to sit up there thinking she was doing stunt doubles and things of that nature, like we've seen her in action doing this. So whatever. Cleveland's in the building. He said that's his favorite album of the year. But anyway, without further ado, y'all, let's get into this next story. Well, our first topic. Speaking of which, before I even do that, we gotta hit the banner and then keep the comments coming. Without further ado, let's give it up to the Knicks because after 53 years, long before I was even born. It's like I didn't even get to see the first time when he won. And the weird part is I was working the 5 Seconds of Summer tour on Saturday. Yeah, the day they won, Saturday. And we were getting the updates because I went to the break room, watched a little bit of the game, was getting frustrated, but I always seem to forget that it was the first quarter. Yeah, they were falling behind a little bit, and that's the last I saw the thing. After that, I went right to the because they started first of all that 2 hour ingress. That was what was killing me with that tour. Because I'm like, why we got to be up in here at 5:30 or 5:15 call time, and then y'all not the first act is not going on to 8 o'clock. So that, but nevertheless, 5 Seconds of Summer, that was a good show. I was pleasantly surprised at how good their music was. It's a lot of girls up in there too. And the boys are cute and they tall. So anyway, so yeah, I was getting a little bit I found out they won when I was on the train because there were people on the train. It's funny how like they said that yeah, the Knicks are the unifier of New Yorkers and the people, whatever the case is. And I'm like, I wholeheartedly agree because people who normally wouldn't even talk to each other, we were all coming together on the train. Everybody was conversing with each other. There was people keep keeping people up to date with what the score was. And so that's how I found out when I was on the train on my way home from working the show because I didn't get out until like after 11:30, and it was hell trying to get through the thing. So luckily, because I had my badge and everything, 8th Avenue was completely shut down. It was blocked off. People could not get through at all. So luckily, because I work at the Garden, I was able to get through certain checkpoints with my ID. But right then and there, they were like, "Nah, no, you can't go up 7th Avenue or beyond. You're gonna have to figure out how you're gonna get up there." So I had to literally take the E train, which probably saved my life, not in the literal sense, but like mentally thinking about it because. From what I was hearing, like once they won, buses was being torched and people was breaking up vehicles and acting a fool in the street, and there were a multitude of arrests. Which they kept showing the same little videos over and over and over again, which was kind of annoying. I guess to drive home a point, you're always gonna have assholes who destroy stuff. They do it in every state, and it was funny how like Philly was trying to act like they were setting the bar or like they were so innocent. I'm like y'all did the same shit. So yeah, um, congratulations for winning after 53 years, and sucker ass Smith. You don't get to participate in this. You don't get to clap. You don't get to have your moment. You don't get to bask in this moment because we ain't forget like when we first heard the story about Jalen Brunson being signed to the Knicks, how you and so many other political commentators, because you know as much about sports as you do politics, but we didn't forget that the time when you spoke out about the Knicks, you was apprehensive. You was totally against them. Why y'all signing Jalen Brunson? Like he gonna be able to bring the team together. And then 4 seasons later, look where we are. So you need to be eating crow on camera rather than sit up there. Oh, we finally did. After all these years, we finally did. You know how Step and Fetch it usually talks. So you don't get to bask in this moment, sir. You and all them other fake asses that was running around counting out Jalen Brunson, which I just be laughing because people say I kind of look like him. But one of my coworkers said, no, you look more like Rick Brunson. I'm like, why? Because we look like we serious and shit and we light skinned. But anyway, so okay, my camera is working my root canal nerve. Hold on a second. Why are we moving? All right. So yeah, with all that being said, congratulations to the team. And yeah, so of course, with them winning, I want to show y'all the clip, of course. So we got to get around to that. With the team winning and all that other stuff, we need to get into this story. So is it this one? Yeah, yeah, yeah. So let's play this clip of them.
Fox to Wemby. Wemby tries a three, puts it up, off the mark. Anunoby the rebound. It's over. It's over. Knick fans, this is not a dream. Your long, long wait has ended. Go ahead and cry. After 53 years, the Knicks are finally.
Yeah, first of all, Groot, look at Groot. He mad because he lost to my I'm all in your head and all that other shit, but look at you. You lost. You'll be all right. And then gave a whole freaking attitude during the press conference. I'm like, and this is why y'all monkey asses lost. Because y'all a bunch of sore damn losers. Groot over here acting like a whole damn bitch. And this has been a long time coming. And collectively, the reason why the Knicks won is because they worked so hard and collectively in getting to where they are today and how they all work together. So, like, when there's times when, and it has happened, that Jalen wasn't playing his best, you had other people stepping up. OG stepped up. Cat stepped up. Even the new guy, Jose Alvarado was stepping up. Shout out to him because he was at the Puerto Rican Day Parade yesterday with Clarkson, my little half Filipino brother. So they was all up in there having a good old time. And there was the Brooklyn one, not the main one, because we have, y'all be forgetting when we have 5 boroughs, we do have different parties in different areas. And shout out to the Bulldaggers because y'all have Brooklyn Pride on Saturday too. So shout out to the lesbians, the femme ones and the aggressive ones. The studs, as they like to call them.
Champions once again.
They go Sham. Oh yeah, shout out to Shamit. Shout out to Deuce McBride. Shout out to all the people that have shown like little pieces of helping out and all that other stuff and doing what they need to do to help the Knicks win. So it's not. And there goes Rick Brunson, who is the assistant coach, kissing his son and all that other stuff. So shout out to everybody in regards to that. Now, let's move on to this one. So, of course, nothing brings New York City people together like when it comes to sports. And I'm sorry, but the Rangers can't do it. I don't think the Mets or the Yankees can pretty much give us this kind of energy because we got the rival. I mean, you got the Brooklyn Nets too with basketball, but we don't care about them like that. It's always going to be about the New York Knickerbockers. No shade. I'm just saying as a sports fan. So yeah, let's play this one. Nothing, as y'all know, brings New Yorkers together like a bunch of people singing Empire State of Mind. And yeah, this is how the street was. Literally, you cannot get around. This is literally like everybody was having watch parties everywhere. It looked crazy. And this is just the energy of New York. A lot of people don't understand it. A lot of people don't get it. But this, and then having like on screens, I even coming home up my block, I saw there were people outside celebrating and playing the game on the screen. It was the post game stuff. So shout out to all the people that even though, Dolan, shut down the watch parties and stuff at certain places, that there were a lot of people in West Hollywood, West Village, Brooklyn, everywhere else, a part of the 5 boroughs that were having their own watch parties. Instead of bringing people together, all the bars that were able to make a lot of money from a lot of stuff, and we're not going to give energy to all the people that were just trying to ruin it for everybody because everybody don't know how to handle their liquor or whatever. So we don't care about them. We care about the true New Yorkers that were really coming together and having these moments and feeling sentimental, crying, having emotional, because there's so much emotional connection that comes with the Knicks that I think people just don't understand. So it's like the one thing that I will always say about the Knicks is that they have so much heart. Josh Hart. They have so much heart, but it was just it's well deserved. And the fact that I get to work with these guys every season, and I was there from the beginning when it started from how they played during the beginning of the season until we got to the finals, and just being a part of that, I feel like that this is a moment for me that I will never forget for the rest of my life. Now, let's get into our next clip where they was over on Good Morning America. And they spilled a little tea about, well, first of all, I don't even know if y'all know this, but Brunson Hart and a couple of others, a lot of the players, they did graduate from Villanova. I want to give a shout out to Villanova because they also play at the Garden whenever we have like college basketball, things of that nature. So yeah, they do come and play at the Garden whenever we have the Big East tournament and all that other stuff. So I'm well aware and well acquainted with Villanova and some of the other teams, especially St. John's, who their home is, Madison Square Garden, as well as the Knicks. So they play there. So seeing like they went from Villanova on to the Knicks 10 years later and winning, the Eastern, from going from the winning the Eastern Conference to actually, winning this situation. Let's get into this clip.
Michaela, tell us about you, Josh, and Jalen all working together at Villanova. Could you have ever imagined you'd be together again for the NBA championship?
No, not really. It's just crazy how we all, being on the same team again. It's crazy, even talking about this now and being here today. We're very grateful, to win a championship in college. But to be on the same team, and win a championship for the city, being together is just it's an amazing feeling.
I love seeing those little baby shots of y'all at Villanova. Did that help though with the chemistry? The fact that y'all three had played together before?
Yeah, I think it's just second nature. It's like everybody always asks, like, what's the chemistry like? I think it's just, this is two guys in a starting lineup that I don't have to think, playing when we're out there. It's just so second nature. Being out there so many times in college, so many reps, so many practices. So it just makes it a little bit easier when you got two guys out there. You just know how they're gonna play and how to read and react off each other.
Yeah, and I think that's why you guys over here laughing at each other. You might make a comment because you kind of know each other so well. Josh, we got to get to you, man.
Yes.
You had a great moment in the press conference, after the game with your son. Came in and stole the show and the mic. So what was it like for you to share this moment with him?
It was amazing. As a dad, that's what you wish for, moments like that. Those are moments and memories that I'm gonna have for a lifetime. I think one of my favorite photos is JB giving Hendrix his little MVP trophy, and Hendrix is sitting there holding that with a hat that's too big for him. So just having those memories for a lifetime is, as a dad and as a person, are something I'm gonna cherish.
And you've united New York City behind you for a lifetime as well. What's it like to know you're never gonna have to pay for a meal again in New York City?
This will be amazing because I like to eat good. Wow. I like to have good wine.
You put in your order already?
Yeah.
No shade, but Josh looked like he's on that good wine, or he recovering from that good wine because he got the shades on up in there. So yeah, shout out to them. And last but certainly not least, let's get into the MVP of the NYK. Jalen Brunson went and stopped by The View today and spilled a little, basically they asked him a bunch of questions and he had a little chat with the ladies of The View, who I think like the only true person on that stage that are Knicks fans would be Whoopi and Sonny. The rest of them, y'all are transplants. I mean, I don't know, it's Sarah from Iowa, so we don't count her, and she ain't no real independent. She disguises she a closeted Republican, in my opinion. And then Anna Navarro's from Florida, so you already know, whatever. She gets a pass. And Alyssa ain't from here. She's only here because she got a job working at the New York. So we just only count her for that. But we already know the two true New Yorkers on that panel is, Joy, if she wasn't traveling for her show overseas, she'd be a true New York Knicks fan as well. But let's get into the clip and then we'll come back and talk. Even though I already know, yes, I will say this before people come at me. Sarah has gone to quite a few Knicks games. I have seen her courtside. So, yeah, there's that. So let's get into the clip and we'll come back and talk. Hopefully, because I don't have premium, so don't, we don't have no damn ads playing while the thing is going. But anyway, please hold.
That was New York Knicks captain, it's Jalen Brunson, earning his MVP status for bringing the NBA Finals championship trophy back to New York for the first time in 53 years. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jalen Brunson.
Go on, mute the music. Hold on a second, because I ain't trying to get a copyright.
Oh man.
Hints of fresh
I
leather,
knew that was coming.
bold new features. Get paired with our newest fleet yet.
Yeah, I told you.
So much whiter.
Yeah, I know.
That's crazy.
There's really no excuse anymore to have you.
How dare they play
It's only an
school?
hour show, y'all. It's only an hour show. Let us welcome this man, because it just, first of all, I'm old enough to remember the last time we did have it. and it's spectacular. So a lot of that is in your hands. So you just walked out here to the Knicks theme song, Go New York, Go, by Jesse Eisler. Congratulations. The way you led this Knicks team, you found a way to win every time. And there was one for the history books. I was at the Garden for the unbelievable Game 4. Mm-hmm. I'm telling you, people, OG tapped it in. Yeah. And it was silent. And then you heard, people lost their mind. And in tight moments, I got to ask you this because I was really unhappy about several things. How do you, well, you'll see.
Particularly with the ref. The ref was pissing me off.
When stuff is happening, you get grabbed by the neck and shoved to the ground, and nobody makes a call. How do you not pop up? Because I need to know
you keep your cool.
How you kept your cool, because I have to tell you, many of us were about to eat that television. So mad.
I think it starts as honestly my parents, how they raised me. I'll start there, but also understanding like the moment, like everyone catches that retaliation. And so I wanted to, but at the same time, I knew that it was being a leader, understanding the moment, understanding the situation, that you kind of have to keep your composure when it's being too high, being too low, you got to stay even keeled. And that's something that I've had for like the longest time. Yeah. And I don't know how I did in that moment, but I did. Because
the fact that they didn't make that call, and it felt like they were trying to, I don't know what those refs were doing. I just thought they were, and I don't recognize every call, but they were making calls like, we're called for too many shoelaces on Friday. I mean, it was like, people like, what? It was crazy. And you listen to Justin Bieber just before you go out for games.
Yeah.
Did you do that for the finals?
Of course, of course. I actually, I've been doing that since 2016. Wow. And I won a national championship back at Villanova. And my sister was the one who really introduced me to his Purpose album. Right. And I listened to it, and then I'm the type of person who kind of needs to be like kind of level. I don't need to be like hyped before the game. I kind of need to be like leveled. And
we received that from you. We see that.
And I feel like his music did that. And then obviously I love this music. And before the games, I would do that. That was like kind of like a thing. And then I kind of kept it going. And I feel like it's worked. It's worked pretty well.
I think it worked out for you. Yes. Let me ask you this. So you set the Knicks record for scoring 45 points in a single finals game. That is the record. And there were so many other incredible moments, but let's talk about them. And you were led by Coach Mike Brown. Mm-hmm. Let's talk about Game 4, the moment that Whoopi just referred to. So you lead the team back from a 29-point deficit. 29. The Spurs were ahead by 1 point with 1.2 seconds left to play.
That's all it was.
You shoot a three, right?
He did.
And it looked like it might not make it. And then OG Anunoby comes like Superman and he flies through the air and tips it in.
Yep.
Now, from your vantage point, was that in slow motion? Like, how did you receive that?
A little bit. It was in slow motion a little bit. When it left my hands, it felt good. It
looked great.
I thought the ball was going in, and then OG just came out of nowhere.
It was like Superman.
he came out. He came out of nowhere.
Heroes wear capes, but he was wearing something that day.
Yeah. He I don't know, but I'm thankful he did.
Yes.
So we have to bring up your dad. And you mentioned that it's a lot of how your parents raised you. I have to thank you as a fan and as a parent of fans. It is so great to be able to look up at the greatest on the and your team as well, the relationships you have and the way they guide, but you do it with such integrity and you do it so well that you become a human example for so many people. And that's not everywhere in sports. So I thank you for that. But I know your dad was a big influence and he played in the NBA in the 90s and 2000s, including for the Knicks. And now he's one of your coaches. You're both NBA champions. So anyone watching Saturday night will remember this. This was my favorite part. I think it's going to show the hug.
Yeah.
What was that moment like for you? Because it was my favorite moment of the entire night.
Yeah, I remember when the buzzer rang. I obviously I was excited we won. I walked right to the Spurs coach, Mitch Johnson, shook his hand, just to say how much I respected them and their team, and I was excited. I was ready to just kind of let everything out and then I saw him, and then just all the emotions came out. But I wouldn't trade anything for the world because, like you said, my dad played in the 90s and 2000s, and he was a journeyman. So he was kind of all over the place. He was on unguaranteed contracts for about 8 or 9 years. And I grew up in South Jersey for most of my childhood while he was on these unguaranteed contracts all over the country. So these past 4 years, I won't take for granted because it was the most consecutively, like, in my life that we've been together.
Yeah. Wow.
So when everyone says I could never coach, I could never play with my dad who's a coach, especially at that level. I was like, well, honestly, I know when he's being my coach, I know when he's being my dad. Yeah. And so being able to decipher the two made it a lot easier. So it was a moment clearly I will never forget.
Yeah. Well, some of your best videos are the ones you've posted over the years of him training you.
Yeah.
Those are the most fun because you weren't born 7'5". Sorry, for us watching, but there is some genetic lotteries that apply to some people that you know where they're going. You're not that. You worked so hard for so long to be here. And you quoted it in the chant. You said it was those summers alone on those courts that you remember. And I just think that is, your story is so phenomenal.
Thank you.
Penny, for your thoughts. You think
So, you know what? Something about what Sarah just said kind of irritated me when she went and just made a comment about, well, not everybody wins the genetic lottery. I mean, even if you win the genetic lottery, a lot of times what happens with these sports guys is that they have to constantly practice and work hard for everything that they do. So the fuck you talking about? But anyway, that girl grinds my damn gears. But anyway, so in regards to all of that, shout out to them for winning. They're still going to be running around doing promotion, heavy promo tonight, including on this Pain in the Asses show tonight. So while we was able to escape the fact that Jimmy Fallon didn't ruin that interview with Madonna that they did for the Tribeca Film Festival, which I did hear that there were cameras running around so that it was filmed. We will be seeing it, who knows when, but they did record it, and it will be coming out probably close to when we get to the album's release. So while we were spared his annoying ass baby rump kissing when it came to Madonna and her Confessions Too Short film, which we also unloved. I know some people had issues with it, but I liked it. We ain't gonna be spared from him being a baby rump kisser when it comes to the Knicks tonight. So, so yeah, in that article, what did they say? He said it was a booking 53 years in the making in a statement referring to more than half century since the team's the last title in 1973. And I don't know if I even, I remember saying, I don't know if I finished it because my thoughts were just all over the place. But yeah, so when I was working the 5 days of summer, 5 seconds of summer, whatever the fuck they call it, 5 seconds of summer, FSOS. As you know, they say on the t-shirts. But anyway, so for some reason, I don't know what it was, but when the Knicks game was happening, and yeah, in between their show, they were showing like little clips of the Knicks and everything coming out in the jerseys and to my Knicks in 5. You know how everybody does when it comes to that whole situation. Because their concert actually had to be moved for, I think their concert had to be moved for one of the Knicks. No, it wasn't them. It was this Christian show. Never mind. So something pulled me to just look up at their banners that they have hanging in the garden. And I kept staring at their 72-73 banner. And I was just like, yeah, we about to put a new one up there. I'm really cannot wait until October when we got the opening game and then we do the banner raising and all the others, the whole ceremony. So I'm looking forward to that because that's going to be another historical moment that hopefully I'll be able to witness. But so yeah, I believe who they said they're gonna have. Oh, so Jalen Brunson's gonna be in there, MVP, along with Carl Anthony Towns, Josh Hart, OG Anunoby, and Mikal Bridges. So the same ones I think that we just saw on Good Morning America. So yeah, the main guys that have been really stepping up, they're going to be the dream team, I guess we can call them. They'll be there tonight. Also, I should say that Staten Island's very own Wu-Tang Clan is going to be performing at the show. Well, it's going to be performing. They're going to be the musical guests. They did perform during Game 4. They did the halftime, so it makes sense that Jimmy Fallon, I guess, would want them to be there. Because on that iconic Wednesday game that was on the 11th, I didn't even realize that it's been 5 days since I did a new show. I'm like, damn, it's been that long because I got busy. The finals was happening and all the stuff, so I wasn't able to give people the show that I wanted. But it was 107, 106, and so that's what's going to be happening. And if y'all definitely want to check that out, you can do so. When the episode airs later on. They probably filmed it already because when it comes to these talk shows, they do film earlier in the day and then they air later at night. So congratulations to the Knicks, well deserved. Long time coming. I'm glad I got to witness this before I left the union during my lifetime. And yeah, I'm glad we ain't got a Knicks in 6 because I know some of my coworkers. Oh, I want them to bring it home. I want them to no. Let them finish that shit out there. There was a lot of us that was collectively said no. I mean, well, I would like them to be able to have the trophy and all that stuff. They could bring that trophy out opening game in October, but. With all the crazy, and yeah, we did have crazy stuff that happened out here, but still not to the magnitude of if they would have had it on the American shores. New York, if they would have won it in MSG, I'd rather they do that shit out there on their turf and win, so that way we showed up and showed out for the Spurs in regards to that. No, not for the Spurs. Well, for the Spurs in a way that y'all watch y'all team lose collectively, and we just got the trophy right in front of y'all. So oh well. So I say all this to say, what are your thoughts on this whole situation? Did you watch the game? What were your overall thoughts regarding everything that happened with the Knicks winning in 5? Because we was all saying the Knicks in 5, and I'm glad it was Knicks in 5. So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. I think so too. Look, they should get some rings, in my opinion. I think they should give the Wu-Tang Clan like something because their music kind of helped. And it goes to also show that yes, Donald Trump was the main factor why we could have did a whole sweep if Donald Trump didn't show up. So yeah, he is that thing that just darkened our door that we just didn't need that energy. And you want to hear something funny? This is the funny part. When I worked the 5 Seconds of Summer show, they literally stationed me in the 100s, but right above me was the suite that he stayed in during the Monday game that he came to. What was that, game 3? Yeah. So I'm like, really? Why y'all do me like that? And I have a feeling that if I was working, they probably would have stationed. If I worked that damn game, they would have probably stationed me there at that spot. So you said that I work. I did work it. Oh yeah, it's funny how you asked did I work the 5 Seconds of Summer show. Yeah, I did work it. I could have worked the one yesterday, but I was at City Field. I was tired. This heat has been like making me extra cranky. It's like between working there, working City Field, working the garden, going to the gym in between. And I was kind of flirting with this cute ass boy with a night. At the gym. I was like, child, I would tap that if I wasn't in a hurry, but I had to behave myself. So he was like, Child. Oh yeah, that pissed me off too. So I don't even know what happened with that. I'm like, were they able to succeed with that? Because they didn't want us. They didn't want us there. And then for what some of my coworkers was explaining, they was like, yeah, you can get a plane ticket, you can get a hotel, all that good stuff for cheap versus New York. And I do hate the fact that so much stuff in New York is overpriced ridiculously between the tickets. Like even my sister was shocked when I told her, I was like, a nosebleed is $8,000. Like she was like, what? I was like, So going to Texas and seeing that stuff, I'm sure that a lot of it was more affordable for people to go out there. And they ain't want the New York, New Jersey people out there supporting the Knicks. So y'all was trying to be hateful. And look what happened. Y'all still lost. I always tell you, in the words of Lanithia Monique Leaks, you ain't never going to win playing dirty. But be careful what you wish for, because you out here talking about New York winning that, winning the championship is much better than an Oscar. Look, you better be careful because they will remember that. Just like a lot of us remember sucker ass Smith and what he said in regards of Jalen Brunson. Now you want to sit out here and celebrate like you was Team Brunson the whole fucking time. It's like, nope, you don't get to celebrate. Just like, we gonna remember that. Just like the Oscars gonna remember what Timothy said. But if that's how he feel because he's feeling bitter that he didn't win the Oscar every time people hyped him up, it's like, just continue to do the work. A lot of times people win the Oscar when they least expect it. It's not always when you want to. San Francisco, what's that? That's San Francisco Giants? You tried it. Why was James Dolan in his feelings? Do you think he was embarrassed by the reception? I'm not answering that question. That is my boss. I ain't getting involved. Just like when that situation comes out, if I so happen to be working Taylor Swift's wedding on the 3rd, I'm gonna be upset because I'm not gonna be able to celebrate Madonna, album release. But working that, I was like, I will not be on here getting because they're gonna make me sign an NDA. I ain't getting caught up in that mess. No, I do not understand why my camera keeps moving. I'm gonna have to check it when I'm done. Do you or anyone care about the World Cup? Honestly, I don't care about soccer that much. Although I will say this, they are building a soccer stadium next door to Citi Field. And if it so happens that they start hiring, I will work. And I have worked soccer games before because we do use Citi Field as a place sometimes we do soccer games. So if it comes down to it, my brother actually is a bigger soccer fan. He watches soccer and stuff all the time. Me, I've never really got into it because, it's not a real big thing in America, but I know, like, I guess when you hang around certain groups or whatever, they're more or less into it. I've never really been into soccer like that, but if it pays and it's shorter hours, I will work it. So, chill. How you didn't know the World Cup was happening? Well, I guess because you're not really into following sports and stuff like that. But yeah, I knew it. They haven't. I don't think they touched down in New Jersey yet. I know they started out in Mexico. I know Zoran went to a game. I think nobody in the U.S. does because the sport. People. The only people I know who really follow soccer, football, which is what it's really called, FUTBOL, are Europeans or Hispanic people. Africans, people who really from other countries, they're the ones that follow it because I know it's huge amongst the Hispanic community. Thanks for telling us how people were actually celebrating in NYC as an international fan. We only see the most extreme reactions. That's why I said the one thing that I love about being an independent contractor is I'm going to give y'all the real deal. Yes, we have morons who are going to burn things and smash things and climb poles. And I should have posted the video of, did y'all see the two guys kissing they were making out on top of they climbed the pole and they was making out with each other. I wish I would have brought that up here. So the gays was out carrying too. And the people with their phones and everything, they were cheering it on. That's why I was like, it's not a real, like, you do get your homophobes, but you can definitely be your homosexual self, or sorry, homosexual self in New York. Because the other day, yesterday, I was waiting for the train. These two guys was literally all over each other. I think the girls was the one that's getting mad, and they moved. I'm like, okay, bitch, move. I'll look at them. First of all, they was fine. And I'm like, you gonna give me a show, I'm gonna watch. The parade is going to be crazy because this is going to be the first because they didn't have a parade back. Oh, they didn't? I don't know. But yeah, this is going to be crazy. I'm not gonna be able to go because I'm working on Thursday. I'm working. Rosalia's concert is this week, so I'll be working that, and I got other things I'm prioritizing. I don't want to get caught up in the madness of what's going on in Midtown, and they're going up to Gracie Mansion. So by the time I get into the city, all of that mess should be over. Well, I won't call it mess. The parade will be so. But yeah, as they should. I don't understand why people be acting like, well, I don't want to show emotion. I'm like, be emotional. I choked up a little bit. I didn't really get into basking the full emotion of it because, like I said, I was busy working the 5 Seconds of Summer concert. And by the time I left, I didn't really get to feel like the energy because the game was still happening while I was on my way home. Because it was, they start these games 8:30, 8:40, and it doesn't finish till like damn near midnight. So by the time I got home, the game was like over. So I didn't really get to fully bask it. If I would have watched it, if I was off, or if I was working the event, if I was there, then I would have been able to fully feel the emotion of it all. But I didn't really get to feel it. I felt it like when I was watching little clips online. I got a bit emotional. Gross comment on her part. A lot of these athletes have to go through intense training. Many end up with joint problems. And so, yeah, that's what I always worry about too. And this is about a genetic lottery. One, she's saying that why? Because Rick played for the Knicks back in the 90s when they made it to the playoffs, or they made it to the finals, and they got beat they got beat by the Spurs, which I did say this is a full circle moment. I also said we need to get our lick back because they beat us in the 90s, and now in 2026. I'm like, yeah, let's just whoop their ass. I don't need these young bucks coming up in here, and I'm sounding like I'm old, but let's not have these little young ones, these early 20s, morons who thinking just being fast and having speed and all that other stuff is what will get you the win. That's not what it's always about. Whether or not you could play good. I mean, playing good defense does help, but there's gotta be more to it than just, oh, I'm fast with a ball and I can hit a bunch of threes. Okay, but where's that teamwork? Where's that sense of camaraderie? And if you really looked at it with the Spurs, I only saw 2 people that were on that team that were, 3 people that collectively was helping them get as far as they got. As far as like the Knicks, we got way more people on that team that have really showed up and showed out. And I hope there's not going to be any trades going on this year, although they are saying that Mikal Bridges might want a little more coin. I don't know how they're going to work that out. I do also hope that those of us who worked our ass off to make sure that these people were accommodated and had an awesome season. Can we get a little extra coin Tyra in our check? Don't fire me over asking, but I'm just saying, like, can we actually get a little extra something in our stocking this Christmas? You want to know something that wouldn't be funny if y'all be like, I'm off the market, y'all. And so the streets was packed after the win, so there was going to be, of course, that's why I said at every game it happens. I even heard that there was people, I probably mentioned this earlier, people in Philly talking about, oh, these New Yorkers, I said, that's rich coming from y'all, where literally you had to grease the damn poles so people wouldn't climb up them shits. So don't come at us with this mess, like trying to act like all of a sudden y'all are high and mighty out in Philly. And my friend is trying to get me so bad to move out to Philly, but I'm just like, you know what? I could move to Timbuktu tomorrow. It's still not going to give me the energy in that whole situation. I need, like, you got to be built a certain kind of way to be able to survive New York. And it's just like, there's just no city like it. Yeah, we got our issues. Yes, they got goddamn expensive. Yeah, the train situation be a mess. Yes, people get on my goddamn root canal nerve. But overall, it's just the energy, the heart. There's just something about New York that just cannot be duplicated anywhere else, that you can't get anywhere else. And I think anybody who lives in a metropolitan area or a metropolitan city kind of understands that energy. I'm sure if I moved to France, there's people out there that have the same feeling that we have because they're similar to New York. If you're talking about Paris and all the big city spots. I'm rooting for Mexico and the hot. Oh, I love me some Mexico. I mean, well, Swedes, they cute too. You said it's not big in America unless you're, and that's why I said a lot of Hispanic people love soccer. It is huge. I mean, when I've worked the soccer games, you see a lot of Latinos and stuff there. So I just don't think that it's big with Americans per se. But And especially with us building this stadium in Queens that's close to like Jackson Heights, so we can get a lot of that fandom coming out to these games, and they'll probably be successful. Our only true. Shut up. You mean Jennifer? You said Francesca revealing that Cenk only cared about Muslims and everybody else can be deported. You stupid. Wow, is it for the butt cheeks? Because they do got some fat butts. I saw a video of a dog being killed by LAPD because of a noise. How you killing a dog because the dog was barking because the family was cheering for the Knicks? That's stupid. Dogs react to noise. I can't get my dog to shut the hell up. He bark at any little sound. Somebody can walk past the house. I'm like, shut up. Dog does not be quiet. He said, two of my nephews play soccer. My oldest nephew's team won a championship. Congratulations to him. As I said, it's big in the Hispanic household. People just hate. Absolutely. And it's always people who don't live here or people who do move here and act like they're going to try to change up what New York is. You better pack your shit up and go back to fucking Iowa. Because you ain't gonna come here and start trying to change up the areas, West New York and whatever names. I'm like, what the fuck is that? We got the East Village, we got the West Village, we got the Upper East Side, the Upper West Side. We have Lower Manhattan, we have Chelsea, we got Hell's Kitchen, we have Jackson Heights, we have Bushwick, we got Brownsville. Now I'm in Brooklyn. So we got different names for them. Y'all not gonna come up here and start trying to change stuff up because y'all don't like what we call New York. Like, you're not a real New Yorker. Don't come up here and change shit up. And I'm talking about you transplants. Anyway. All right, so that's enough Nick talk, even though, I spent damn near an hour talking about it. But yeah, we need to bask in the celebration of what's happening over here, because who knows? Maybe the next time they win, I probably won't be alive. Hopefully it'll happen sooner rather than later. But I'm just glad that this actually happened in our lifetime. So shout out to all the Knicks fans and all the people who are happy for the Knicks winning. Now, with that being said, let's get into our second topic and let's talk about box office. So, Disclosure Day, even though I've heard mixed reviews, I've even heard two people that I watch on YouTube. Well, three people. Adam Does Movies, Mike from We Watch the Movie, and Lee from Drum Dums hated this film. They were like, this movie is 2 hours of straight up ass. And not in a good way, because I love ass. But they were just about this movie is terrible. Me, I was never all that excited to want to see it. Like, somebody sit up there speaking African click. Emily Blunt doing that click village language, whatever the fuck she was doing, and acting like, oh my God, and then it's giving Close Encounter. And no shade, y'all might as well throw tomatoes at me. I don't give a good goddamn. But I found Close Encounters to be boring. I didn't really particularly care for the movie. So they're calling it like a sequel of sorts. I don't know. But the movie I did go see over the weekend premiered in the top 10, and that's none other than The Furious, which, oh my God, if y'all love martial arts movies, please go check that film out. The fight sequences alone will literally have you on the edge of your seat. So we're going to get into that. And also, RuPaul dropped the movie over the weekend. We're going to get into how much that movie made as well. So, and we're going to talk Michael, because all that is up in here. So, Disclosure Day basically grossed $44 million, which, as you can see in the chart that we're going to get into, would rank as his fifth highest opening of all time at the domestic box office. Now, in addition, it's his, as well as Amblin's, highest opening for an original title, not based on any previous IP. And also, we should say that the arrival of Spielberg, in conjunction with the holdover of Focus Features' top grossing movie of all time, Obsession, grossed $19 million, with enough to sink last weekend's wide entries, Scary Movie and Masters of the Universe. And yeah, well, I already said Scary Movie is front loaded, so people are going to go see that in the opening weekend. But I have to say, both those movies dropped 70%, more than 70% in weekend two. Though I did say that Scary Movie did do business during the week. So within the first 7 days, you already know that people are going to go try to see this film before all the spoilers, whatever the case is. And like Scream, Scary Movie is front-loaded, meaning that people have to go see it opening weekend so they could avoid spoilers. Speaking of which, and I was going to get into this, but we'll probably talk about it tomorrow. Shout out to Joel McHale, who revealed on the Inside of You podcast, that's Michael Rosenbaum's podcast, that, and we'll do a story on this tomorrow, but I just want to say it in passing. Patrick Dempsey was supposed to be in Scream 7. He confirmed it himself, but for whatever reason, he dropped out. So, and that's when he was put in, because he said his name was on the back of the chair, and he was even going to try to take it home. So, it has been confirmed from Joel McHale that, yes, he was going to be in the movie, but due to certain circumstances, probably because we read that script and was like, what the fuck is this shit? It was like, nope, I'm not doing it. So we would have had Mark Kincaid if they would have gave us a good damn script, but whatever. So yeah, now overseas audience will be key to the theatrical longevity of Disclosure Day. I don't see that happening, but okay. Which Universal spent $115 million to produce and $80 million to market. Now, since about half of the revenues go to theater owners, the movies need to generate roughly $300 million globally to justify its price tag. Now, along with $44 million in North America, Disclosure Day has generated $92.9 million after 3 days of release. Reviews are positive, but audience reactions have been mixed. So a bigger question is how the film will endure on the big screen, because what it's going to take with this film, and they need to realize this, word of mouth. That is what's going to have to get people going with this film, and I just don't see a lot of people being like, repeat views. People are going to want to go see this. No shade, but I definitely feel like Disclosure Day is like similar to Masters of the Universe. Maybe it should have been released 10 years ago rather than today, because I don't know if today's audience even cares about a Disclosure Day type film. Yes, because of Steven Spielberg and his name is attached, he's going to pull in a certain base of people that are going to go support his movies. But, and y'all sit up here like, fuck Gen Z. I don't know why you saying that, because we can't even think in that context anymore. Gen Z is what's driving the box office. Hence, Obsession and Backrooms. I always got to remember I always almost forgot the name of that movie, but I always remember, say it like Alyssa Edwards, you remember it. So yeah, when you have those two movies doing really well and all that other stuff, it's like Gen Z is definitely driving the box office. And I did hear that the numbers went up slightly for Masters of the Universe because of word of mouth, but yeah, I heard it flop big time. We'll get into that in a second. But if they make a sequel, which I don't know if they will, but if they do announce a sequel and people say for why, it's like, you know what? This is probably because it's a vanity project for Jeff Bezos. His money is not made through movies. I mean, if that was the case, he wouldn't have had a problem spending as much money as he spent on that Milania movie that nobody went to go see, and that movie flopped. So money is not a priority in that situation. He makes his money from all the other stuff y'all be buying from Amazon. So him throwing a little $300 million or whatever the price was at Master of the Universe, that's not going to hurt his wallet. He can make that up because y'all still buying shit on Amazon. So now, they said Spielberg is a household name, as you know, from Jaws, Jurassic Park, and Raiders of the Lost Ark. Did you know he was supposed to actually direct the original Harry Potter film? But because I guess, he was about to start principal photography, everything, I don't know what happened, and even his go-to composer was a part of it, and he did finish doing, the music for the movie. But yes, Spielberg was originally supposed to direct the film and had to step away. So now Disclosure Day, as y'all know, stars Emily Blunt and Josh O'Connor as a meteorologist and a cybersecurity expert who join forces to expose the government's cover-up of extraterrestrial life. The movie had a notable turnout on premium large format screens, including IMAX, which accounted for $6.5 million or 15% of overseas grosses. And you want to know something funny? Last week, they had Master of the Universe in IMAX and Dolby, but because the movie wasn't doing as well as they hoped, you see, after a week, they moved it out and put Disclosure Day up in there. So, top territories for Disclosure Day were the UK and Ireland with 7.6 million, Mexico with 3.9 million, China with 2.9 million, and France with 2.9 million. And they said sci-fi thrillers do well over, abroad. Foreign business should be good. And this is according to, box office newsletter publisher, franchisee David A. Gross, and said if there's a softness overseas, it's because China has shrunk so dramatically as a market for U.S. films. So, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, I did hear that it didn't do well in China, that it came in third. I believe what came in first was a movie that I saw that you can see on the right, The Furious. That did better, but obviously it's a martial arts movie. So martial art films are definitely going to do well in international markets. And when I went to go see The Furious, I had a good amount of people that was in the theater. So I say definitely go check that out, but we'll get into that. Now, let's get into some tea regarding Michael. So congratulations to Michael, because it added 17 million internationally and 21 million globally in its 8th weekend of release. And it was just released at home. So you can watch it at home. I watched it at home last night. And damn, I wish I would have had this clip that I could have showed y'all, but maybe we'll bring it up in another time. We'll save it for tomorrow when I talk about the fact that the siblings aren't really talking, as in Michael's children are not talking. Prince Paris a blanket, but speaking through lawyers. We'll save that story for tomorrow. And there was a clip that I saw of someone talking that was a former bodyguard of Michael's that stated that Michael and Janet had like a tumultuous relationship and how he kept her away from him when he was going through his drug addiction situation. And what I'm hoping is, since y'all talking about doing a sequel, that y'all will touch on that because of the fire that happened to his skull when he did that Pepsi commercial, it was what kicked off his addiction to prescription drugs. Because the pain medications, from how severe that burn was on the top of his head, and the fact that he had so much skin exposed and the nerve damage, that it played into him becoming addicted to painkillers. And the fact that he, as Virgos, and I can speak on this because I am one, a lot of times we don't want people seeing us when we're vulnerable or when we're in our darkest moments. We try to shield that from the world and try to put on this front that we don't have issues, whatever. There'll be moments where I'll come out and I'll just admit, like, if there's stuff going on in my life. But for the most part, we all try to keep that under wraps, and we don't want people seeing us a certain way. And I could definitely believe that will be what Michael has done. So if y'all don't even want to focus on the molestation stuff, get into the prescription addiction, all the stuff. But Black folks, they don't like speaking on things that happen. We want to sweep it under the rug. We don't want to talk about it. I was like, look, we're not doing another movie where y'all just giving montages of moments that happen just to give an excuse of, well, we got to show them filming him performing Earth Song or him doing Dangerous album. Like, we don't want a montage of bullshit again. You need to give us a little something of substance when it comes to this damn movie. Since y'all are talking about that, yeah, they are working on a sequel. I don't want another 2-hour music video. So, so they said the musical biopic about Michael Jackson has generated $932 million worldwide to date and will soon eclipse the $950 million mark. Should ticket sales keep climbing and surpass 975, Michael will overtake Oppenheimer as the highest grossing biopic of all time. The film has already dethroned Bohemian Rhapsody, which their number is 911, as the biggest musical biopic in history. Now, other big budget tentpoles have less to celebrate. Masters of the Universe added a paltry $8.4 million from 86 markets in its second weekend of release, bringing its overseas tally to just $39.4 million. The otherworldly adventure, based on a Mattel toy that was popular in the 80s, is approaching bomb status with $45.7 million domestically and $84 million globally, against a mighty budget of nearly $200 million. Yeah, they're never going to make they're never going to break even. And that is the second biggest flop of the year. The first being Mandalorian and Grogu, which earned $7.1 million from 52 markets in its fourth frame. The family-friendly film, a spinoff of the popular Disney Plus series, collected $150 million overseas and $315 million globally against a $165 million price tag. It's shaping up to be the lowest earning Star Wars movie of all time, and ignominious, I was like, you gotta say that 10 times fast. Distinction that currently belongs to, well, yeah, they dethroned Solo with $179 million. Well, Solo surpassed them. So now they're no longer the lowest movie. Although I did like Solo. And look, Alden Ehrenreich is having the last laugh because he just won a damn Tony. So while y'all sitting there hating on him because of that movie, which that wasn't his fault, what was going on with that. I mean, he was playing Han Solo, a younger version. You couldn't get Harrison Ford, old ass, to do all the stuff because it's a prequel. I thoroughly enjoyed Solo. I don't think it was as bad. Mandalorian and Grogu had its moments. Like, the opening sequence was everything. I love the opening sequence. But it just felt like literally 4 half-hour episodes stitched into a movie. That's what it felt like. It didn't feel like a cohesive film. And I think that's what hurt it. And another one, that was one of the things I heard it. Another thing I thought that hurt it was, who asked y'all to put a TV show in the movies? If we've been paying a premium price or whatever, a subscription for a Disney Plus, why would I have to spend? And I have A-list, so that's why I did it, because I can watch as many movies, 4 movies a week for $27. About to go up next month because I just got the email today that they're changing my A-list price. Fucking inflation. Damn this president. But anyway, so why would you expect that people who saw something they could watch for 3 seasons on their TVs at home, where they have their own built-in surround sound, and now the TVs have gotten much better, the high definition, all that's gotten way better in regards of like visuals and looks and things. Why would you expect people to want to go to the theater unless you're a hardcore Mandalorian fan to go see this in the theater? Most people are going to wait until it comes out at home in 30 days, like most of the movies do. So y'all set yourselves up for failure, because you should have known it was going to flop. So it's sad. I definitely enjoyed parts of Mandalorian Grogu, but it wasn't a cohesive movie. Now, let's get into the movie that, since I just put the picture up, which is The Furious. So Lionsgate's martial arts action film The Furious and RuPaul starring Stop That Train debuted at number 8 and number 9 at the box office, with The Amazing Digital Circus, the last act from Fathom, rounding out the top 10 in week 2. The Furious from Lionsgate kicked up $2.75 million on 1,251 screens, a 97% certified fresh with Rotten Tomatoes critics, 95% with audiences. The studio acquired most worldwide rights to The Furious, including China, where it opened at number 1, which I told y'all that. This weekend, following a miraculous premiere at TIFF Midnight Madness, Lionsgate said the title, directed by Kenji Tanigaki, will be profitable, and called the release an example of its commitment to serving audiences and exhibitors with a diverse slate of original theatrical films, blah, 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 so on and so forth. So I'm actually glad this happened, because let me tell you, the action in this movie alone was crazy. I will give you a quick synopsis. It's basically about a guy who's deaf. Well, he's a mute, I should say. He's not deaf because he can hear when his daughter talks, but he can't talk. They don't really explain what happened to him. Maybe we'll get that in a sequel, which the director said that he wants to do a sequel, because he said there's so much of this world I want to explore after doing the film, and hopefully this will happen. But his daughter ends up getting kidnapped, gets caught up in a child ring. He has to go in and save her. Then we have what's his name? Joe Taslim, who was in a lot of movies. He was in The Raid. He was also most recently in Mortal Kombat. He played Sub-Zero. So he plays a guy who's looking for his wife, who's a reporter who's been investigating this whole situation going on. She went missing. And so together, the both of them are trying to infiltrate this ring he's trying to find his wife. The other guy, I forget his name, the actor's name, he's trying to find his daughter, and all mayhem breaks loose. The fight scenes is crazy. Let me tell you, that third act, where literally it's a 4-way fight that becomes a 5-way fight, I'm not going to tell you how it happens, but it was insane. And the amount of camera work that was going in, the choreography, and the director even said that it took them 18 days. That's crazy, to shoot that sequence, which plays like a horror movie, but then morphs into, and I don't want to tell you, I'm not going to tell you like what happens in that, but it plays literally the way it was shot, the lighting, everything. It played like a horror movie in the precinct, because that's where it takes place. The whole third act takes place in the precinct, goes on for I think like a good 10-15 minutes. They said it took almost a month to shoot that, like 2.5, 3, maybe 3 weeks to shoot that sequence. And just seeing like the intricacies. Well, I don't know why I can't speak today. How intricate the fight sequence became, because you got someone who does judo going up against somebody who does wushu, and all these different fight styles incorporated. And that's what I love, because they had Yayan, who was also in The Raid, and he's been in a bunch of other movies, a lot of great martial art films. He's in the film as well with a bow and arrow. The way he works that sequence was crazy. So we're just like seeing a lot of that stuff. And as a fan of martial art movies, we need more stuff like this. Like you had the Chinese and the Indonesians and the Filipinos all coming together with all these different styles, and it was just crazy. So if you happen to get a chance, definitely go see The Furious in theaters, or when it comes out on streaming or whatever the case is, definitely support the film, because we need more of these movies to get a theatrical run and a lot of this type of genre stuff. needs to be represented. And I hope like the West really starts to catch up on this, because there's so many amazing action movie stars that they get from like China and Indonesia and so many other places. And I see that they're starting to build out their studios and really getting into the whole creating their own thing, which I'm loving. So if the West wants to come in and get these films and distribute them, that's even a bigger plus too. And the movie, it's in Chinese, it's in English, it's in, there's different language, but it's mostly an English language movie, which I actually liked as well. So it was dubbed in certain parts, and there's people that do speak English, and then there's scenes that is in Chinese. So if you can't read, then you're fucked. But last but certainly not least, but yeah, I just want to promote that film because definitely I had a great time with that film. I need to see it again, but I'm gonna just wait because it'll probably be out on stream, at home to watch by July. So, and then when it comes out, I'll buy it. Now let's get into Stop That Train. So that film from Bleecker Street was also a hit. I wonder what the budget on that film was, because they said it debuted at 2 million on 1,161 screens. Bleecker and producer World of Wonder said they're very pleased with the enthusiastic response of both fans of RuPaul's Drag Race and newcomers alike. Now, on the heels of great reviews and a New York Times critic pick, we have had multiple sellouts in major markets and look forward to continuing to take audiences nationwide on that hilarious ride. So it looked like the only thing that bombed was the big films. RuPaul's Drag Stop That Train did well, and I've been hearing that it's been getting good reviews. I will admit, like, I'm still not entirely sold on it, because it just reminds me of like those stupid acting challenges from Drag Race. But from what I've heard, because I told you a friend of mine actually went to the premiere and saw the film, he said it's actually pretty funny. So, but I just been low key hating on it. So, I think I will wait until it comes out at home. Or who knows? Maybe I'll just find myself sauntering into a damn theater and checking it out just for shits and giggles. But I don't know when that'll happen. If not, then I'll just wait until it comes out at home and I'll check it out when it comes out. So yeah, I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of the box office? Disclosure Day, like I said, I mean, I like alien movies, but I'll wait until it comes out at home to check it out. It's not something I want to run to the theater to see. Stop That Train, I definitely want to see that, but it's just not something I'm rushing to go see. And everything else in the box office, I feel like all the movies I needed to see for now, I've seen. So I'm not really all that enthusiastic. Like Mandalorian Glory, that was a one and done. I mean, if it pops up on Disney Plus, if it happens to be on, I'll just put it on the background while I'm working. But it's not something that's just, oh my god, I have to rush to the theaters to see it again. I had a good time with Masters of the Universe, but it's not something that I feel like I need to rush to go see in a theater again. So yeah, so let me know. But The Furious definitely is a movie. I think I want to go see that in the theater again, or I will be watching that movie a lot once it's released, at home for people to enjoy. So yeah, I definitely want to hear from y'all regarding the box office. Let me know what your thoughts are on this story in the comments down below. They do have great asses. I saw Master Universe Saturday. I liked it. I think a She-Ra movie is going to be next. Well, I don't know if it'll happen because though they'll do He-Man and She-Ra, I don't think She-Ra will work alone. But based off of it not doing well, I don't know if it'll get a green light. But if it does, I'm not going to be surprised. There'll be pundits that'll go on something. Why is it? Why are they doing it? Like I said before, when it came to He-Man, why are you making this movie? It's going to flop. But I'm like, Jeff Bezos doesn't give a shit. The man is a billionaire. He makes his money from Amazon products. It's the same thing with Apple. Apple makes its money from y'all buying the tablets and them phones and all the other gadgets. So if they want to play into if they want to play into like the whole studio situation where they want to make movies, they could throw a little something at the thing and. Well, yeah. Well, they did a movie that they tried to use the rain as an excuse. Oh, you finally saw Obsession? I know. I've been trying to get around to seeing this movie, creepy and bonkers AF. The third act. Yeah, I've heard about the third act, and also I believe that they said there is a sequel coming for that movie, but the director who directed Curry Barker? He said that y'all gonna have to wait a while. But I'm like, yeah, if you're making other movies, I say go ahead and make your movies or whatever. If you want to do other things, go ahead and do other things. And if you want to come back to Obsession maybe 2-3 years down the road, the fans I don't think will be impatient with waiting on you to put it out there. So go ahead and do other films. Don't be like, I mean, even though it did help him out in a way. But I guess because I'm thinking the thing of Damian Leone, because I was like, well, maybe he shouldn't have did so many of the Terrifiers back to back. But people don't realize like it took the Terrifier 3 for him to finally hit the ball out of the park and for it to finally go mainstream. So he didn't have the luxury of, oh, I do one little movie and it immediately blows up. Because the first Terrifier didn't blow up. It was a darling amongst hardcore horror movie fanatics, but it was never like that movie that blew up existentially. So what is that? The new song for what's that movie that's coming out, Toy Story 5, which I did hear that the Toy Story 5 movie is really good. They said it's the best one they've made in a long time. So I'm like, damn, I can't wait to see that movie. Because I do think, wait, if I'm not mistaken, isn't it coming out this weekend or is it next weekend? When is Toy Story 5 coming out? I think so too. I'd also think like, you know what, when you're a performer and that adrenaline and stuff is going, it is really hard to come down from that. Because I also realize I have sleeping problems too. Like there's times where I'll be like last night, I don't know what it was. I was fighting it hard too. And then all of a sudden, because what happened? Oh, I was watching a couple movies. So I told you I was watching Michael, then I watched F1, and I was falling asleep on F1 because it was like I was fighting it. It was all of a sudden that sleep just was hitting me, and I nodded off a little bit. And then when I went to go to bed, I was like, okay, I need to put something on. So I started rewatching Pose. Finally got around to rewatching it. Then I was like, you know what? Let me put on Paris is Burning. Child, I didn't make it past the credits. I put the thing on, literally slept through the whole damn film. And I love Paris is Burning, but my body was like, bitch, I'm not playing with you. Go to sleep. So I do think like I was literally exhausted, and it was just like when you working all these days straight in the weather and going to the gym and all other stuff, like your body is like, I need rest. I even had to redo my schedule for next week. And I was like, I can't do 6 days straight because I realized like physically and mentally, if I was younger, I'd be able to do all that stuff. But realizing, trying to prioritize my mental and physical health, I have to strategically set things up. And then also I was like, I have to at least give 2 days to y'all for a show. I can't just have the whole week devoted to, and the money is good and everything, but all money ain't good money. And look, YouTube. Well, YouTube, Google, I get a check from them too. So I was like, you know what? Even if it was rated R, people would still go to see the film because it's Michael Jackson. I think it started because people thought Michael was weird. Well, they always thought he was weird, and the fact that I think he was someone who basically, because people treated him the way that they treated him, and like he was a freak or a circus animal, whatever the case, because he says in the movie that, oh, when people was, I don't want to hang out with people my own age, because mother was like, I want that for you. I want you to be able to go and have friends your own age. But she said all they want to do is take pictures and stare at me and all other stuff. So it's like they treat him like he's a zoo animal. They don't want to know Michael. They want Michael Jackson, the superstar. So he never got to have that. And that's the sad part about being a child actor, that you never really get to have those moments of like a graduation and all the things that regular people go through when they become, from kid to adult. That's the sad part. You said Mandalorian Grogu should have just streamed on Disney Plus. To your point, that's actually what I'm. That's why I said a lot of people's like, I'll just wait for it to come out on Disney Plus. I'm not wasting $20 to go to a damn theater to see it, or if you want to see it in IMAX. I mean, I don't know how much. Linnea lives in New York like I live, so he gonna be paying that full if you want to see the IMAX Adobe, $30. Nobody's trying to pay that to see a movie. You could just wait for Disney Plus, because if you have a subscription to it, or if you're using somebody's subscription, why the hell would I want to spend that kind of money? I don't know what people IMAX and Dolby prices are outside of the New York, but it's hella expensive out here. Martin Garrix hints we might get Bizarre Friday. That makes sense, as it will be 14 days to the album. She's given us a lot of songs, so I'm sure that he gave her permission to preview it. I mean, she gave him permission. I said he gave her, like that's his record. She gave him permission. Yeah, go ahead and preview it and give people a taste of the song, and we'll play it. It's definitely got that big room EDM club vibe. But people are surprised by that. That's kind of the direction she's going. But yeah, as a Martin Garrix fan, I'm not surprised by any of this. But you said, yeah, 14 days. And said it in Brooklyn. People got a taste of it. And I've been hearing, I think he posted the song on his Instagram, which we have a very clear version of it. Well, word on the street is Supergirl's not very good for the movie. But I'm going to still see it. I mean, I'm sure Millie Alcott is good, but I don't know if the movie's good. But then again, I want to see Supergirl, but I'm not overly enthused. It's not like oh my God, I have to rush to the movies and see it. It's not really giving me like that whole vibe. Touring could put pressure on the body. Absolutely. It's like the touring is, all of that performing for 2 hours on a stage, the jet lag, the traveling. And I think that's why a lot of people rather do residencies than having to just get on a plane and travel and do all this other, because it takes its toll on your body. Evil Dead Burn. But yeah, I definitely want to see that too. I'm looking forward to that one. Toy Story comes out on the 19th. I know, because I'm very intrigued about a movie regarding screen addiction. Yeah, the fact that people, and that is an issue. Maybe that's something that kind of plays into the whole reason why He-Man flopped, because that was action figures. Those were toys. Of course, I grew up in an era where I played with toys. Like I had, action figures and things of that nature when I was a kid. And then I didn't grow up with a computer. Playing a computer. I mean, the closest where I grew up playing a computer would be Nintendo, the very first one. And then, there were some people that had Atari. I never had Atari. I started with like the first Nintendo. That's like when I was old enough to start playing, video games and things, and the Sega Genesis and all those other things. So seeing that, you kind of grew up in the era, but it wasn't to the extreme where it's like the technology has gotten so much better. Because our technology for the games wasn't that great back then. We were still in the early stages, so we could walk away from the games and things and get into other stuff because we weren't wholeheartedly bombarded by tech. It wasn't until like later on, when I was old enough, that's when the tech started getting better. I even think even in my 20s, that's when like people started, like tech and stuff started getting better. But all of this stuff was relatively new. Well, I hope it's good, because I don't know, I'm not overly enthusiastic about Moana, but I hope it doesn't suck. I had an Atari when I was 6. You said I had a PS2 and a game. Oh yeah, I had a Game Boy as well. I had the PlayStation 2 to the 5. Well, I think I had all the PlayStations, the PlayStation on it to the 5. Yeah, and I had a Game Boy. The Game Boy, I play that all the time. Like I used to sit and play Tetris like crazy until I got carpal tunnel. I had that, Super Mario Brothers, like I had all that stuff. Look at us taking a trip down memory lane. Anyway. Okay, so now let's get back into the show, y'all. And let's talk about the Batman Part 2. So I guess we can give a huge shout out to Jeff Snyder, who does the Snyder Report and all other stuff. He spilled this tea. So I want to give proper credit, because a lot of people sit here and run around like they wrote the goddamn story, but they didn't. But anyway, he's coming out and revealing that these rumors regarding Sebastian Stan playing Harvey Dent is not true. The fact is Brian Tyree Henry is playing Harvey Dent, while Sebastian is playing Victor Zsasz. Now, for those who don't know who Victor Zsasz is, Victor Zsasz, from all I remember, he premiered on Gotham, that TV show. He was bald and everything. This tracks, because a couple of weeks ago, here's the thing. I kind of sensed that he wasn't playing Harvey Dent, and I'm gonna tell you why. When they show pictures of him in shape, like muscular and everything, bald head, I was like, he ain't playing Bane. We just had that. Plus, I don't think he's like big enough to be playing a Bane type of character. But when I saw pictures and stuff, I'm like, there's no way he's playing Harvey Dent. First of all, he's gonna be in a suit. Who's gonna see him looking all ripped in a suit? Like that wouldn't make no sense. That's kind of like you could have just hired the dude that plays Jack Reacher because he just looks Jack regardless to play whatever character. So that didn't make any sense. So when I looked at him, I was like, he's not playing Harvey Dent. Brian Tyree Henry playing Harvey Dent tracks because he's a phenomenal actor. I like Brian Tyree Henry. Every time he pops up in something, it's kind of like Coleman Domingo. Although I will say this, Coleman Domingo, you starting to teeter in, and I hate to say it, Pedro Pascal territory. In regards of you're starting to get a little bit overexposed. I need you to maybe take a couple of months off, or maybe a year, because you're starting to get a little too overexposed in a lot of movies. And we like the fact that we got I'm gonna say we got two homosexuals out here that's popular. Pedro ain't come out yet. We're just gonna say he's a part of the community, allegedly. So, but yeah, and Brian Tyree Henry playing it makes sense. I know some people like Harvey's not black. Well, let's get trip back down memory lane. And let's travel to 1989 when the original Batman came out, the Tim Burton one. Wasn't there a black Harvey Dent up in that movie played by Billy D. Williams? So if y'all want to come in here with the woke mom bullshit, the Groiper stupid inbred commentary, racist, whatever you want to say, history, Google is free and it's your friend. Look it up. It exists. So we had it 30 some odd years ago. Almost 40 years because it'd be 89. Okay, we ain't need to do the math, but almost 40 years ago. So, if people want to feel a way about it, oh well, go argue with your mammy. Go cry in a corner somewhere. So, I actually don't mind this. So let's get into the story. Shout out to Comic Book Movie for this. So, y'all know the movie is shrouded in secret, but yeah, Jeff Snyder basically got, I guess, some tea from some people. He won't reveal all the sources or any of the sources, but this is what he's been hearing. So, but we already talked about the Two-Face thing, so we need to go into that. He also wanted to say this, which I was actually hoping. I'm glad that this is true, so let's take it with a grain of salt. But since it's Jeff Snyder, he's usually on point with a lot of stuff that he says. He said the Court of Owls is also involved in the movie's plot, and says one of my sources told me that the Batman Part 2 script features some weird and interesting takes. Another claimed that Reeves' use of Zsasz as the villain fits in with everyone telling me the movie is effing crazy. Now, they did say, because Scarlett Johansson and Charles Dance were also announced to be in the film, and people thought that Scarlett will be playing Gilda Dent and Charles Dance is playing Christopher Dent, and that people were like, so how do you get Harvey Dent being black? Well, the word is that Scarlett and Charles are playing father and daughter. They're not playing big names in the Batman universe, but more like a meld of different characters. So we don't know who they could be playing. They're playing father and daughter. They might be tied to the Court of Owls, and they're probably what they do because they do this in movies. And people get mad when they do this. Well, they take pieces of different characters from different comics and they mold it into the person. And people get mad over it. I'm like, sometimes when it comes to comics versus film, from a cinematic standpoint, when you take an amalgamation of different characters and incorporate it in your one character, because that's what people get inspired by when you make scripts. You get inspired by certain things and you incorporate all those different inspirations. And sometimes you mix it in a gumbo and it becomes one character. If you can take all these little pieces and turn it into whatever version of the character that you want to turn it into, to me, that's interesting. And the fact that some other people out here saying Victor Zsasz is like a B-level character. And it's like, so y'all don't want nothing new? Y'all don't want nothing different? The fact of the matter is that you're pissed because it's a Victor Zsasz. Who gives a fuck? If Matt Reeves and the other co-writer, can't remember his name, can come and make a character that y'all consider third-rate, B-level, and make it interesting, To me, I would rather that than y'all sit up in here and just go into your similar bag of tricks. We gotta have the Joker. We gotta have Catwoman. It's always gotta be the A team. And sometimes you can make if you've never seen a B-level character, and yes, technically Victor Zsasz has premiered in other iterations, be it animation, small screen, whatever. If you can make those characters interesting, then why not do that? And just take from different places and make it watchable. Cool. So who knows? Maybe their version of Victor Zsasz will be the most entertaining villain, excuse me, that we've seen on our screen in a long time. So I'm always very much try to keep myself open-minded to embrace and enjoy different characters that we're not used to seeing. And I want something new and different. I don't always want the same thing with Batman. Some people just want familiarity and want the same shit over and over, and then they get mad when Hollywood goes, "Oh, y'all don't have no ideas. Y'all make the same thing." Oh, it's like you can't win with people. Y'all always gonna find a way to get on the internet and bitch about shit. So I'm optimistic. I'm gonna be open-minded, and I'm gonna see what it is that they give us with this film. Now, also, there was a story that Jeff Snyder revealed that we might not even be getting a second season to The Penguin. He revealed this also, that he was hearing from people that they might not be moving forward with it. And I think it has to do with the fact that Colin Farrell doesn't want to sit in all that makeup, because you do know it takes a lot to sit up in hair and makeup and them transforming him into Oswald Cobblepot. And I'm sure, like, for anybody, I don't want to sit 8-9 hours in a chair and then I got another 14 or 16-hour days where I have to act in pretty much every damn scene, and it's only 8 episodes or 10 episodes, whatever, how many episodes there is. But that could take its toll on you mentally. And nobody wants to sit in all that damn makeup and hair and shit for hours on end and a fat suit. So I could totally understand. It was like, give me small little bit parts in the sequence. I don't want to basically carry the burden of all this. And to be honest, I felt like the first season did enough for us that we could survive off of one season of The Penguin. I also did hear from Jeff Snyder. He said that they might be looking into doing a Poison Ivy series. I don't know how they would make that work. I don't know how they could make that, but that's what they just got to figure out. Now, if they could find a way to make Poison Ivy interesting in the context of keeping her grounded in a world like the Matt Reeves world that he's created, then I'm definitely curious to see how that all turns out when we get to that point. So, they did say there is a lot to unpack, and it seemed like all the previous rumors about the Batman Part 2 were largely incorrect. So, let's just say that Jeff is reporting this. Let's take it with a grain of salt. But based off of what he's saying, I kind of like the idea if they go with Victor Zsasz and the quarter owls and that sort of thing, that it'll be interesting. I'm definitely open to check out what this film is, because I definitely love Robert Pattinson as Batman. I definitely like that world that Matt Reeves built, and I'm willing to go down that rabbit hole with him again with this sequel when we get it in 2027. So my mind is open, my chakras, my third eye is open. And I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what he's going to be giving us with it when the movie is finally released in October of 2027. So in the meantime, I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? Are you here for these rumors that's going on? Because let's just continue to call it a rumor until it comes out of Matt Reeves' mouth. I mean, so far, James Gunn hasn't denied it. Matt Reeves, I guess, is busy filming the movie, so he don't have time to address it. But everybody's always got time to get on social media. Just leave it alone. Let him say what he say. What do y'all think of this film? Are you excited even more now that you're hearing these rumors and what they possibly could be bringing us in regards to this film? And I'm definitely looking forward to seeing like what Scarlett Johansson brings to the role as well, because she just wrapped The Exorcist. Now she over in the UK filming this film. So Miss Mama's got a busy year ahead of her with all these roles and stuff. So yeah, I definitely want to hear from y'all. So let me know what your thoughts are on this story in the comments down below. All right. It killed Atari in the 80s, right? Well, once you start seeing technology getting a little better with each kind of rival machine, like had Atari and then Nickelodeon. When you have Nintendo and so many others, it something always bigger and better comes out, and people go and gravitate towards the fresh new thing. I don't watch Ethan Klein or Can someone explain why people don't like him? He's suing a YouTuber I watch for insinuating that Ethan M-word. Oh. I don't know. Well, look, I've heard about Ethan Klein and stuff through like a couple of these people. I hear about them through when Kyle Kalinske or all these other pundits talk about him. I've never been someone who has necessarily 110% been into him. I just know he's like seen as one of those Groiper types, like Nick Fuentes, I guess, in a way. He's like one of those influencers. I never really pay attention to him in that way. So I don't really know much about Ethan Klein. I've heard of him. And I hear when certain pundits that are political pundits talk about him, but I've never watched him in a way where I even am familiar with what exactly he's about. You said Harvey was just light skinned. Nick Fury was black in Avengers and Samuel L. Jackson ate that role. People need to fall off a bit. They were pissed when an Indian actress took the role of Vivi on One Piece. I was gonna say, you know what? They don't want any kind of diversity. They just want white people to just be in every damn thing. Or they just want to get on social media and be trolls. Because he's suing people to silence his critics and he's part of the hate train on Hassan. But in reality, it's Zionist hit points. His wife went to Israel and was very happy. Well, let her bitch ass stay there. They need to redo. Child, don't even get me started on Mr. Freeze because that was terrible. But I did talk about Poison Ivy. I don't think because I didn't read when y'all comments. I don't read them until after I'm done with each article. But based over the situation, now you heard. I literally just said, even though I know you didn't know I was going to say it, that they are looking to do a Poison Ivy series, which I definitely think would work. You could do a Poison Ivy limited series. Or maybe that's what they should do. Instead, one season of Penguin, one season of Poison Ivy, one season of Mr. Free. Like, you take all the different characters, like the villain, people who are like villains, anti-hero, whatever you want to call it, and give them like a season of a limited series and kind of dive into their world. I think that would be interesting than doing multiple seasons of a show with a certain character. But at least I guess with Poison Ivy, she doesn't have to worry about getting in a lot of hair and makeup or whatever the case is, like the Penguin would. Even though he's anti-lawsuits, Hassan should sue Destiny. And don't even give me started on Destiny. And not even his real damn name. Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn are bi. I think I would like to see them together get them scissoring. Batman Cape Crusader, new cartoon, James Gordon and Barbara Gordon are African American. Did people have a problem with that? I'm sure they did, but I don't think I've seen. I gotta see that. I didn't even know they had a Batman Cape Crusader. Maybe because I haven't been on HBO Max in a while, and that's where all the DC stuff is. In addition to Black Harvey Dent in '89, they followed up with keeping him black in Batman the animated series. So has the gripe over race been going on for that long, or is it generational? Or just people trolling. So it could be a mixture of both. In the Injustice games, it kind of hints that Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn might have had a thing. Oh, come on, fun facts. Everybody's got the tea up in here. But yeah, I haven't been watching a lot of the animated stuff to even know what's going on. All right, y'all. So now let's move on and let's talk about Donta, who was back in the news because I don't think anybody knew that she surprised everybody this morning by dropping the full music video with Sabrina Carpenter for Bring Your Love. I gagged when I saw that. So I was on YouTube, and then all of a sudden it said Madonna, Sabrina Carpenter, Bring Your Love. I literally thought it was fake and it was AI because when it comes to full stuff, there's so many AI videos and all this other stuff. No, it's the actual video because I looked and it said it was on her page. So I watched the video, definitely loved the video, and I should have known that there was going to be a full video coming. So mother listened to her children because the children were asking her to, feed us, mommy, feed us, give us more music video. We want a full version of Bring It Love. And she was like, I ain't gonna let y'all know. I'm gonna just drop it. I'm gonna act like I'm Beyonce and just drop it, and y'all ain't even gonna know until I post it up on the page. And the children gagged and they were fed and now they're full until we allegedly get Bizarre, which is rumored to be coming out this week, that Martin Garrix had previewed over at his event in Brooklyn. He was DJing in Brooklyn and premiered this new song. So Madonna fans, got a preview of one of her unreleased Confessions 2 tracks. and the song will appear on her imminent album release, which comes out on July 3rd. It had a surprise debut during Garrix's performance at Barclays Center in Brooklyn on Saturday night. Now, Garrix played Bizarre set to a pulsing dance beat and amplified with a light show in pink and purple, the apparent color scheme of the Confessions 2 era. His June 13th gig was the third of a trio of nights at Barclays on his Americas tour. Now, on Saturday evening, Garrix shared a video featuring the song's sneak peek from Saturday concert on Instagram. So if you haven't heard the song, I'm gonna play it for y'all. Look, if I happen to get a comment, what do you call it? A copyright strike, I'll edit it out, as I always do. But I saw Matthew Redman posted it on his Twitter. So yeah, we're gonna play the track. We're gonna come back and talk. Please hold. Look at this.
What's this? I release music!
All right, so y'all got a taste, and yeah. So just so y'all know, Bizarre is. I'm like, it's releasing songs and even tracks because we just had track. What was that? 8. The last song, Love Sensation. And now Bizarre's track 10 on her 16th song collection, Confessions 2, and the 4th tune will be teased ahead of the July release. Excuse me, and her 15th full-length studio album. You know, we had I Feel So Free. Of course, we told Bring Your Love because that was the music video. They released a full music video. And I kind of knew that it was like, wait a minute, we should be getting a full music video because when we saw like the snippet from when we saw Confessions 2 movie, there was a lot of footage that was not shown that we end up seeing. Like with her doing we saw a little bit of the flips and stuff in the air, or the girls that was walking around with the cameras, how they were like being flying in the air and all of this stuff. So we didn't really see that in the short clips or whatever. So a lot of the clips that we were seeing that was happening, we finally got to see it in the full-length music video. I just hope that with the Confessions 2 short film, that those were just like clips of what we're going to get. But down the road, we will get full-length versions of those songs because we definitely need a full-length music video of Danceteria. I have to see that. And, you know, she did say it took them 6 months to film everything. So it's definitely something that I want to check out. And lyrically, I should also point this out. So they're saying that Bizarre is actually about her relationship with Sean Penn, who was her first husband. Hence why a lot of times, you know, early in the show, we had people making comments about, you know, how he had her tied to the chair and he was very abusive to her during their marriage, and how Madonna basically had retracted saying like, yeah, he ain't really do anything physical, no physical harm to her and this sort of thing, and how she's been kind of like trying to downplay the abuse that she endured at the hands of that man. But I'm like, look, It's her story to tell. If she want to sit and fabricate shit because she's still protecting her first love or whatever she wants to consider, then that's on her. She got to take that to her grave. She got to live with that situation. But lyrically, the song goes, roll up the carpet for us, but you don't share it. All because you're threatened by me, you won't admit it. The little things that you do don't make me want you. If I were over this, who knew love could be so bizarre? Yeah, only love could be so bizarre. Only love could be so bizarre. Movie star, deep blue eyes in Hollywood, we're a perfect prize. Drove way too fast, Shelby Cobra, which was one of the cars she gave him, wasn't meant to last, meant to last, meant to last, meant to last, meant to last. Now you're gone. I feel so empty. Why don't you turn me? So, what is he, a vampire? So, yeah. So if y'all want to if you want to hear another, well, they did record like night 3 at New York. If you want to hear the song, definitely go over to Martin Garrix's Instagram. He has the full clip up there. If I happen to have to edit this piece out because of the copyright. Hopefully we can get over it, because, but if you played it during a DJ set, y'all can't come at me crazy with all this other stuff. But anyway, so with all that being said, let's get into this story. So speaking of all the other stuff that was going on with the Queen of Pop, there were some rumors that's coming around about how Madonna is gearing herself up to do this crazy ass grueling tour that she's going to be doing. And this is according to the Daily Mail. So, a lot of times they like to come in and talk about her BBL and all this other craziness because they're a bunch of assholes. But yeah, they said at 67, she's still hungry. She's defying the decades. People still telling her that she needs to retire and all this other stuff. But I'm like, first of all, you wish your mother or your grandmother, because y'all be calling one bitch had the nerve to come up in my comments and call her old Donna. And I'm like, first of all, I don't go back and forth with people that, first of all, you got Ariana Grande's picture as your photo. You don't even see who you are. Like when I say, we don't even see who you are. When I say what I say, y'all know what the fuck I look like. Like I'm not hiding behind Ariana Grande, Lady Gaga, or all these other little emojis that the trolls like to use to come at whoever or whatever and want to make these little comments. And I'm like, bitch, you better hope, number one, you make it to 67. And number two, that you're able to physically do the things that Madonna's still out here doing. And I just think that people just need to change up their belief system and their ideology, that just because you get to be a certain age, that means you have to just wither away and die, that you can't go out and have a good time, you can't go to a party, you can't hang out, you can't just have like that youthful spirit. And she's built different. She's a woman of a certain age, but she's like, okay, I'm 67, I'm not gonna sit up in the house and just knit and watch fucking HGTV already. That's boring. I don't live my life to be boring. I'm a doer. I'm not a viewer. So y'all already know that Madonna will turn 68 in August, but she has no plans to retire. In fact, the Mail on Sunday can reveal that she's secretly begun planning for a grueling global tour as she prepares to release her 15th studio album, Confessions 2, next month. It is a sequel, as y'all know, to her Grammy-winning 2005 disco-themed record, Confessions on the Dance Floor. And I did say the other day, I was like, Madonna should have called the album Danceteria. Like, to me, that's where it all began. Like, when she went to that club, she met Debbie Mazur. She was, hanging out, reading books, which I think is hilarious. You go to a club and read a book. But, she got her start in Danceteria and just built her career up in the club scene and that sort of thing. But then a person pointed out to me that Soft Cell, I believe, named their upcoming album Danceteria. So I'm like, fuck. So I'm like, well, we got 2 albums with Danceteria in the title. Who died and said that they could own it? But it is what it is. She called it Confessions 2 because it's easier pill to swallow, I guess, for the people. Because it's like, with Confessions, people love that album so much that they know what they're going to get. Meaning the type of, the tone of the album, the foundation of the album. That's the word I was looking for. The foundation is dance. You just don't know what the music as a collective is going to sound like. We've gotten pieces of it because we've heard Bring Your Love. The other day I had, oh my God, what's the latest, why am I all of a sudden I'm drawing a blank? The latest song that she released, that is, I feel like, the most housey that she's gone with the music. Everything else sounded like very radio friendly. I Feel So Free definitely feels underground. It's got that underground house vibe. Like it's not really meant for, it's just like setting the mood. So we got to found a little bit of a foundation. We know the foundation is house music, but we just don't know to what extent until we listen to the whole record. Now, sources close to Madonna say she's looking to perform UK arena dates, including Wembley Stadium, as she goes all out to prove that she still has the same drive as she did when she first found fame in the early 80s. Those close to the singer said that she has retained her hunger and very positive addiction to getting up on stage and performing to support the release of the new music. One source said, "You wouldn't believe how hungry Madonna is to get out there and perform off the back of her new album. She is a truly inspiring woman, and you just wouldn't believe she is someone who is 67 years old. She isn't going to let age get in the way of getting back out there. She's so fit and would show people up who are a quarter of her age." Well, we've already seen her do that. When we've watched Madonna perform the Reinvention Tour, the Drown World Tour, the MDNA tour, not so much Madam X, but because that tour was a mess. But all the previous tours, the most physical I think would be in my opinion, the MDNA was very physically demanding. The way they were dragging her, throwing her around that damn stage, I'm like, girl, how do you do that every night? Also, Confessions tour, that was like the highlight. That was the peak. That was the very first tour I ever went to. So of Madonna. And the last one I went to, I did the Celebration tour. You know, she was going through her stuff, but she pulled through like a trooper. But I just don't want her to have to feel like I gotta prove to y'all that I have the stamina of people that are a quarter of my age, like people who are like in their 20s. I can still show them up. We know that you have the ability to get up there and work your ass off and perform, but we don't want you to go back to hurting and injuring and overextending yourself to the point that crazy stuff happens. We don't want you to go back. You don't need to prove to the fans this stuff anymore. I understand that you feel like you need to because people continue with the old Donna or negative ageist comments. Fuck them. We don't care what they have to say. You just go up there and you show that at least the difference between her and y'all faves who are in their 20s and 30s or whatever, at least she's getting up there giving y'all a show. There'd be some people who literally be in their 20s and 30s and be half-assing it on stage. And y'all be just with the hopes, spending the whole show with the hopes that you're going to give us a little, like maybe 55%, but you're giving us 32%. And y'all be applauding like it was the best show y'all seen. I'm like, y'all really don't know work ethic if you applauding somebody who's giving you 30% and thinking they're eating. Yeah, they eating backstage. They ain't eating on that. They're not eating on the stage. They're eating whatever fast food and shit they put in they body backstage. They need to put that much energy as you do on the backstage stuff than you do on the stage. So that way you at least give a fuck that your fans are spending the amount of money that they're spending to come see your ass on the stage, rain or shine, or whether you're sick or whatever it is that you're going through. At least show some kind of professionalism. And we already know she's a perfectionist. So now, as you know, her last tour was, speaking of which, the Celebration Tour to honor her 40th years in 40 years in music, which began in October 2023 and featured 80 arena and stadium shows globally. And that's why I'm hoping, like, yeah, do the stadiums overseas, do the stadiums in the UK and beyond. But when you come to America, can you please do like Madison Square Garden? We know that is your favorite spot to perform at. Don't sit and neglect MSG because we love when you come. And I want to be able to work as many Madonna shows as humanly possible. Now, as y'all already we're trying to see where, because they're now the article is mentioning the short film with Sabrina Carpenter, Kate Moss, Richard E. Grant, Benedict Cumberbatch. It premiered at the Tribeca Film Festival. Her daughter Lourdes was in it. Then you had Chelsea players Cole Palmer and Joao Pedro in it, along with Julia Garner, Gwendolyn Christie. And she did say that Madonna decided she wanted Palmer and Pedro to take part after falling in love with the West London Football Club, in particular the women's team. She often goes to watch them alongside her boyfriend, Akeem Morris, who is 30. Okay, we ever need to go in how old he is. And her longtime PR rep, Barbara Sharon, who is on the board at Chelsea. So, of course, it's all connected, right? The star's new short film is set to feature, 6 songs from the album. I'm sorry, but I have to tell y'all, Good for the Soul, that little snippet, that song has been in my goddamn head. What you should have called it was Food for the Soul, because I feel like that's what music, particularly dance music, is for me, food for the soul. But so yeah, Good for the Soul has been in my head. That chorus, I need the full song. Um, but yeah, Danceteria, we need a full video. Read My Lips is another song she does with Fade. I'm sorry, I'm sick of people calling me Feed. It's Fade. Um, with Fade, I love that. First of all, he dropped a new EP over the weekend. If y'all want to hear that, there is some house music elements in that record as well. It's an EP, it's like 6 tracks. And also, my Mexican homosexual husband La Cruz dropped a new album called El Nene Part 2. If y'all haven't heard that, definitely listen to that record. That record is everything. And you know, I love me some La Cruz, and I heard he likes some older. So I'm like, oh, I got a chance to get up in that sexy man who currently lives in Spain. So when I go visit my friends Joe Vaughn and them in Spain, I'm like, look, if y'all know him, I need you to introduce me so we can go backstage and slurp on some things. But anyway, let me stop being a hoe. Anyway, so yeah, shout out to Madonna. I hope that all of this works out. I'm looking forward to a tour. We all kind of knew that a tour was coming. So I don't know why everybody trying to act brand new. Like we ain't know what tour. We would be getting a tour of some sort. Like we all knew it was gonna happen. She's trying to tease like, oh, do you want the tour? Do you want the series on Netflix? Sis, you could do both, but we want the tour. The series, I guess, come out 2027, 28, or whenever, once you're done with the tour. I honestly would like a thing like we said with Kylie Minogue. I know there was some people that came in my comments about, well, she's kind of done stuff like that. I'm like, no, she's never done something in the same magnitude like Kylie, where people sat her down and did a full retrospective and we dug into her thing. There have been many interviews that she's done with MTV and so on and so forth that you could pull from. And I'm actually looking forward to the interview that she just did with Graham Norton. They filmed it. It's supposed to be coming out later on this month. Looking forward to watching that whenever they release it. And so, yeah, I think that's all I got to say on that. So yeah, I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? Have you, well, besides, you know, the clip I just showed you, have you heard the Martin Garrix track that she worked on with him that he teased over the weekend? And now they're talking about because of the reception, I guess. And look, that has always been the way with old school way of promoting music. You tease it at the clubs, you see how the fandom reacts, and if the momentum is there, you strike while the iron is hot. People go and the song ends up out there for us to listen to. And so far, Mother is feeding the children and popping the corn and feeding the children, in the words of Tammy Brown. So I'm looking forward to this album. I just hope like don't release too much, because I definitely want to be able to go on this journey and experience this album from beginning to end. I don't want y'all to just keep throwing so many songs out there, and then by the time the album comes out, there's no element of surprise. So I definitely want to hear from you guys in regards to the Martin Garrix remix, and what do you think about the upcoming tour? What would you like to see happen with the tour? Because I definitely feel like with the tour, we're going to get Confessions and Confessions 2, and we'll probably get some mixes of songs that she's done from previous albums that'll have like a dance version, like she'll remix those tracks, and it'll be just like a non-stop party that we'll be having, like a whole club experience from beginning, middle, and end. So whatever your thoughts are on this matter, let me know in the comments down below. Or we get full videos for all the songs in the film. I'd love to see a full video Danceteria. And I'm sure she will be giving, well, hopefully she does give us that. He also played it behind a cross where people were like, if you were there for the original Confessions, you know the significance of the cross. It was a big deal, especially because of Live to Tell. And then we go into Forbidden Love, which I do love that song. That's like one of my favorite songs. And just the overall visual of that with the tour. It ends with Welcome to Club Love. Some hint is that Good for the Soul, like the actual visual album, is out of chronological order. You know what? She needs to call it the Club Love Tour. I think that's what she should call it instead of Confessions 2 Tour. That sounds kind of pretentious. I definitely think call it Club Love. And we're like, well, why are you calling it Club Love? Because it literally says it in the end of the Bring Your Love video, Welcome to Club Love. Sean was an alcoholic when she was married to Madonna. So I heard lots of stories. I saw pictures of him spitting on. Oh yeah, he was a nuisance back then. Kind of still is if you heard from some people. Sean Penn, and he also said the reason why he didn't go to the Oscars when he won, I gotta protect my sanity. Well, child, y'all out here denying Timothy Chalamet Oscar, but you gonna give one to Sean Penn? Well, you know, victims do love to defend their abusers, allegedly. Like your friend said, the fact she's up there with all the other girls and has 400K Spotify pre-saves and part of the top 5 most saved albums. I don't know. I don't know what's going on, but Apple, y'all need to fix y'all whatever issue you got. I was trying to log into my Apple Music from my computer and it was not letting me, which was annoying. Avengers 2 has more of a 90s vibe from the songs we've heard. Well, that's kind of like the era we're going in now. It seems like a lot of people are visiting, like, very much inspired by 90s music, especially because the other day I was listening to Rhythm is a Dancer. This is the rhythm of the night. That song, too, because I was watching Widow's Bay, which, if y'all have not seen that show on Apple TV, that show is everything. The finale is this week with Matthew Reese. It is literally about this town that kind of has like spooky things, crazy things happen, and there's like a twist that happens. And for some reason, they were playing this song, and based on the theme of the show, I'm like, I would never listen to that song the same way again. And they were dancing that song by who did Rhythm of the Night? I think it was Corona. Let me tell you, the '90s and Eurodance. That era was everything. Love Sensation makes me think of Music Sounds Better with You from Stardust, Lady for Mojo, and one more. Well, definitely there's a lot of, you just named 3 French house producers, DJs. So so it's definitely got a French house vibe. I don't want to overexert her. I don't want her to overexert herself because I don't want her to get exactly. That's what I said. We don't want you out here injuring yourself. You don't need to be too crazy where it's like, okay, we get it. You can still do physical shit. Just get up there and perform and have a good time. If you want to dance around a little bit, whatever, and run around the stage, go ahead and do that. But we don't need you out here doing splits and trying to duck excuse me, duck walk like you a Nitra and shit. We don't need you doing all that extra stuff or trying to do a dip on stage if they need you to vogue. It's like, we get it. We know you're physically able to get up there and perform. The fact that you can still get up there and do it and put on a show for 2 hours, I think is enough. You don't need to and to me it always seems like Madonna always feels like she has to defy expectations. I was like, look, the proof is gonna be in the pudding. You just gonna have to take what I'm giving you. I'm not gonna half-ass it like I'm Mary J. Blige that I gotta sit in a chair and sing songs. People are like, well, she 50-something years old. She tired. I'm like, okay, of course. But other people out there that are way older than her are giving you a show. But y'all making an excuse for Mary. Why? She not exempt from criticism. I was there when Ariana was on stage. She was, well, you know, she stayed doing that like a goddamn giggling machine. She has to wake up every day that if it weren't for her, these bitches wouldn't be here where they are. She doesn't have to prove to no one that exactly. So we've been saying she don't need to prove that. It's like, stop trying to prove shit to people. You already did what you did. Not before you said before we get into the next topic, any thoughts on Ariana being exposed for allegedly running and I didn't even hear about that. But I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, we could see her whole bones in her chest when she was on stage. But I'm like, girl, if you out here with a whole eating disorder, can you imagine what her breath smell like? With all that vomit. Gaga canceled an entire tour because of a hip. You said a hip tree. Meanwhile, Madonna with a broken hip completed a tour. Well, you know, some people are old school. They're like, I will perform through an injury. I'll even Michael Jackson. Remember when he performed with a whole boot on his foot? It's like the people of Gen X built different. She had a Tumblr blog back in 2012 that was pro and crap. Are you talking about Ariana Grande? Well, so far, 2 people know about it. You know, it's funny how look, we're gonna get into that story later on. That when people have like what is her name? Camila Cabello, now Ariana, then Hudson Williams, that whole situation of how they had these uh blogs or photos and things that happened 10, 15, 20 years ago, and how now that they're famous, their past is coming back to haunt them. And do we do we blackball them? Do we cancel them? Like, well, you know, that's just going to be a conversation we're going to get into when we get to that point. But it's like, where do we draw the line with all of that? Good for the not good for the whole to read my pits. That'll be the Weird Al versions of those songs. We could do a whole song about anal, good for the whole. Didn't someone say she was given an ultimatum between the tour and the series? That was Robert that said that, but I don't know if that's necessarily true that she is going to do an ultimatum. I think Madonna's going to do what she's going to do when she's going to do it. And if Netflix and oh my God, shit? What is that director's name? The one that directed. Why am I drawing a blank? Deadpool and Wolverine, and I see them in my head. The Sean Levy came to me just now when I thought about it. If Sean Levy and Netflix want to get in the business of getting, doing something with Madonna, I don't think they're going to give her an ultimatum and all that. It's like good things come to those who wait. They could, and funny enough, they could have maybe they'll have it done and out around the same time as like when Michael 2 comes out. I definitely think that she needs to do a whole coming out of a speaker, like have legs on stage, or it could just be on the screen where you have the legs and then just like the speaker will be a prop and she just comes out of that with the dancers. Or just the speaker part opens up, like the little metal part, it can open up or slide up. She's there. Then you have the stairs on the speaker. She comes down on that and they just dance around. That would be dope. And just have it kind of the screen in the background, the little speaker there, and then just keep the legs in the background instead of having to build that, because I know that would be hella expensive. Well, yeah, and funny enough, when you're saying her album release strategy is genius, she's doing it. It's like this is the old way that people used to promote records, and the younger generation, y'all need to take note, because this is how we used to promote records before streaming. That you literally would tease a song through DJs in nightclubs. We were the movers, the shakers, and the tastemakers who decided what song was a great song or not, whether or not it was going to be released as a single, a maxi single, full of remixes, whatever the case is. And that was how we did stuff back then. So she's kind of taking she is taking an old school approach. I don't know why, like, people just don't follow that. And now look, they talking about this new generation, Gen Alpha, they're getting into analog now, which I actually like. The fact that they're the ones that's out here buying physical media. They're buying vinyl. Now, Adam Lambert has a cassette tape version of his upcoming album coming out. So now people are buying cassette tapes, people are buying CDs. So physical media is making a comeback. Oh, yes, I was right. You said Corona did Rhythm of the Night. Snap did Rhythm as a Dancer. Okay. Well, a lot of them had those same songs, but I do love Rhythm of the Night. But I do know Rhythm as a Dancer, and I did say both songs. He said, I saw a video, a guy listening to the oldie station. If you were a teen in the 90s, you probably have the heated seats on despite the summer season. First of all, I don't use heated seats. And I was a teen in the 90s. So, no, I don't get the whole heated seats thing. People were complaining about Janet not dancing as much in her recent concert. Because she's getting up there in age. 60 hit different than 55, yeah. Janet Jackson did a show in Japan the other day. She's still dancing at 60. I see it going gold. It seems that's what people don't understand. Warner Records is much into making an album a hit, but because people are bitching a moment. Is that doing well in streaming? Well, because her fans want physical media. Her fans aren't out here being like, I need Apple Music and Spotify. I mean, I use Apple Music and Spotify because I'm on the train and I'm doing, I'm traveling and all this stuff, and I'm listening to stuff through my phone versus having to listen to stuff on. I ain't walking around with a damn CD player. Who still makes CD players? I found out Michael was originally meant for Netflix, but they couldn't afford the rights to his music. And that's why they were saying that this is where the overall envy and jealousy and stuff came from, which is why they made that docu-series that that some of y'all was watching. 17 million of y'all was watching on Netflix. So that's what they were saying that was coming from. Buzz tracks were a huge thing back in the day. Sometimes they give us I remember that. I mean, and when you look at it, I Feel So Free was a buzz track. I mean, I consider it a buzz track. They ain't call it that, but I was like, yeah, back in the day, that's what they called it. And that's what it was giving. It was very much giving buzz track. I may have been a menace during my Twitter famous Bigo days, but best believe no one's going to be digging it. Well, or are you saying, yeah, nobody's going to be digging up racist tweets because you don't post anything like that. But we've all had our child. Trust to believe. When my early blogging days, I was way worse than I am now. The shit I said, thank God they don't exist no more. But or maybe it does. I mean, I've done blog spots. I had my own website at one point, and then I didn't keep up with it. So it's probably all my articles is missing, including my interview that I did with Bob the drag queen and so many others. So I don't know where all that went. I wish I still had it. Or maybe it is out there. And plus all my other past interviews that I've done, it's probably all over YouTube somewhere. I just wish I remember what it was under. The Stewart Price remix of Bring Your Love is probably going to be the version. I meant to mention this too. The Bring Your Love version that we heard in the music video is way better than what we've gotten on the album. I actually like that mix that they put up on there, especially like during Sabrina's version. You notice like the music kind of still goes on in a way. I can't explain it, but it's just like the version that we heard in the video sounds way better. I think that's what they should release. But I do want that remix that we heard that Madonna performed in Times Square. That's the version I want. But I think that should be the version she performs on tour. All right, so now, so since we're on the music train, let's get into this story. Let's talk about Billboard, because Billboard, and I already know this is going to cause a whole lot of commotion and stuff up here, just like Madonna just caused a commotion this morning by releasing the music video for Bring Your Love. But in that case, Billboard put out their what is it? Best pop artist. Oh wait, I forgot. I didn't even close this last thing. The greatest pop stars of the 21st century list. We're going to go through the top 15. I'll say this. I'm actually kind of not mad at who they put on this list. So let's start with 25. Wait, I said 15, right? No, I meant 25. So coming in at 25, I mean, I was like, if y'all want to go read the article, you can go over there on Billboard and read it. It's a lot. So we're just going to go and read down the list. So now coming in at 25, and y'all can let me know if y'all agree with this up until we get to the top 10. Number 25, Katy Perry. 24, Ed Sheeran. 23, Benito, aka Bad Bunny. Number 22, One Direction. 21, Little Wayne. 20, Bruno Mars. 19, BTS. 18, The Weeknd. 17, Shakira. 16, Jay-Z. I know people gonna get mad at that, but we said pop stars of the 21st century, not rappers. But then again, Jay-Z is from the 20th century. Because before to the 2000s, Jay-Z was rapping and making music. So I don't know why he's on this list. Because I'm sitting there looking like, well, we're going to have to go because if Jay-Z going to be on here, Madonna should be on here too, because he's 20th century technically. But anyway, so we have, where do we go? Okay, Jay-Z, 15, Miley Cyrus, 14, Justin Timberlake, 13, Maga Minaj, 12, Eminem, and then we have, at 11, we have Usher. And now let's go through, because I'm going to bring it up actually. So now the top 10, we'll get into that and we'll just show who is in the top 10. So coming in at 10, as you can see, Adele. Shout out to her. Number 9, we got Ariana Grande, Frappuccino. I mean, I could definitely see that it makes sense that she would be in number 9, or she'd be in the top 10. Number 8, we have Justin Bieber, which we already found out from watching Jalen Brunson on The View that he listens to Justin Bieber before he goes out and performs, whenever it's game night. Number 7, we got this racist, Kanye West. Number 6, our girl Britney Spears, back when she was at the highlight of her career, singing I'm a Slave for You with that big ass snake. Number 5, we got Stephanie Joanne Germanata, aka Lady Gaga, which what is going on down here? That coochie look wrinkled. That coochie meat was at her ass cheeks. Anyway, so yeah, number 5 is her. Number 4 is Colonizer, Drake. Number 3, Rihanna. Yeah, beating her ex per usual. Number 2, Tay Tay, as we like to call her on the show. Tayonce knows Carter Swift, because now she's trying to get her Beyonce bag. And speaking of Beyonce, Bey is number 1. So you know what? Where's Madonna on here? Because if y'all, like I said, if y'all gonna put Jay-Z old ass up in here, you need to put her up in there as well. Now let's see what the people saying about Beyonce. Hopefully it's not a long ass article. So they said on March 18, 2000, Beyonce Knowles topped the Billboard Hot 100 for the first time this century. She did so as the member of the pop R&B quartet Destiny's Child, who's already scored a number 1 on the chart in 99 with the scrub taunting classic Bills, Bills, Bills. But this was the one. This one was even better. Say my name, say my name. A phone call argument blown out to a near operatic melodrama, replete with sweeping staccato strings by Shakespeare, panicked backing vocals, and a beat that races on the pre-chorus like it got some terrifying news. At the center of the futuristic but TRL ready production anxiety track was Beyonce, cool and in control as she demanded and acknowledged the acknowledgement, she deserved. You acting kind of shady. Oh, sorry. You acting kind of shady. Ain't gonna leave me, baby. Better say my name. On March 2nd, 2024, Beyonce Knowles, who added a Carter to her last name by that point, topped the Hot 100 for the 12th time this century. This time, she did so solo with Texas Hold'em, a stomping banjo-led hoot, along made for and in tribute to the dive bars and dance floors of the South. The song was devised as the lead single to her acclaimed Cowboy Carter album, which featured Bey road tripping through country's music past, present, and future, with navigation assistance from the genre's living legends and rising stars, and Hold'em invited fans along for the ride as long as they came correct with it. It's a real life boogie and a real life hoedown. Don't be a bitch. Come take it to the floor now. It's almost too perfectly illustrated. Okay, y'all with these asses working my root canal nerve. Now, it's almost too perfectly illustrative to the kind of career that Beyonce has had this past quarter century that she should top the Hot 100 in the same month of both its first and last year, and with 2 wildly disparate songs. There aren't a lot of obvious threads tying together Say My Name and Texas Hold'em. They're from different genres and different generations, obviously, with virtually no overlapping collaborators, themes, or even promotional techniques. The only thing they have in common, besides, of course, their fantastic commercial success and top-level artistry, is the singer behind them, a performer and creator whose commitment to innovation, evolution, and all-around excellence has made her the bar against which all other pop stars this century have long been measured. Well, that's true, because they do try to measure a lot of these girls to Beyonce. Now, the greatness of Beyonce as a pop star is both immediately obvious on its surface and worthy of extensive explanation in its vastness. You can watch her on stage for half a minute and instantly recognize that she's an all-timer. Her inherent combination of dazzling beauty, impeccable fashion, captivating staging, otherworldly physicality, and simultaneously earthy and skyscraping vocals all speaks for itself. But to understand the full scope of her impact also requires a deep knowledge of 21st century American pop music and culture and the ways in which she has dominated it, elevated it, and transformed it over the past 25 years. Few artists this period can match her in any of the most critical basic categories of pop stardom, commercial success, performance abilities, critical acclaim, and accolades, industry influence, iconic cultural moments, and absolutely no one can equal her in all of them. Even Taylor Swift, the lone artist who really challenged Beyonce for the top spot on these rankings and who does have a clear statistical lead on Bey in many key categories, more on that later, simply hasn't been around for long enough to be able to match the expansiveness of her quarter century dominance. And one thing I will say about this, that I do agree with is that when it comes to Beyonce, is that her tenacity and her ability to always be a student of music. I always feel like that is why she is where she is today. Similar to Madonna, is the fact that you always have to be a student of music. And then the way that you perform on stage, your tenacity, the ability to get up there. And yeah, Beyonce may not be the best at all these other things, but when you work hard and you do all the things that you need to do, you can have that success and access to all the things. And I think that is what basically they're getting at. So and then he said, and the most remarkable thing about the Houston-born superstar's greatness is how consistent she's been. She was still a teenager managed by her father when Say My Name hit #1. She was a 42-year-old married mother of 3 by the time Texas Hold'em got there. And in between the two, there were precisely 0 moments in which Beyonce was not Beyonce. There are no flop eras for Bey, no periods where she disappeared for half a decade, no clear missteps that were not immediately and emphatically course corrected. There are only varying degrees of winning over 2 decades. In that sense, her closest peers this century are not other pop stars, they're LeBron James and Serena Williams. So when you look at it from that point, it's like, yeah, you look at the GOATs like LeBron James, who um likes to just bitch and moan about every goddamn thing when he's in the NBA. And then you get Serena Williams, who is the GOAT when it comes to tennis. And didn't she just come out of retirement? Because I think she's bored. And it's like, look, I'm 40-some years old. I want to get out here and I want to still play tennis and do all the things. And why not? If you feel it in your soul that you want to come out of retirement and get back into the sport that made you the famous person that you are today, why not? And so I do feel like in so many ways, Beyonce is the greatest of all time. So shout out to her. Shout out to all the people on this list. And I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story, the top 25 that was listed? Do you agree with Billboard's greatest pop stars of the 21st century list? If y'all want to read more of the people that they give the reasons why they put them in the position that they put them in, or they rated them the way they rated them, you can just go over to Billboard and read the entire article in full. So whatever your thoughts are in regards to all of this, let me know in the comments down below. I used to run a meme account with some friends when I was 12. Now that I'm glad it doesn't exist anymore. Because I held out on looking at this list just to react to it with you. They're not counting artists that exclusively debuted in the 21st century, but rather artists that have made an impact in this century. Say what you want about Adele, but when you're going through heartbreak, her music always, yeah, because definitely her music resonates. Remember when she did that temporary little residency in, what was it, Germany? And they built a stadium just for her to perform? They're not going to do that for just anybody. So her music definitely has a cultural impact. Those vocals, so I guess Maz, Janet, and Mimi don't have that cultural impact in the 21st century. I think because that was the beginning of the 21st century. It's like after Confessions, I don't think Madonna really had that much cultural impact. Yes, she was successful with the tours and all the stuff, but maybe she didn't have it. And then Janet and Mariah, don't get me started on those two. It's no shade, but didn't we already talk about this list before? Wait, this article's from 2024. Then why is it resurfacing again? Because I just saw literally it said 16 hours ago when it came out. Because yeah, hold on, let me see. Because I do feel like that article, they made it seem like it was recent. What was it called? Yeah, because I closed it. Yeah, because now they're talking about, yeah, it was this say 2024. So why is it that they're making it seem like this article was recent? Maybe Billboard is a slow news day over there and they decided to recycle the same shit. Because then they had another one where they said that Taylor Swift is #1 on Billboard's top artists of the 21st century. So y'all just keep stop reheating y'all nachos. So yeah, that was an old one. I could have saved some time not doing that story. Anyway, where were we at? Okay. Janet's Super Bowl incident hurt her because she was basically blacklisted from radio. Absolutely, yeah, there was definitely a lot of that played in, specifically that troll Les Moonves. The video is considered a masterpiece. If Gaga didn't have flop albums after Born This Way, she would have been rated higher. Probably. Because I don't think I don't think she's fully recovered since that era. She went off and did other things, but I don't think it had as much of an impact as her previous work. And then, of course, Mayhem came out, and yeah, it was successful, but I don't think that album was as great as they tried to make it out to be. I just checked, and this has been a topic before in your show. You're reading the exact same article you did, and you have Beyonce named greatest pop star. What are you, just like Googling, schmoogling? It's the other article that you read after that was about Beyonce's impact. I'm all over the place today. He said Sheryl Crow dragged the UFC fight, saying we should sue the White House as a collective. They're a fucking bunch of clowns. All right, I'll look into that story, but I'm not adding nothing else to the docket. I got a lot of topics we got to cover today. We're already 2.5 hours in. Okay, so let's get into this topic that's actually new and not from 2024. You know, but I told you, like, this weather change has also had me coughing and stuff out here. Allergy season is crazy. But anyway, let's get into this next topic. And let's talk about Tired Banks, because clearly this lady is tired with this latest ass lawsuit. Because apparently she's suing Netflix over that docuseries that we saw about America's Next Top Model that she participated in. But because she didn't like the way she came across, she wanted to. So this is all a way for her to rehabilitate her image. But sis, I'm sorry to tell you, all you're doing is making things worse. You know, they always try to tell people read the room. Clearly, she's not that bright. Because Tyra is out here accusing producers of stripping down hours of interview footage to construct a false narrative. Now, this is given RuPaul's Drag Race, blame it on the edit type tease, but sis, nobody put a gun in your mouth and told you, or to your head, because you wouldn't be able to say what you got to say if it was in your mouth. Nobody put a gun in your head and told you to respond the way you responded to the questions that you claim these producers asked you. But nevertheless, I don't want to jump the gun yet. I'm gonna give my opinions after the fact, or maybe as I'm going through the article. It's a lengthy one, so bear with me. So shout out to people because they broke it down. So in a lawsuit filed on Saturday, June 13th, Banks claims that her portrayal in the docuseries about her reality TV show, ANTM, is defamatory and was edited to support a false narrative. She is asking for a jury trial to determine the appropriate amount she should receive in damages, zero. I can just tell you that right now, zero, according to court documents obtained by People. Quote, Tyra Banks participated in the Netflix documentary series America's Next Top Model because she believed viewers deserved a candid conversation about the show's legacy, its successes, and its shortcomings. This is according to the lawsuit. There are aspects of the show for which Ms. Banks takes accountability, and she wanted ANTM viewers to hear that from her directly. Going into her interview, Ms. Banks did not limit the ANTM topics the interviewer could ask. During a 3.5-hour interview, Ms. Banks answered questions about the show's groundbreaking history, including criticism of decisions she would approach differently today. Well, let's pause it there. I don't know what documentary she was watching, but the one I was watching, you really wasn't answering any questions when it came to constructive criticism about the show and taking full responsibility for certain things. In a way, it seemed like you were making excuses. It seemed like you were sidestepping. It seemed like you were just trying to like curtail your way and produce yourself. Because if anybody knows about producing a show, it's you. You produce this show. You produce your talk show. You produce a lot of TV. So if anybody knows about edits, it's Tyra. Remember, at one point, she did say that she edited and she was in the editing bay working on a lot of the stuff. And if you really want to go there, a lot of these girls, like Shandy, who we're going to get into talking about her, particularly during what Tyra had to say about the Shandy incident, that you pretty much fluffed even and made worse when you brought her on your talk show to berate her even more over the sexual situation that happened that she later came to the conclusion that she was assaulted. But y'all try to paint a different narrative. So now you're calling her a lie. And don't even get me started, because they also dragged Sherry Shepherd into this whole lawsuit. We're going to get to it. I know I'm jumping the gun because I'm excited over all the stuff that's up in here, but let's just take it, a situation at a time. So now the Netflix series Reality Check inside America's Next Top Model was sold to viewers as a documentary series. They said Netflix called it the definitive must-watch chronicle of America's Next Top Model. The genre matters. Viewers of a documentary do not expect manufactured drama or constructed narratives. Same thing that some people say about the Michael Jackson docuseries. They expect facts because they are promised a documentary that is exactly how viewers interacted with the Netflix series. Banks is claiming that just 60 minutes of her lengthy interview was used in the docuseries and that the clips are stripped of context and reassembled to support a false and defamatory narrative related to what she actually expressed. She said the accountability she took for some of the most controversial moments in ANTM were edited out of the docuseries. The lawsuit claims worse, the false narrative the producers constructed through selective editing, deliberate omission, and surgical manipulation. They said of continuous footage, including that Ms. Banks knowingly allowed a contestant to be SA'd on her show, exploited that contestant's trauma for ratings, and then could not even remember it when asked. Well, she was under the influence of alcohol. And don't even get me started on, what was the other girl name? The one that we was rooting for you. We was all rooting for you. And the fact that you told her and her son could go back to sleeping on a mattress in the projects, was that not what happened? Because that was the story she told. What was her name? Danielle? Wasn't that you trying to call her a liar too? So they said that narrative about Ms. Banks is complete fabrication, one that Netflix streamed to a global audience of millions. In the lawsuit, Banks calls out two partially true statements made by Maura Laushi, one of the directors and executive producers of the Netflix series. The statements are that she had an opportunity to really go deep into the debates about ANTM and to share her side of the story. In another interview, Miss Laushi and Miss Banks were ready to speak, and I think that a lot of her answers were very honest, and it's all in the show, really. However, Reality Check director Laushi alleges that the documentary would have happened with or without Banks in an interview with The Wrap. And people need to realize this is the fact that Tyra was never supposed to initially be a part of this docuseries. This was initially a docuseries where they were going to speak to all the people that worked on it, the Jays and Nigel, the contestants who were on the show, and anybody else who was involved, even Ken Mott. Tyra heard about it and was like, oh, well, I want to be a part of this so that way y'all can get my side of the story out. And of course, that's going to be the icing on the cake because people want to listen to hear what Tyra actually, if she's going to take accountability. And according to when we watched the viewers, the video, the series, the viewers collectively were all out here saying, I don't really feel like she took full accountability of a lot of the things that went on in this show. I mean, yes, Tyra was not the sole person responsible for everything, but you were the face. You ran around bragging that you wore so many hats on this show. I was an executive producer and I had a hand in this and this and this and this and this. So when you want to wear that many hats and show that you that bitch with this show, of course, there are going to be people out here who's going to put all of the blame on you. I don't think Tyra is solely to blame on what happened in America's Next Top Model and the toxicity that happened with the show. I do feel like she was a participant, but she's not fully 110% responsible. So I'm not going to put all that on her. But sis, take auntie, because you older than me, take responsibility for your situation or your part in all of this. So I wanted to say Banks did share her side. Her answers are very honest, but the story that viewers heard was the deceptive story producers chose to tell. Banks was the host of ANTM, as you know, for the first 22 cycles after successfully landing her pitch for the show. Well, it took many studios or many a network, but UPN was the one that ended up picking it up. It's funny how y'all try to judge this up in one little sentence. She struggled a bit to sell America's Next Top Model until UPN got in the business of doing it because they're dead last in the ratings. But because Tyra went and got in business with UPN, it did become one of the most successful shows on their network. Now, in the Netflix doc, viewers were taken back to the beginning when Banks first conceived the idea with the help of Ken Mok, who co-executive produced the show with her and also took part in the docuseries. In the 3-part project, Banks was asked to address head-on some of the more controversial moments from the show's tenure. One of those topics was Cycle 2 contestant Shandy Sullivan's alleged SA, which she discusses at length in the Netflix program. She recalls a situation when the models were in Italy and male models came over to their house. Shandy could be seen in the original episode drinking wine before getting in bed with one of the men. At the time, she had a boyfriend back home. In the Netflix doc, she said that she blacked out at the time, and them girls wasn't eating. So with y'all having to be up on it with the eating disorders and trying to stay skinny, and drinking and not putting food in your system, I could totally believe that she would black out. And when you black out, you do dumb shit. Because trust and believe, I have blacked out and drunk, and when I have actually, my brain has come to, I'm like, where the fuck am I? What did I just do? So you do start missing fragments of what had happened. And then when you try to put the pieces together, and 9 times out of 10, it's not going to become successful unless somebody tells you what was going on. So Banks was asked about Shandy reality check, and she claimed that she had no involvement in production and the editing of storylines, even though Mok said that the contestants were all made aware that everything would be filmed, including the good, the bad, and everything in between. Now, in the lawsuit, Banks claimed that she was unaware of that Shandy classified what happened to her as SA, saying the implication was devastating and deliberate, that Tyra cannot even remember the story of the woman who was assaulted on her show, the lawsuit says, but that was false. The full footage of Ms. Banks' interview reveals 2 things that the producers cut out and did not show viewers in episode 1. Before the upward glance, Ms. Banks nods affirmatively, unmistakably, and immediately says, I do remember her story, by carving the nod out of the middle of the sequence and cutting off Ms. Banks' comment at the end. The producers ensured that viewers would see only the lie and not the truth. But wait a minute, wasn't there also footage of America's Next Top Model where, Tyra wasn't aware of what had happened, but there's a segment when Tyra has the girls sitting at the table and she brings up, oh yeah, when I was out in, I forget where she said that she was traveling for work or whatever the case was, and her boyfriend cheated on her or something or another, and clearly she was aware that Shandy had did something because producers told her. So you may have said something different to fulfill whatever type of narrative you was trying to fulfill in the documentary. But if we need to pull old episodes of America's Next Top Model out for evidence, then maybe they could do that too. Since you want to sit up here and play op too. Well, I did say this in the show, and they cut this piece out. Because like I said, Tyra was so busy trying to perform a certain narrative and trying to produce herself in this documentary instead of just going in, being open-minded, keeping it real, and just being receptive as to what was going on instead of being a fraud or trying to perpetuate a certain way because she didn't want people to come, because people was dragging her over the years, especially because of the whole COVID situation where she, people was sitting at home watching America's Next Top Model and realized how problematic the show was. Excuse me. So then she also shared a report with other execs to ensure the issue was escalated to the network. Ms. Banks acted promptly and gave the matter the serious attention it deserved. In response, production was paused so the entire cast and crew could undergo SH training conducted by an outside expert. So there was that. And then, of course, she decides to drag Sherry Shepherd in that whole situation and the thing, because remember when the Jays and Nigel Barker went on the show, they wound up, on her show, she's feeling like that a certain narrative was perpetuated that wasn't necessarily true. And to that, this is what Miss J got to say about that foolishness. So, speaking of Miss J, she opened up about the health problems she faces his 2012 exit from the show in the docuseries, which debuted globally on February 16th. When asked if Banks had visited him since his 2022 stroke, he said, no, not yet. She just sent me a text. She wants to come and visit me, but no, not yet, and gave that facial expression that you see here on the right. on my left because I'm having to flip over my brain. But anyway, so now days later on February 19th, Miss J appeared on Sherry Shepherd's daytime talk show, Sherry, alongside his former co-stars Nigel Barker and Jay Manuel. Miss J said that Banks had reached out but still hadn't visited. In her lawsuit against Netflix, Banks responded to the hurtful allegations that she never reached out or visited Miss J after his stroke that were depicted in the docuseries. Well, Miss J did say that she texted him, but to say that you never visited him, if that's what he's saying, and he said it on multiple talk shows, you're calling him a liar? Because he said you never came to see him. You sent flowers, you texted, maybe you did a FaceTime or two, but you never physically showed your white ass up in a hospital like everybody else did, like Niecy Nash and her wife, or the Nigel Barker or the other, or Mr. J. If they're saying that they ain't never seen your ass up in there, how you gonna call them liars too? Everybody's a liar except Tyra. Because he literally said you reached out, but he ain't seen your ass literally within 8 feet of each other, or 6 feet, or 2 feet. He ain't smell your breath when you walked in the fucking room. Is basically what he's saying. So you calling him a liar? Now, in her lawsuit against Netflix, she responded to the hurtful allegations that she never reached out or visited Ms. J after the stroke, saying, had the producers informed Ms. Banks that part of the Netflix series narrative would include Ms. J saying that Ms. Banks never visited him in the hospital, Ms. Banks would have explained that she had been living in Australia for 2.5 years. But from what people were saying was it was a 4-year situation that Ms. J, it happened before she went and lived in Australia. So you could have visited him. Banks was allegedly not given an opportunity to show a text message sent to Ms. J that went unanswered and text chains with other crew members trying to locate him after his stroke. She would have shown how hard she tried to get in touch with Ms. J personally when she had initially heard the news of his stroke. And she would have shown the text messages that arrived from Ms. J's family member, who eventually texted back months later and apologized for not responding to Ms. Banks' texts and multiple calls sooner due to her being focused on getting him better, the lawsuit said. Ms. Banks would have explained that after the contact, she and Ms. J spent 3 years communicating. They spoke live on the phone at least once. They exchanged voice notes, many photos, and video messages. They text numerous times as recently as Christmas Day 2025. Ms. Banks and Ms. J exchanged holiday messages, and he updated Ms. Banks about his improved health. Yes, we can speak this week. They never spoke. Just weeks later, the Netflix series streamed to a worldwide audience. Again, the producers deprived viewers of truth by withholding from Ms. Banks the information and what others had said in their Netflix interviews, but not providing her with the opportunity to respond. There are numerous other examples. In response to the series' false and defamatory portrayal of Banks, she is suing for damages, including loss of future business opportunities. Girl, what business opportunities? That hot ice cream? Like, what exactly are you out here doing that's fucking up your business opportunities? Because remember, people didn't even like when your ass was co-hosted Dancing with the Stars. She said she lost business, income, and other compounding losses, as will be shown at trial. Having also experienced significant mental anguish, Banks is requesting a jury trial to determine compensation for her involvement in the Netflix series. Girl, it is a docuseries. Nobody gets paid for those. Now, Netflix, Ever Wonder Studio, Wise Child Studio, Sullivan, Moore Laushi, and Daniel Savan did not immediately respond to people's requests for comment. Now, in the wake of the docuseries landing on Netflix earlier this year, several previous contestants and judges have spoken out about their time on the show and working with Banks in particular. While some of the models made allegations about mistreatment on the show, others defended Banks and the production. Cycle winner Jasleen Gonzalez told People she has nothing but gratitude for Banks. And also, what is that male model's name? The one that does adult cinematography on OF. He came out and who's bisexual. Marvin Cortez, he recently came out and was defending her too. She said, my feeling with America's Next Top Model has not changed since day one, she told People. I continue to be a fan of the show and Tyra and the legacy that it left behind, especially with the way it transformed my life in such a positive way. PR pro Kelly Cutrone, who appeared as a panelist, that she is a fan of Tyra and said that she's going to prevail in the end. And also, remember, she came out and dragged Jay Manuel for throwing shade at Tyra, but she ain't said nothing about Miss J, because he'll read her mascara and dye need a makeup wearing ass for filth, saying she's done a lot for people, including the people who are out here trashing her right now, specifically the people who worked on the show. Said Cutrone, who did not participate in the Netflix doc. She said, I think that 80% of the docuseries is incredibly twisted. I believe that the facts and the truth will come forward. Well, look, if that's the case, y'all present whatever y'all need to present in front of a court of law. And if it makes it that far and it does what it does, then we shall see. But I just find the lawsuit to be bullshit. And I feel like, Tyra, this is why people don't like you. Because the lawsuit, in my opinion, I feel like is giving blaming on the editees. And Tyra, in my opinion, when I watched the docuseries, it did not feel like you was taking responsibility for how you came across. And I think also on top of that, you can, oh yeah, well, we're coming back and we're doing America's Next Top Model. We're doing another cycle and I'm going to bring it back. And people were looking at it like, well, if this is how your approach is and your overall attitude, like you didn't take any kind of responsibility, you try to perpetuate a certain narrative. And now you just couldn't wait to the end to be out here talking about, well, America's Next Top Model is coming back. And it rubbed people the wrong way. So I think maybe it's the court of public opinion that has her upset more than anything else, because she thought by her sitting down and doing this interview that it was going to rehabilitate her image, and it basically just backfired. So don't get me wrong, as I said, I'm not going to put all the blame on her before. I do feel like she went in with the best intentions when she created the show. And I would bet without a doubt that when she created the show that she went and wanted to change the modeling industry. However, when reality TV was at its peak and your show's on a network and it's trying to put itself on the map, being UPN, which always came in dead last in regards to the ratings and cultural impact, when you have execs and people to answer to, and they're telling you that we're out here competing with Survivor. We're out here competing with American Idol. We're out here competing with I don't know if Top Chef, I think Top Chef was on at the time, and so many Project Runway and some of these other shows. We're competing with all these crazy things where we got to come up with crazy challenges, and they're gaining in the ratings. So we have to kind of up the ante every season. And I'm sure she went in with the greatest intentions, but when it comes to, I do feel like she got seduced by the ratings monster. So while your intentions were good, the reality of the fact is, it is what it is. So we'll just see if she's going to be able to win this in court, or if they'll laugh her out of court. So I'll definitely keep you guys abreast of the story. But also, before we get up out of here, I want to bring up this story from Rob Shutter over here on his Substack, because he spilled some tea saying that he feels that her Netflix lawsuit could backfire. And once upon a time, if y'all didn't know this, Rob used to work for Tyra back in the day. So let's get into this story. So Tyra Banks, as y'all know, is suing Netflix, claiming the streamer manipulated her interview with and damaged her reputation. The insiders who have seen the full unedited footage tell Naughty But Nice that the lawsuit may not deliver the vindication she's hoping for. Full disclosure, I worked for Tyra. She was the first major celebrity I repped as a publicist. And the Tyra viewers saw in the documentary is the Tyra I knew, outspoken, unapologetic, and never afraid to say exactly what she thinks. She tries to act like she doesn't. Because remember when what the hell's her damn name? Janice Dickinson was up there, and she was just trying to be like, oh, I don't want to say whatever. She was trying to be all meek and stuff. But I'm like, Rob said that she was very opinionated. So maybe that was an act because she didn't want to come off a certain way on camera. But I'm sure she let Tyra Tyra let her ass have it behind the scenes. Now, the biggest misconception is that there's some softer, completely different Tyra hidden in the unaired footage. There isn't. It's Tyra being Tyra for 3 hours instead of 16 minutes. Sources say the footage doesn't contradict the version viewers saw. If anything, it reinforces it, saying Tyra has always been outspoken, unapologetic, and willing to say exactly what she thinks. Says another source, the unaired material isn't a different person, it's more of the same person. Now, according to insiders, Netflix actually exercised restraint in the final edit. People assume the documentary used the harshest moments. That's not what happened. The producers condensed hours of conversation in 16 minutes, but the overall impression remains the same. And they said if Tyra thinks releasing the full footage will suddenly change public opinion, she's taking a gamble. The longer version doesn't erase what aired, it expands on it. So they're saying that the tapes is under lock and key, but in a way, girl, be careful what you wish for. Because if you want the full situation to come out and it shows a side that makes you come across worse than you did in that series, Netflix is going to do what it's got to do to protect itself. I mean, they're a bigger machine. They understand how business works. So if you're trying to if this is David trying to take on Goliath, good luck, niece, because you got a whole lot cut out for you. And this might backfire but then, when it comes to people with egos and who are narcissists, they don't see how they come across when they're around other people. And if that's the gamble you want to take, like I said, be careful what you wish for, because if you get that wish and you come out looking crazy, it could hurt you even more, even worse, exponentially. I'm looking at me trying to sound like T.I. because he like using them big ass words. But anyway, I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Do y'all believe any of this foolishness that Tyra's out here trying to play the damn victim in regards of what's going on with her in this recent report of, Netflix making her look crazy out here because she didn't get the accolades that she was hoping regarding, the recent docuseries. She didn't come out looking victorious in the end. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. But isn't that what Tyra Banks did at ANTM? She edited the girls to make the show with drama. Absolutely. They all do. It's like they're not gonna show full footage. At the end of the day, you're trying to sell a narrative, you're telling a story. You said what you said, they asked you questions, you answer the questions according to whatever questions they asked you, and now you're mad because you didn't like how you look. Welcome to the world of reality TV, sis. Now, if you didn't know that was the way they did things, you can't be brand new. That's what you did. You were a part of that very machine. Now you sit on the other side of that lens. Now all of a sudden you want to act brand new. She mad because the public opinion about her has changed and now everyone sees her as the enemy. Because remember when she went and was trying to make Naomi Campbell look like she was the bad guy? And she was like, oh, I was being bullied. Naomi saw through that bullshit. I said, Naomi need to be vindicated. But then again, Naomi, you ain't no angel either. So we're not really going to vindicate you out here like you would hope. I live for you, but you're still problematic. But why didn't she sue the other documentaries that was done in the past? The E channel, yeah, the E channel just did one where they made her look crazy. Janice Dickinson came out and said something. Lisa D'Amato came out and said something in that. Why didn't you go and sue them? Is it because Netflix is a bigger machine? She's not going to sue E because what? You want to do business with corporate media? Yeah, they did one right after Netflix. So where's their lawsuit? But in the doc, she first said she did all the editing for the show. That's literally what I was saying. Like, didn't you say you participated in the editing and everything that was going on? Now all of a sudden you didn't. It's like, girl, you full of shit. You either was producing and doing a lot of the string pulling and stuff, or you were just a producer in name only and trying to act like you had a bigger role than you put on. I guess Tyra did realize defamation is when someone lied. With that said, there's too much testimony of what she did to various people involved with ANTM. So she, beyond a few seasons, she need to stretch her ass out in the whole row. Like you said, she mad because she made herself look bad by not taking any accountability. Because according to her, she took accountability. I'm like, in what multiverse? Because I do not remember you taking any accountability for your participation in the show. And her not checking on Miss J after being friends for over 39 years. Because that man taught her ass how to walk. And now he out here trying to walk. And you couldn't visit him in the hospital. He taught girls how to walk. And one of those girls was Tyra. And this is how she treats him. She also had that. Not only, and then I was seeing another video with her bringing Superhead on her show and was kind of perpetuating this certain narrative with Superhead. because Superhead allegedly slept with her man Chris Webber back in the day. So there was an axe to grind when it came to Tyra interviewing Corinne. While the show itself was problematic, its premise really did forever change the modeling industry in ways we absolutely. And I feel like if it wasn't for Top Model, the IG model wouldn't exist because they were doing stuff like that before Instagram models even were a thing. I saw you said Angelia said, if you're going to complain about how you were edited, can you release the footage of me winning? If you win or settle, can I have my 100K because I'm a single mother struggling? Two things can be true at the same. A lot of people don't know how to rub their stomach and pat themselves on top of the head at the same time because apparently they think that two things can't be true. It's like, yeah, you can simultaneously, two things can be, true. But anyway, two things can be true at the same time. For some lives can be affected positively with ANTM toxicity from either a blind eye or from being in a position distant from most obvious toxicity. Yeah, and so you can't just sit and discount other people's experience because you are grateful for your little 15 minutes. We need someone to steal those raw video files and leak them. Full 3 hours. That's why I said I'll sit and watch it just to see if there's, then we'll see Tyra still full of shit. Tyra is such a liar. She was executive producer and then tried to say she wasn't involved in production. She flip flops. I think her hot ice cream isn't doing well. Ain't nobody eating that. First of all, who came up with the idea of hot ice cream? That was like when I'm sitting there watching The View. They sit and acknowledge that Trump said, I love the inflation. I love the inflation. But they didn't focus on the part. And that's why I said, this is how y'all don't surface table bitches. They didn't focus on the part where he said that nobody knows us, not even Iran, but we've been stealing the oil. I'm like, yeah, just like you kidnapped the president of Venezuela and was stealing their resources and put the money and things in a personal offshore account. Why these people aren't in prison is beyond me. When Tyra had Janet on her show, she asked Janet if her farts were fun. Oh my God. First of all, Janet is a lady. She's not be up in here asking her, well, girl, what your fart smell like? Like, such a weirdo. I mean, that is kind of funny, though, but beyond inappropriate. All right, y'all. So now let's get into a name we haven't talked about in a while. Let's talk about Wendy Williams. So Wendy's back in the news. It's been a minute since we talked about the queen of all media. And so she recently did an interview with the New York Post where she started spilling a little tea about life in her conservatorship. And shout out to a friend to the show, Sailor Mermaid, because Wendy lives in his same building. And I actually went to his apartment and stuff. It's a cute little apartment complex in Hell's Kitchen. No, not Hell's Kitchen. It's Hudson Yard. Right over there by the 7 train. So let me tell him his business. But anyway, in an interview with the New York Post, the former talk show host spoke about what life has been like ever since she was forced to retire from her talk show forced to retire. She didn't show up for work after being diagnosed with aphasia and dementia. Well, she wasn't diagnosed with any of that before the whole firation went down, and the fact that Sherry Shepherd came in and got the gig. Now it's just a vacant lot over there because nobody is in that studio because Sherry don't got a job at this point. Williams has been living in Coterie, a high-end assisted living facility, since 2023 and has been battling to end her conservatorship. She suggested that she's rested her case about the facility, which sets her back as much as $25,000 a month. She said there's grass, trees, 2 floors, no cars around, can't even do the elevator to go down. It too is locked. I once was a connoisseur of food, and now sometimes I'll just have meals in my room. And I don't drink, and I'm 61, and mine is a locked floor. And there's also an in and out hospital. There's always security with me. Look, I go to church every Sunday. It's the Christian Cultural Center. 10 a.m., I go with a personal aide. Understand, I did a daily TV show 14 years. This watching over me also deals with dresses. I was tall, looking gorgeous. Now all my good stuff's in storage. She also said that she spent a lot of time keeping notes on her notebook. She said, best I can do is Monday and Friday, I go to the gym. Let me tell you something else. And that is, I don't know exactly how, what, why, but I have gone through a lot of shit. The last time Williams gave public update on her condition was last year in an interview with The Cut. She described the assisted living facility as a dump and said she asked to be moved to a different floor because she is being kept in a memory care unit with people much older than her. And she don't want to come to terms that, yes, she is an older woman. She's 60, she's in her early 60s, but I don't want to be in a room with people where they got like 8 toes in the grave. So I don't understand why y'all keep me in this facility. Now, like I said before, I do feel like Wendy needs to be under plenty of care, but I also feel like she needs to be around family who genuinely cares about her. So last year, her attorney, Joe Tacopina, said that Williams has alcohol-induced dementia, which means that her condition is not expected to worsen like typical dementia patients. And that's because it was like, yeah, she was drinking and that caused the dementia. So it's sad to hear. But you know what? Good luck to her. And I hope she gets the care that she needs. But do I feel like she needs to be in this facility? It's like, no, I don't feel like she needs to be locked up in a prison, but she genuinely needs, I feel like she needs to probably leave New York. She should be around her family that genuinely care about her, but also have round the clock care. And so she's not out here spending $25,000 a month on an apartment. Like, that's crazy to me. But I'm hoping like with that 25 grand, it comes with all the aid, help, and all the other stuff that comes with that, and not just y'all just taking this lady money for the sake of taking her money. Now, speaking of which, let's get into this other story where DJ Boof recently spoke to TMZ about Wendy's condition, saying that it's been upsetting to witness Williams ongoing struggles with her health, and that he thinks her relatives will be critical to her care moving forward. He was also asked how long it was apparent that Williams was in the midst of her health battle and if there was a conflict between the people running the show and Williams' family in terms of what was the best course of action for Williams. Now, I do have that clip, courtesy of TMZ. So hold on a second as we go to that story. I think, is that it? No, maybe this. Oh, yeah, I think it's this one. Okay, so wait, nope, that's not it. Hold on now. It is. Wait, where'd it go? Okay, I got it. Let's share this one. Okay, then we're gonna come back. We're gonna talk. Please.
How long was this going on? And was there a conflict that you saw? Because I think your perspective is so important. A conflict between the people who are running the show and the family in terms of what's best for Wendy?
I don't think no one knew exactly to the extent how bad it was. I felt like people knew something was up with her, but they didn't really know. I knew it because I've been around it, you know. It's sad to see something like that happen to her. You know, she needs help.
I'm curious what your relationship has been. Have you been able to be in touch with her, or do you see it the way the family is describing it?
I speak to Wendy. You know, I don't know if they speak to her as much as I do, but last time I spoke to her was probably like about a month ago. I don't think it's her not keeping them in the loop. I think it could be the guardianship that's not letting them know exactly what's going on.
That's how they see it, at least. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you was to ask me, I think she does need to be around her family. It is hard for me a little because, you know, she's my friend. You know, I've with this woman for 12 years, so I've seen it all. You know, and then it was a relationship outside of the show that, you know, most people don't have. I booked back into her in Miami, which everyone's seen, and we took a picture together, and I seen her. She was 100% great. She was recovering.
Yeah.
And that was due because I seen her in Miami and she was with her son and Travis, and she seemed to be doing great. I think, and if you was to ask me, I believe Florida would be a better place for her because that's where her family is. And I think that she needs that 24-hour care.
All right. So basically I do agree with him on that she definitely needs to be around her family instead of having to be in a situation where she's in a facility with people that she's not familiar with and that she's not aware of who these people are. And to me, it just feels like to me that these people just want her money. And when it comes to these type of facilities, they like to take advantage of people in dire situations. And I've always felt that maybe when it comes down to it, that Wendy was one of those people that um because she's a celebrity, that it would shed light on her guardianship and people who get taken advantage in this industry. So hopefully she's able to get out of it. I don't understand why they won't keep her around people who genuinely care about her, because if he said that she was thriving when she was in Florida around her family, living in Miami, she wasn't like living in the parts that are deemed conservative. Her family lives out in Miami. She could thrive out there, be on the beach, deal with the beautiful tropical weather. She's around her family. Now, if it comes down to money or whatever the case is, and her son trying to take advantage, you have a financial advisor that you assign her to her, and then you have somebody who gives her the round the clock care that she needs to make sure that she's taking her medication, that she's not drinking, because you can give her a sobriety test and find out if she's been under the influence and she's been slipping, and be like, yeah, if she fucks this up, she's going right back into a facility. That should be what the situation is. You should be out here trying to help people get better instead of making it worse. That's like when I was saying about our prison system. You would think that prisons will be a place to rehabilitate people. There's some people that can be saved, but those out here who are just, I made a mistake while I fell on hard times, whatever their circumstances were, and they're trying to get better, that you have things in place to do that. But that's not what it is. When you have companies or things that people can just financially benefit from it, it becomes something completely different. So shout out to Wendy, shout out to DJ Boof. He did tell a story also that, damn, I don't know if I still have it in my phone. I think somebody sent it to me. Hold on, because okay, hold on, because I just got distracted with some fucking bad news. But I want to say, because I think a friend of mine sent me something in regards to the whole Wendy Williams story. Oh yeah, there was on the neighborhood talk, there was something about, they said leaked audio of DJ Booth claiming he previously had to perform CPR on Wendy Williams and bring her back to life. Said he hasn't heard from Wendy or show after taking her to the hospital. They said he's seen that he's seen too much. So hold on. Since high school. Since high school. So you standing and the CPR on her. Yes. In my car, to the hospital, my husband Wendy just again. So much, my nigga. Instead of keeping this woman sick and hope, that's what y'all do. You know she's not well. That's silly. So you know what I did? I walked away from the show, my nigga. Went to my crib. I showed Tyra, my mission, your face to this. So when I went following here 7 years ago, when I said, sorry for the victims, that was only to get Wendy to stop drinking, spilling. And it won't. I have this perspective. I'm a PJ. You're making since high school. Okay, so I just wanted to play out that video. And this, they said, I don't know when this was done, but they were just talking about how he basically had to bring her back with CPR and all that other stuff. But we just saw a video where he was just on TMZ talking about that we talk. So I don't know. Now he out here contradicting himself in so many ways. So I leave that up to y'all at this point. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding the latest on Wendy Williams? And DJ Boof, where he recently said that he's been in contact with her and he thinks the best thing for her is to be in a hospital. So who knows what the timeline of that was. I need to know when that video was, how long ago that video was before he just did the recent interview with TMZ. Now they're talking about this old footage or audio has emerged and talking about that she had to do CPR on her. Now the question remains, I don't know. I have to listen to that again. Was that at the show where he had a revival? Because remember, she was hiding bottles up in the ceiling and all that other stuff. So that way, people didn't know if she was drinking or not. So she was trying to hide her addiction when she was working until she couldn't hide it no more. So yeah, I definitely want to hear from y'all. Let me know what your thoughts are on this story in the comments down below. Well, good for her. Katie out here still releasing music. Oh my gosh, we got 7 more topics to go. Let's just get through these real quick. All right, y'all. So now let's get into this Milania Giudice. I almost call him Melania Trump jail. Milania Giudice story. So apparently she broke her silence in regards, I don't know if y'all heard, but there was an assault that happened where she ended up getting arrested, I believe last month, over she put paws on somebody. We don't know who it was. They said that her sister had to actually intervene and call the police. And all of this went down while they're filming The Housewives of New Jersey. Now, before y'all get all excited thinking you're going to see this footage, you're not. Because the one time when they need to have cameras rolling, this is when the fight happened. So you're not going to get it. You're not going to get to see footage, but what'll probably happen is they will work it in as a narrative into the show where they'll probably do like a little, the black background, they'll put it in the white font of something that happened, and you'll get scenes of the women on the show talking about the incident. So it looked like Teresa gonna be the center of the mess this season. So last month, the Montville Township Police Department in New Jersey arrested Milania Giudice, charging her with simple assault. And now, the Real Housewives of New Jersey child star is cryptically speaking out about the incident. Meanwhile, the internet is already making jokes, wondering if she is potentially following in her parents' footsteps. So yeah, she went on social media and she posted something or another that said this. So she posted this thing that said, "None of us sit high enough to look down on anybody. Be humble." She said, sit down, be humble, sit down. Now she Kendrick Lamar. So yeah, she said, be humble. So but nobody said that anybody else so I guess she's saying that y'all sit down here judging me over my situations. But some people say that y'all be coming across being very high, mighty, and judgmental the way y'all carry yourselves. But that's a whole nother conversation for a whole nother day. Now, Melania's arrest took place on May 14th in her home state. According to the court docs, following her arrest, the police charged Milania with knowingly or purposely causing bodily injury. This incident has marked domestic violence / confidential in nature, while the identity of the alleged victim, alongside further details of this incident, remain unknown. According to a recent report, an insider has alleged details of what happened during the troubling incident. And my thing is that Milania, back in the day, we used to watch The Housewives, she was always kind of physical when, being very tomboyish and hitting and fighting her sisters and all other stuff. I'm not saying that's who it was because they're not telling us who she fought, but nevertheless, Melania has always kind of had like a streak to her where she got hands. Now, they said there was an explosive fight in the house where things escalated. This is what a source told Reality Blurb. There was so much going on that her sister ended up pulling the trigger to call the cops on her. It was out of fear for people's safety and the fact that Milania was going at multiple people. Meanwhile, neither Milania nor her mother, RHONJ star Teresa Giudice, has spoken publicly about the alleged assault. As you may recall, Teresa and her husband, Joe Giudice, faced their own legal woes and both served time for fraud. As RHONJ fans know, both of Melania's parents served time in prison for fraud-related charges. So naturally, once the news of her arrest arrived on the internet, many viewers started making comparisons, which seemingly failed to sit well with Melania. So yesterday on her Instagram stories, Melania posted several heartfelt messages in support of her mother, Teresa Giudice. She also posted a road sign, which I already showed y'all, that contained a cryptic message for her current haters. Well, girl, you already know because your mother's a reality star and you're kind of a public figure because you grew up in the public eye of being a part of the Real Housewives of New Jersey. A lot of the scrutiny is going to come your way, and a lot of every little thing you do is going to, as I was saying, is going to be scrutinized and put out there for the public to talk about. Now, regarding the latter, Melania, with a little help from the sign, well, we already read what it said, so we don't need to go through that again. Then Melania posted a slide that read, I hope my mom never carries the weight of thinking it wasn't enough. I could fill pages with the quiet, beautiful ways she shaped my life. Several beats earlier, Melania also posted another cheeky nod to her famous mom that read, me and my mama so close, sometimes I be forgetting I'm talking to my mama, followed by a laughing emoji. Well, girl, it feels like you're trying to overcompensate for something when you have to let everybody know how close you are with your mother. Because because according to Rob Shutter over there on his Substack, he's saying that the castmates are wondering, was Teresa's husband the alleged victim? So let's read what he had to say. So he said, as questions continue to swirl around Melania Giudice's DV case, some of Teresa's fellow Real Housewives castmates are privately speculating that the alleged victim may have been Teresa's husband, Louis Ruelas. The identity of the alleged victim remains confidential under New Jersey law, but sources tell Naughty But Nice that Ruelas was the first person many Bravo insiders thought of. The first question everyone asked was it Louis? He's very controversial, so that's where the speculation immediately went. Melania, who's 20, was arrested following an alleged dispute in Montville, New Jersey, where Teresa and Ruelas lived. She was charged with simple assault and purposely or knowingly caused bodily injury. The case remains active. Now, authorities have sealed details surrounding the alleged victim, fueling intense speculation. Nobody knows who was allegedly injured, but a lot of people assumed he could be involved. Well, whoever was injured did not go to the hospital. And you already know, we read the article where they said that there was a party that went down and Melania went after several people. So all this could be speculation. That was according to Reality Blurb. Now, Rob is out here saying that people are speculating it might be Louis. I mean, we know Louis has been controversial in a lot of ways, and a lot of people, particularly Margaret Josephs, who was not coming back to Jersey, has been very vocal about her dislike of Louis and how she feels that Teresa has not been very transparent with their relationship and how she feels like he's using her and all this other stuff. But I'm like, look, that's her husband. This is her decision. This is who she wants to be married to. Go in and let her have at it. That's her thing. You don't have who are we to judge. Now, when it comes down to if she divorced him and whatever reason, then y'all be the support that she needs. But for now, if this is who she want to be married to, let her be married to them. Now, sources stress there is no public evidence linking Ruelas to the allegations, and no law enforcement agency has identified him as the alleged victim. Still, the mystery has become a major topic in Bravo circles, saying everybody still thinks it's him. The secrecy is creating more questions than answers. So for now, the biggest mystery isn't what happened, is who it happened to. And with the Housewives of New Jersey currently filming, I'm going to assume that this will be a main topic that the producers will be pushing forth for them to try to drag this out, which is going to get Teresa upset and wanting her to get into mama bear mode because now y'all coming after her daughter and you know how she feels about her children. So if this is a way, I guess, to bring the ratings, then go in and let have. But I don't know how the fans are going to feel because you already know they was feeling a way about a lot of the toxicity and how people get at each other when it comes to family related drama. And hopefully the Gorgas don't get caught up in the middle of that because they're all in their kumbaya moment. Teresa and her brother and the family and everybody's getting along for now. So we'll just have to see how all this turns out whenever the Housewives of New Jersey finishes filming, and we'll get it probably later on this year. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Milania Giudice and, this whole assault? If y'all got any tea that you want to spill about this story, let me know in the comments down below. Between her son and Kevin Hunter, I hope they're happy because all this happened because they were spending her money and Kevin couldn't wrap it up. Child. Well, yeah, it's like both Kevins was using her. The son was spending up her money. The husband was using her as a ATM. Well, both the Kevins was. All right, y'all. So now let's get back into more hot topics. And let's talk about Wanda Sykes. So Wanda Sykes is opening up about turning down Kevin Hart's roast and basically said the reason why she did it is because them jokes was tired. Because we've come a long way in regards of the way the roast used to be. We had the Friars roast where people actually had to be clever with a lot of the jokes that they say. But these days, it's just like people just say all kinds of crazy stuff. They just go for the low hanging fruit, and if you don't laugh at it, then you're woke or you're a snowflake or all the other dumb shit that people like to say. I was like, why is this thing not working? Thank you. The other BS that people like to use to justify the fact that MF, you just not funny. So she basically said that she considers herself lucky to have opted out of fellow comedian Kevin Hart's recent roast. She said, just lazy writing. This is what she said on Thursday on Vulture's Good One podcast when asked what has gone wrong during last month's Netflix special, The Roast of Kevin Hart. She said, but I thought the same thing with the 2024 Tom Brady roast too. Seems like the roast that just recycled, sexist, racist, gay jokes. Like, come on. The Upshaw star said that Hart, who's a friend, had wanted her to participate. She said, Kevin called me before it was announced, and I said no. He said, come on, Wanda, come on. It'll be good. It'll be good for your special. You got a special coming out. I was like, Kevin, I love you, man. He goes, I know it's not your thing. I know it's not your thing. He's like, you'll just come in, do your thing, and get out of there. But if it's not her thing, why would you want her to do something that she's not comfortable doing? It's like, I'm not doing it. And what's going to happen is you're setting her up to be roasted by unfunny ass Tony Hinchcliffe and all the other ones that's up there. And it's like, I'm not partaking in the bullshit. So if that's not her thing and everybody ain't built to do roast, then that's just not her thing. Now, in answer to the question of whether she had consumed enough of the special to know if she made the right choice, Sykes was clear. She said, I consumed enough to go, thank God, she said candidly. Sykes went to the WNBA's Los Angeles Sparks game instead. As y'all know, the roast was hosted by Shane Gillis and a lineup of Chelsea Handler, Pete Davidson, Cheryl Underwood, Jeff Ross, Cat Williams, Tony Hinchcliffe, and more. And it goes to show that Cat Williams, I guess, buried the hatchet with Kevin Hart, because remember, they was not liking each other at one point. And Shane Gillis, remember at one point he was fired from, I think, SNL because he made like a racist joke, whatever. And I worked his show when he came to the Garden. He's actually pretty funny. Cheryl Underwood also spoke about the roast when she co-hosted The View last week. So if y'all haven't gotten around to seeing that clip, definitely check that out. Ratings, as you know, were good with 13.5 million viewers, high enough for it to top in the English TV category, although slightly less than Brady's event, which racked up 13.8 million views in its first week on the streamer, according to Deadline. I'm not really, as y'all know, I'm not really a big fan of Kevin Hart. I never thought he was funny. I think he's just loud. He's obnoxious. He's annoying. He makes my teeth itch. I just think that he's not funny. And we already know the type of coon he likes to act as. He's somebody who's seduced by the Hollywood money. He likes being this court jester or the butt of the joke. And when it came down to holding people like Tony Hinchcliffe, who is not funny at all, he just thinks that by saying the most egregious, racist, homophobic, most deplorable things that is being funny. But my thing is, if you're going to say something that is deeply offensive or it better be earth-shattering funny, meaning you better swing big. And if you miss, which he did miss a lot. And if y'all saw, like, what is so funny about when you do a Trump rally, which there's never in the history of political rallies have we had comedians open up a rally and then refer to Puerto Rico as a floating pile of garbage? Where is the laugh track in there? Oh, where's the funny in that? Oh, you just said something. It just, you're justifying your racism. And that's what people want to do. It's like low-hanging fruit. That's funny now. And it's like, no, it's not funny. It's just obnoxious. And you know I love an offensive joke. Now, speaking of racist and sexist, Chelsea Handler found the jokes from both Gillis and Hinchcliffe to be racist and sexist. And she said, it was ick. It was gross. This is what she said on the May 20th episode of Funny Knowing You podcast with Dion Cole. She also pointed to a joke Gillis had made about lynching, while Hinchcliffe used the suicide of Underwood's husband to get a laugh, which I'm glad that Cheryl went and got her lick back in regards to that. Wait, hold on. Let me see if I can find that clip on The View. I'm starting to think Cardi must have got her tits done, because now this is the funny that came up. It was like her boobs are just ginormous. I don't want him. I don't want him up there. I'm trying to see if I can find that clip. I probably won't be able to. Oh wait, did I find it? No, that's the Trump NBA Finals thing. We don't care about that because the Knicks already won. So oh, well, I actually found, hopefully we don't get in trouble for this one. So I did find one for the Breakfast Club on what she had to say on that. We could play that one. But I heard like the Breakfast Club could be pretty annoying because it's like if you post any of their stuff, they like to come at you. But I'm gonna try to change the audio in regards to that, the speed, so that way it won't be too bad. And we'll come back into
Tony
please
Hinchcliffe walks up to me and he says, "I'm Tony Hinchcliffe." I said, "What's up?" You know, and he said, "Well, you know, I'm on the roast which because they didn't want us to know who was on it, but I knew some people were coming." I said, "So," and I just asked him. I said, "How you coming?" He said, "Well, I'm gonna talk about your husband killing himself and you being raped."
Why did you agree?
Jesus Christ! It's not that I agree.
Okay.
Not that I agree. Can I, just as a comic, say to you what you can and cannot say? I can't. I can only make a recommendation, but I can't tell you. I can't say if we on a show together. I can't say to her, "Don't tell the whoop whoop wop wop joke." I can say, "Well, I'm gonna tell some jokes similar." But I'm the type of comic that if we doing the same type of material, right? If we both doing head jokes, right? And which that's my one good skill.
Yeah.
I know how fire.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right,
Yeah. I know how to put them to sleep. Right? What surgery are we doing today? Are we taking appendix out? Let's go, right? But I can't tell you don't do oral sex jokes. But if I'm a good leader and I'm hosting the show, I do my jokes behind your joke. That makes the show stronger.
So that's not an equivalent of your husband killing himself and you being
but I can't agree to that. It's in the public domain that my husband committed suicide. I talked about it. I talked about it on the top. It's in the public domain. The way they roast now, whatever's in the public domain, they feel they should be able to say it, and they're making a lot of money off of it. But here's the thing: to talk about, and I felt a lot of people, you a coon, and they love to throw that shit around. You a coon. Here's the thing: if you can use it to talk about certain things, use it to talk about mental illness in Black men. That my husband committed suicide. You don't have to just uplift the jokes they told by criticizing them because it's all clickbait. Then if you want to talk about me being raped, you talk about sexual violence. I talked about it. I talked about that it was some street dudes that was very protective of me, and they said if we find the motherfuckers that did it, we gonna kill them. I was like, hey man, don't do that on my behalf. But that is sexy as mug. That's thorough shit that you were gonna do that for me, right? So I've talked about it. So it's not I'm not in concurrence or agreement of it, and I don't even know how it's coming, right? I just know they respected me enough to walk up to me and say, that's how we coming. So when he said that, how did you respond? I said, I looked at him. I like, so what the fuck you want? And I said, just like that, what the fuck you want? He said, well, what you feel? I said, it better be funny. I said, it better be funny. If it ain't funny, I'm gonna get your ass. I said, I'll get you.
It wasn't.
I said, but I smiled at him. I said, listen, do what you got to do. Why? Because I know these manosphere comics are getting out there. That's why I said what I said. You're bringing back words that when we were using them, we got canceled. So what is funnier, midget or little people? What is funny, retarded or disabled? Right? So you move so far politically correct that they pushed it back. So now they get to use words. But it's about accountability. For me, the George Floyd joke, I was like, you a trip, right? But then I also thought, and I told Tony when I went and did kill Tony, I said, listen to me. I asked him. I said, you want to record something with me? And I was wearing this shirt, and I wore it today specifically. You know what date this is?
1831.
Nat Turner. Nat Turner.
Yeah.
So listen, sometimes you can lead the rebellion in a different way, right? So my feeling was, you ain't got to deal with me. You got to deal with the George Floyd family. You got to deal with those in the community that love George Floyd. You got to deal with somebody walking up to you throwing hands, and you can't do shit about it because you're a little motherfucker. What you gonna do? Because you told the joke. Now be held accountable for the joke. I don't want my laughing on a roast panel to be misconstrued as anything other than these are my colleagues. This is how they roast nowadays. It's not like Dean Martin and Pearl Bailey and Phyllis Diller. Milton Berle told some of the best dick jokes in the world. Why? Because he had a big ass dick and he's not attractive in the face, but he was blowing the backs out of all them starlets in the 40s and the 50s. The Friars Club roast sure did. And Friars Club roast were private events where we were ragging on each other. When comics talk about each other, it's misogynistic, it's racial, it's racist, it's borderline. But they make a lot of money on the type of humor they do, which is bigotry and racist and racial, right? They making a force. They selling out stadiums doing this shit.
Can
right?
black people do that to them is the question that I think a lot of people
Yes,
have.
we can. Yes, we can.
Why don't more black people do it? Like, why don't they make jokes about their community and things that they consider taboo?
We do.
Okay.
We do. Paul Mooney was walking motherfuckers out of
Paul
Carolina.
Paul
Out of Carolina.
Paul
They white people cussing Paul. They be like, I never will. God damn it, you will today.
I seen it.
Right?
I seen it a few times.
Yes.
I seen Paul. I think white people get up and leave.
Yes.
And Paul be like, yes. He be
Yes.
so happy.
Get the fuck out. Right. That's right. One of the first jokes I wrote was, what go good with chili?
Crackers.
Now that you done brought up white people, let's talk about their motherfucking ass.
Well, that was the first time I heard that damn joke, but I was like, crackers. And look, that's what I be saying. Like, if you're gonna swing big bitch, because that's what it is now. They want to sell racism and homophobia and rape and all these controversial things as being funny. And it's like, no, there's cleverness in telling those jokes. So I do agree, like, if you're gonna talk about somebody's husband unaliving themselves, then drive home a situation as a teachable moment about mental health within the Black community, especially amongst Black men. That's when you go with the whole story. Instead of, oh, look, I said something controversial. Tee, ooh. And if you have a problem with it, oh, you're just soft. Oh, you're a snowflake. But you have to realize, if you're going to stand 10 toes down on that joke, you got to be able to stand 10 toes down on the repercussions that come with that. And that's why I don't like people like Tony Hinchcliffe, because they think that, oh, well, I should be able to say all the most offensive shit. And you can say the most offensive shit that you want, but you have to know there's consequences that come with that. And these people who want justification in their misogyny and their homophobia and their transphobia and their racism and stuff, they're the ones who go and well, she said they selling out stadiums. Tony Hinchcliffe is selling out arenas. He ain't selling out no damn stadium. Like, he's doing 2 nights in August in Madison Square Garden, and I'm making sure I'm blacking out those 2 days because I've worked his show enough times already. And I remember I would have conversations with a lot of the older guys you would think like, okay, they voted for Trump from Long Island. That's what they're like, this motherfucker ain't funny at all. This shit is annoying. They ready to go home. I be laughing because of their reaction to the fact that, yeah, we got to sit and hear this offensive, unfunny bullshit coming from Tony Hinchcliffe and all these other half-breed, cockeyed, retarded looking ass comedians. Y'all got up here telling they 10-second jokes, or usually was it like 60 seconds they get up there and tell a joke? And they be getting booed or people just laugh or whatever. Cam, one of the guys from SNL, came from Kill Tony. So they're starting to infiltrate our situation. But this is cute or whatever. This is going probably, I guess, going to last up until the Trump regime is kaput. And then we'll see how comedy will have to reshape itself. But yeah, Paul Mooney was a key. I used to live for Paul Mooney back in the day. I wish he was alive today because he would roast the dog shit out of a lot of these comedians. I really wish that he was alive today so we could hear what he had to say on this. But yeah, so that interview with Wanda is up on YouTube if you want to check it out. Shout out to Cheryl Underwood for saying what she said. I wish I could have found that clip of her on The View, but the one she just did with the Breakfast Club, that was even better. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of what was said here in regards of the line regarding comedy? Like I said, I love a funny, offensive joke. I love raunchy humor. I like stuff, I say crazy shit on this show, not to the detriment of hurting people's feelings, but I say stuff and I roast and gag and all other stuff, but you have to be smart and clever in the delivery and not just thinking, oh, I could make a joke about juzz, but really you talking about goods, because that's the same similar joke that he was trying to get at when Tony was up there looking like a burnt burrito with that horrible fucking tan, telling them tired ass, unfunny ass jokes during that Kevin Hart roast, and Kevin's sitting up there, because his feet can't touch the ground. He's so damn little. Like a 4-year-old, 4'2" midget, trying to laugh and trying to overcompensate for the fact that he knew them jokes wasn't fucking funny. But had the nerve to perch his little ass in that little stool up there on the Breakfast Club, his little high chair, and sit up there on the Breakfast Club talking about he had the funniest set. And I'm like, in what multiverse? Because Tony ain't never been funny. Like I told y'all before, he did a night at the Garden where it was supposed to be a Tony Hinchcliffe comedy special, couldn't even sell out past the 6th floor. And we have a multitude of, we got 11 floors in the Garden. He could only sell the floor, which is the 5th floor, and the 100, which is the 6th floor. You couldn't even sell beyond that. But Kill Tony, that's sold out because that has a much more significant name to it. And you have other comedians that can come in and be a part of that podcast. But Tony Hinchcliffe by himself couldn't sell water to, a camel. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. All right, y'all. So now let's get into our next topic. We're going to go from one lesbianic comedian to another. So let's go from Wanda to Rosie O'Donnell, who is opening up about the fact that, yeah, she has reunited and it feels so good with her daughter, Chelsea, who, she was having issues with, and Chelsea went and threw shade at her and even got in contact with her biological mother who was backing her up. But look, at the end of the day, while you serving time for being a mess, a hot, drugged out mess, who came to visit you? That mother that you was throwing shade at. So Rosie O'Donnell posted on her social media that she went and visited her daughter in prison. They took a picture together and everything, as you can see on, the second picture here on the right-hand side. And the 64-year-old actress's daughter and had her probation revoked. As y'all know, was sentenced to jail in October after she was arrested 3 times in 2024, starting with the September arrest on multiple felony charges, including neglecting a child and possession of methamphetamine. Rosie recently visited Chelsea in prison, where she said the 28-year-old requested her mother to come and see her. And she reflected on the experience through poetry she shared alongside a mother-daughter selfie on Instagram and via Substack on Friday, June 12th. The photo, seemingly taken during the visit, shows Chelsea smiling as she wrapped her arms around her mother. In a poem about the visit, Rosie said her heart skipped a beat the moment Chelsea walked through the door in the visitation room, saying she looks good, the actress wrote. Healthy, calm / rested blue eyes, clear skin in her green uniform. I guess that's the poetry. The pair embraced, according to Rosie. She added that she held on tight to her daughter and stared into her eyes. She said, "We have been through so much." The League of Their Own actors continued in the poem. Reflecting on her daughter's own children, Rosie said Chelsea's 4 kids have not visited their mom in prison, which pains her, I know. I didn't believe she had that many damn children. The comedian then wrote that she tried to stay present during the prison visit. She said, "I tried to shake the sadness." Of her daughter, Rosie wrote, "It's hard enough for her. She turns 29 this summer, and all I see when I look at her is a blonde baby in diapers." The prison visit was cut short due to weather conditions, Rosie said in the poem. She noted that after a quick hug, she was back outside in her car, saying, quote, "It storms all the way to the hotel as I try to process all that's happened." This is what she wrote. "It was a big day for both of us." Rosie, who was a mom of 5 children total, 4 with her ex-wife Kelly Carpenter and her 5th with late ex-wife Michelle Rounds. Well, I forgot her wife died. Says she slept for hours after the emotional visit, for which she was proud of us both. Unconditional love, simply the only way through motherhood, she added. Love and forgiveness a must, even when it seems impossible, especially when we learn, we grow, even at 64. Rosie also shares some of her thoughts before the visit on Substack, saying that she's not fighting it anymore. This relationship we have, her sobriety helps so much, gives me hope. Now, in a later stanza, Rosie added of her child, "I told her I may cry when I see her. They're in prison clothes. She said her daughter responded, "Why, Mom? It's not bad in here. I have friends now." Well, it's funny. It's crazy how she's feeling like she thrives more in prison than she does in the real world. So that's insane. She said that she's alive. She continued the poem, looking forward to her release, planning her post-prison journey, drug-free, getting back with her children, making amends, dreaming of peace for the first time, as am I. Well, I'm just hoping this whole situation because Chelsea has been through a lot. This to me is a full circle moment. This is, I guess we could put a slight little bow on the happy ending, because when you suffer from drug addiction, I do feel like it is every day is a work in progress. There are going to be times that people are able to maintain their sobriety, and then people are going to slip up. So I don't feel like we need to crucify anybody for when they relapse. They're human. It's going to happen. I just hope that her reuniting with Rosie, wanting to make amends, healing that hurt part of who she is, and getting better, so that way when she gets out of prison, she gets on the straight and narrow, she works on herself, maintains her sobriety, and wants to get back in the good graces of her 4 children. Because the worst thing a kid wants to deal with is dealing with a parent who is succumbing to a lot of their drug issues, and they feel like there's nobody who actually loves them. And you don't want them to have that feeling of then they get caught up in sobriety and hanging out with drugs and hanging out with the wrong crowd and that sort of thing, because of issues they've had to encounter. Because a lot of times when we're young and we go through things as kids, excuse me, we carry a lot of our childhood traumas into our adulthood, and people allow that to stifle them. I mean, trust me, I have my issues with my childhood and trying to succumb to different things, but I would never get to that point. We're all still a work in progress, but we shouldn't allow our childhood demons to basically seal the deal on who we are as people. So I'm glad that Rosie is working things out with her kid. I hope that they maintain some sort of friendship, because a relationship, because the worst thing I always hate is like when parents and their kids don't get along. Like I have friends who have like bad relationships with a mother or a father or both parents, and the kids at the end of the day don't ask to be brought into this world. So love on your children, and children love on your parents. So I say all this, or as some I would say, like if y'all not going to love up on your kids, then don't fucking have them. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Even though technically I will say Rosie adopted a lot of her children, she didn't push them out. What do you guys think of this story in regards of Rosie working things out with her daughter Chelsea? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Okay, y'all. So now let's move on. And oh, wait. So we are down to our final 4 topics. So we got our final 4 coming up. So before we get to our final 4 topics, if we please do me a solid, hit that like button, smash notification, hype the channel, all the good things. If you are having issues, because I know some people say like, oh, I didn't get a notification when you're doing your live. I missed a live, and I do get those comments. I guess unsubscribe and then resubscribe and then click the bell if you haven't. I don't know. Sometimes YouTube and their algorithms, they get on my damn root canal nerve. So I know it doesn't get out there like people would hope, but whatever. Hit the like, subscribe, hype, do all the different things, help the show get out there to more eyes and viewers. Now, without further ado, let's talk about Jennifer Lopez, who is in the news because apparently, and I did hear stories about this maybe a couple of weeks ago. So I don't want to address it. I don't want to talk about it. But Rob Shutter recently just did on his Substack a story about Jennifer and Emmy, who identified as far as back as I remember was non-binary. But now I'm hearing stories that Emmy now goes by Oscar and identifies as a trans man. Now, Jennifer has not addressed this. She has not come out and said that her child is now identifying as a trans male, but this is the story that's been going around, and it's Oscar Oskar. I'm like, oh, you different. You built different. You out here naming yourself Oscar with a K. So, let's get into the story. So, parenting, as y'all know, was never easy, but doing it under the glare of the spotlight comes with unique challenges. Now, we do have a lot of parents out here who have trans children. Jamie Lee Curtis has a trans child. We got Dwayne Wade and Gabrielle Union has a trans child. There's a lot of people out here who have trans children. And now, I guess, according to Naughty But Nice, Rob Shutter's Substack, Jennifer Lopez now has a trans child. Now, Jennifer is drawing a firm line, as you'll know, when it comes to questions about her child Oscar's transition. She's not discussing it publicly. Now, sources tell Naughty But Nice that Lopez has made it clear to her team and to reporters seeking interviews that questions about Oscar's personal journey are off limits. They said Hinofa's position is non-negotiable, a source tells me. She would not be discussing Oscar in interviews, on red carpets, or during promotional appearances. That's not her story to tell. So for those who are actually thinking that Hinofa is ashamed of her child being trans, when I also believe that one of her sister's other children is non-binary. So maybe she had a head start on the fact that, yeah, there is already members of her family who are part of the LGBTQ community. And now that she has a child that also identifies with the community, it's more of an understanding on her part. And so it's not like there's a shame. The fact of the matter is, it's not her story to tell. It's not for her to go around sitting up there, yeah, my child is trans and all this other stuff. When Oscar's ready to come out and reveal what's going on in their personal life, then they will do that. They said she is completely supportive. That's what the friend says, but support doesn't mean speaking for someone. Hinofa believes Oscar deserves privacy and the right to share as much or as little as he chooses. The superstar has long worried about the pressures her children face growing up in the spotlight, saying most young people get to navigate major life moments privately. Oscar has had to do it with public attention from the day he was born. Hinofa is determined not to add to that. Now, according to sources, interview requests have come with a clear understanding that questions about Oscar's transition won't be entertained. Reporters have been told not to go there, said a source familiar with the situation. Hinofa will happily talk about her career, her projects, or even motherhood, but Oscar's personal journey is off limits. Her job is to love and protect her child, and right now that means staying silent. Yes, you have the right to remain silent, and I do agree wholeheartedly with her on this. I do wonder what the twins' relationship with Mark is, because we don't really hear, we always hear about Hinofa and the twins, but we don't ever hear about Mark Anthony. And Mark Anthony stayed laying low and spreading it wide with every other wife he get and getting them pregnant. I mean, I don't know if his current wife had her second kid. So, and I believe he has 7 children. Child, one of them was about to come out part of the LGBT community. You have all them damn children. But I find it also fascinating because here we have a Hispanic household who is a part of this community, and you know where it comes to the Hispanics and machismo and all that other shit. So I definitely feel like when this story does come out, it does showcase like, yeah, besides Ricky Martin, we do have another public figure who has queerness in this cipher, and that can bridge the gap and open up more conversations about queer people in the Hispanic community. So, but until Oscar's ready to take on that role, we'll see. But I know Hinofa right now is undergoing empty nest syndrome because her twins are going off to college. College is done because it's June. But when the new season starts up, which I believe is in August, she's gonna be celebrating. Well, she's gonna be going through the empty nest situation because both her sons, I guess we could say that, because now you have a trans male for a son. The twins are gonna go off to college, and yeah, there's that. So shout out to you, Hinofa, and because she said on out everything she does is for the gay community or the LGBT community, and I'm like, really? I mean, if y'all feel like everything she do is for the community, then okay. If you like it, I love it. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Hinofa, according to this report? Says that, yeah, anything to do with her child and Oscar is off limits. She will not be discussing their private matters because they didn't ask to be in this business. This is my shit. I decided I wanted to be a superstar and all this other stuff. I didn't. My kids are just part of it by are in it by proxy. So whatever your thoughts are on this matter, and I'm going to protect them and give them as much of a personal, private life, even though they get all the glorifications of being rich and living in a mansion and all that other stuff. They're nepo babies, but um but I'm gonna protect them like I would if I were just a regular mother out in the street with a regular job. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. On the Pop Heads Reddit, majority wants a dance album from Sabrina Carpenter, saying she has a voice for it. Well, hello. Didn't I say that? Not in this situation, but I've said this earlier. I've said that Sabrina needs to do dance music. The type of music she's doing now, it feels very childish. It comes across very childish. So I never understood, like, this music that she does. I mean, it's cute or whatever, but it's a little too girly for me. Like little girls like this shit, and they do. I need she needs a little, a little dirt under her nails. That's what we need from Sabrina. So yeah, I definitely feel like she could sell the dance music better than Ariana because I was not buying it from her. I don't care if you got a homosexual for a brother. His dance music ain't that good either. So I definitely think that Sabrina needs to do a dance record. Hopefully, this, her collaborating with Madonna, and this would be the perfect way for them. Because if people come out, oh, she's trying to copy of Madonna, I would look at it as she was inspired by working with Madonna on that song that it influenced her going in that direction with her music. I hope they don't treat him like a spectacle. This regime likes to treat people who are part of the community like non-human whenever he feels free to speak his story. Absolutely. And I hope that's not what happens either, because we're gonna get in. It's funny enough, that's a perfect segue, because it kind of is reflecting what Laverne Cox is saying in her recent interview, because she got a new book out and things. So speaking of Laverne Cox, let's get into her. So Laverne Cox recently, I believe, did an interview where she basically said, I think it was there was a framing of her iconic Time magazine cover in 2014, which included a memorable cover line of the transgender tipping point while discussing long lost earnings in the Trump era. And she recently did an interview with The Guardian where she discussed what's going on with this rhetoric of what had happened with the Trump administration is affecting her coins, or as I like to say, her coinsidas. So Laverne Cox recently told The Guardian while promoting her new book, Transcendent, a memoir, that 90% of her income has been lost over the last few years due to Donald Trump's administration's attack on gender ideology and DEI. Meanwhile, there's a lot of people that's really benefiting from DEI happens to be people within his administration. So it's okay for DEI for white people, but not for people of color. And like I said, if people were treated equally in the workforce and things of that nature, DEI wouldn't need to even be a thing to be put in place. And she used the right word because, I don't refer to them as an administration. She said the regime. So this regime has threatened to defund any colleges or universities that promote gender ideology, DEI, which of course stands for diversity, equity, and inclusion. Even though I'd be teaching a graduate acting class, it could be perceived as promoting trans ideology. These are the realities. So yeah, she has speaking engagements that she does, and they've kind of been sent away. They've had to cancel them or they don't exist because they feel like, oh, you have a trans person teaching a class. Oh, you're promoting transness. I just so happen to be trans, but I'm promoting, like she said, this specific class, which would be a graduate acting class because I'm an actor, and I also took acting classes. So now, from what I learned, I can pass that down to my fellow actors. She also continued by saying, I'm not complaining. I'm very blessed. I think the important thing to note is that if Laverne Cox's income has gone down significantly, what about all the other trans people who are not as privileged and as blessed as I am? There are material consequences for this kind of discrimination and scapegoating. Not that Cox is surprised. The actor told The Guardian that attacks on DEI were explicit in Project 2025 campaign ahead of Trump's reelection. And I also read this article, or not read the article, but I think I saw it over on Kyle Kalinski's show, where he talked about one of the guys who was a part of the whole Project 2025 situation, literally said the quiet part out loud and thanked Donald Trump for implicating a lot of what was in Project 2025, which we tried to tell a lot of y'all that was going to happen, but y'all didn't believe it because y'all thought, what's gonna be so bad? Oh, it's gonna be a lot like his previous administration. But it's like you're not dealing with a logical, rational man who have had years and years of being in politics. You're dealing with someone who's a bullshit artist who could easily be bought with just a simple piece of flattery. But y'all thought y'all was dealing with somebody rational. Now you're realizing how irrational this man is, and now a lot of people running around here regretting it. No, wallow in the decision you made. This is why I always talk about consequences to actions. That the actions, the decisions you make, every action has a reaction, cause and effect. when you do something, you got to expect that this is the cause of what you did. So you got to live with it. And yeah, the rest of us who knew, who understood, we're going to have to suffer through the bullshit. But I don't want to hear nothing because this is what you voted for, those of you that voted for it. Now, at the same time, Cox started losing speaking engagements and teaching opportunities. She also ended her stint as the host of E! Live from the Red Carpet after 3 years. She announced her departure in January 2025, just ahead of the Golden Globes. With an incredible amount of gratitude, I've decided not to return as host of Live from E's red carpet coverage. I'm so incredibly proud of the work she did over my 3-year tenure. These moments are a reminder to me of what an incredible privilege it has been to talk to some of the world's greatest artists about their work, navigate the process of success, etc. I'm so excited to keep growing, evolving, exploring, blah, 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 because you're talking about exploring opportunities as an actress, artist, and speaker, blah, 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 and all that other stuff. So she also was in a movie called Outcome, which Jonah Hill was a part of. I think he directed it, and it came out in April. I heard the movie was terrible, but I'm glad she's speaking out of this and giving the realities of what trans people and people of color are dealing with. Because, yeah, when DEI became weaponized by this regime, a lot of Black women in very high-profile federal jobs were fired. They lost their jobs because of this narrative that this regime has done, where they're good at using the fears and the ignorances of others as a weapon against them. And this is where this article that I read yesterday from Adam Mockler, I think it was with Attitude or one of the gay blogs or whatever, websites that he spoke to, where he was talking about how queer people are being ostracized and the fact that this regime is using a lot of like DI and also, well, not necessarily DI, but I guess it could be incorporated in that, but also just a lot of people not understanding transness, because being trans is so nuanced that you really can't just simplify it like this regime has, which is no men in women's sports, no men in women's bathrooms. So when you say stuff like that, that plays into the ignorance, that plays into the fears, they've simplified it into like a little headline or a tweet or whatever at 80 words or less, where people can, oh, trans people in bathrooms? They've got women with dicks going into the store. Like, what? What are you talking about? That's not what trans people are doing. And don't get me wrong, there are some trolls out here that are doing shit to go viral and clout and all other stuff. We're not talking about them idiots. We're talking about genuine people who just want to be out here living their life and doing what they need to do, and they're being ostracized and picked on because we have a regime that's spreading a certain narrative. But then that comes to the Democrats need to just be better with their messaging. And I also feel like with Democrats, y'all need to stop running away from things, especially when we're talking about identity politics or whatever the case is, because and explain things better. Stop trying to come at people with an Ivy League dialogue and really speak to people regularly, where it's like you're coming to them rationally, human, really taking the time to explain. But it's like Democrats aren't really good at delivering a message. So if you're not good at delivering a message, let people come out here who, like the Adam Mocklers and the Hassan Pikers and so many others, the Kyle Kalinskis, people who are Democratic but are more progressive in their beliefs, and really explain it in a way. That's why in New York we got our socialist Zohran Mamdani, who definitely knows how to articulate things in a way where people truly get where he's coming from in a lot of stuff. And it's like, there are people that still have a problem with him. But it's like, we don't give a fuck, because if you're not from here, then we don't care. Or a lot of people who do complain about New York, a lot of times y'all happen to be fucking Zionists because he won't put Israel first. But if you want Israel to be first, why don't you move your ass over there instead of trying to turn New York City into that shit? Because we're not over here going to sit up here and applaud Zionism. And the people that like to weaponize, then we call out Zionists, you want to say we anti-Semitic. No. I'm not anti-Semitic. I don't have issues with Jews. I have an issue with people who think that they're above everybody else and would rather see brown folk like Palestinians or anybody who's from Iran or whatever dead because they feel like they are owed something that doesn't belong to you. You're a colonizer. So if we're going to talk about that, we're going to talk about the real shit. So shout out to Laverne. I'm glad that she's speaking out about a lot of this stuff, and she needs to continue to be that voice. I know people still get mad at her over the whole MAGA boyfriend thing. No, that's her cross to bear. That's something she got to live with. But if we could just focus on the things, other things, instead of just being so fixated on, well, I don't fuck with her because she hunts the man. Some of you bitches out here done fuck worse. So let's not sit up here and try to act like that y'all are fucking Saint Mother Teresa. Because a lot of y'all are not, especially when y'all be selling for some of the motherfuckers y'all be selling for. So shout out to you, Laverne. I'm glad you're basically speaking out on this, and I hope, you know what, people just hold on. Hopefully, once this regime, we get through this storm of mess, that things will get better for a lot of people in marginalized communities. But we're going to go through this storm. We always make it out on the other side. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of what Laverne Cox had to say in regards to all of this? And yeah, like I said before, Democrats, I need to do a better job of articulating and really speak up against, for the very community, especially the LGBTQ community that has definitely helped a lot of y'all maintain some of the power and caucusing and doing all the other stuff y'all doing, because y'all out here trying to throw them under the bus for why? That's not going to help you in the long run, because now you over here trying to nab up, N-A-B, because I know it sounds like I'm saying nab up some of the groypers or whatever the case is over here on that side. Let them motherfuckers, them inbreeders, stay over there. What you need to do is you need to be a better messenger for the people that are actually on your side, who really want you out here fighting the Republicans and standing up to the fat, dementia-ridden fucking chief who just had an 80th birthday yesterday. But people called it also the Obama Day of Remembrance. So that's what we're going to call his birthday from now on. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. A lot of people said that her charting on the Hot 100 was very lucky, but Warner is focused on the album. If this was iTunes or radio, Bring Your Love would be huge hit, like 4 minutes. Well, yeah, we know the radio landscape is much different now. Madonna doing Coachella didn't move the needle, but the album and the tour is going to be a massive success, and that's where the money is anyway. And people don't realize this. Yeah, Devin is another one that's like, yeah, I didn't even know you be going live, and I just did that whole spiel about the like and all the other mess. This is why we need networks to hire trans people for their shows. Euphoria is one example, and truly haven't seen a show as progressive since Orange is the New Black. Hunter Schafer is now shining. Well, look, we've been saying we're rooting for her to be Mystique in the new X-Men movie, but yeah, we definitely need networks. And funny enough, Alan Mockler said that what he's looking forward to doing is the same thing, kind of like with Bill Maher and some of the other, even though Bill Maher is problematic, but he said in the sense of doing like things where we don't have to wait to get an invite to CNN and MS Now and all these other linear channels, that you can build your own panel show on YouTube and so many other places where you can get people who are of different minds politically, and we can really engage in these conversations. And I totally agree that we definitely need stuff like that, where you can get maybe an Adam Mockler, a Hassan Piker, a Jennifer Welch, a Kyle Kalinske, and maybe even like, so, well, in a way, I guess they all kind of, in a way, think the same. And maybe even get some Republican commentators. But if you're going to come in there and talk, y'all got to be for real and stop just trying to do shit for clickbait. Because that's what it be feeling like when y'all be out here spreading all that misinformation. I'm talking about you red state commentators. So I do agree that we definitely they need to hire, but it's hard for them to do this because of, our current climate and this regime. Okay, so let's get into more hot topics. And let's talk about Drake Vaughn, who we got more tea that's coming out regarding this whole thing, because, he called it a publicity stunt after we first talked about it, or whatever the case was. Well, guess what? Now, because we all knew eventually more tea was going to come out about it, he's revealing that there's a police report that's come out that's spilling a little more tea. So now Vaughn's arrest stemmed from an argument with his girlfriend that escalated into a physical altercation where he allegedly grabbed her by the throat and slammed her on the ground and strangled her by applying pressure to her throat, restricting her breathing until she could not breathe and she felt like she passed out, according to a police report obtained by Out. The 23-year-old Gavian Award winner, whose legal name is Dawson Bacon, was arrested in connection with this incident in Las Vegas on June 2nd, and during Pride Month too, and now faces charges of first-degree domestic battery by strangulation, and felony coercion constituting DV with a threat or use of physical force. And yeah, that's what he was saying. Oh, it's fake, and they're gonna drop the charge. I'm like, if it's not true, then what charges need to be dropped? So clearly, you're full of shit. You're a liar. And now that all this stuff is coming out, and I guess, could we blame it on the fact that maybe his frontal lobe hasn't fully developed because he's in his early 20s and the male frontal lobe don't develop until 25? But you would think that somebody of his magnitude would know better. And if it gets to a point that he has a problem of assaulting girlfriends and things of that nature, if you end up in jail for red room, don't say, I don't know if I want to say I told you so, but I told you so. Now, on June 4th, an exclusive statement sent Out, just 2 days after his arrest, Vaughn claimed that the incident was all a publicity stunt and that all charges against it will be dropped and the case dismissed, like what literally I just said. Now, in a taped interview with Detective D. Groberski, the unnamed victim told police that a verbal argument allegedly turned violent after she threw her Louis Vuitton promise ring out of course, they had to let us know it was a damn label with Louis Vuitton on it. Louis Vuitton promise ring out of the window of the car. She claimed the disagreement continued after they returned home, and when she called a friend to pick her up, Vaughn took her cell phone and refused to return it before ordering her to get on her knees and apologize to him. The victim alleges that Vaughn kicked her with his feet and then forced her to the ground and then strangled her with such force she had difficulty breathing, causing her to temporarily black out. When she came to, she got on her feet and ran out of the residence, where she waited for a friend to pick her up before calling the police. This is according to the report. Now, according to police, the victim had a bruise above her right eyebrow, a scratch on her hand, and redness on her neck that was consistent with the allegations of being strangled. The SWAT team had to be called to Vaughn's apartment because an empty magazine from a firearm was seen on his coffee table when police entered his residence to arrest him. Vaughn, who has a previous arrest for domestic battery, refused to speak to police and requested his attorney. So he's out here full of shit. He's problematic. The industry needs to stop fucking with him because this is bad on all of y'all parts. But of course, because Drake Vaughn is who he is, they're going to continue to work with him. They're going to continue to, massage his ego because I guess he's a hit in this thing. I'm so glad I don't get caught up in this whole Gavian mainstream stuff. Like, I don't watch a lot of this stuff. I don't even know who the news star is of today. The only one way I was keeping up with some of these queens or gay for pay is whatever you fucking want to call them, which I don't believe in gay for pay, because ain't enough money in the world. Some man gonna spread his legs and take a dick up his ass. Ain't amount of coin. Sorry. So it's just these people out here that just don't want to admit what they really get down for, but want to hide behind the adult cinematography in order to do what they doing. So hopefully he will learn his lesson, but I don't think he will. And I hope she doesn't go back to him, and I hope she left him, and I hope that she is going to continue with these charges against him, because he's saying that he'll be vindicated. She's going to drop the charges. Excuse me, but I don't think that's what's going to happen. So I'll definitely keep you abreast of this story as it develops. But yeah, the police report's out. Shout out to Al for spilling this tea. And I'll definitely keep you abreast of this messy ass story as it develops. But in the meantime, I definitely want to hear from you all. What do you guys think of the latest story on Drake Vaughn? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Girlfriend probably wanted to know why he was going around saying a 40-something was his boyfriend. Drake Vaughn has an artificial schlong, permed hair, and a fake tan. There is not hot. But apparently people like these little 20-something-year-olds with these tied ass Justin Bieber haircuts and thinking it's cute. I'm like, even the Justin Bieber ain't rocking that hair no more. Y'all need to grow the fuck up and move on and stop with this Dawson's Creek haircut. But his name is Dawson. An empty magazine. How stupid do you have to be when the SWAT team is? Yeah, because they could have lit his ass up with bullets. They could have made it rain bullets up in that apartment. Sidebar: the bar must be really low if people are gagging over Benson Boone in a dress for no reason. Look, and I even said this. I said, is Benson coming out of the closet? Or is he gay baiting again? Because people thought that. But I didn't know it had to do with promoting. Oh, is that what he was lip syncing to in a dress? I'm like, girl, just come out of the closet, because quiet as it's kept, you kind of a lot like Shawn Mendes. Like, y'all cute, y'all love the bait, but y'all music be ass. Nick Jonas too, because that last album, I don't know what the fuck was y'all. Were the producers snoozing when they were putting that record together? He really is a fake twink. Get on her knees. Oh, this gay for pay fool and his issues with that now can't decipher when he's gonna. Okay. Did he also do a 100 load thing? Which I'm like, first of all, ain't no way you gonna last fucking 100 dudes. So that was null and void from the beginning. But yeah, I've never thought Drake Vaughn was, I've seen some of his videos. I'm like, this is what y'all promoting. And the Wild Podcast, I finally seen their penises. There was a video that I saw on the Twitter of, what's his name? I think it's Julian, the one that's always kind of curious, whatever. He was the one that was beating his meat. The dick couldn't get hard. And everybody was talking about how he's small. It was like, oh, we finally seen a dick and it ain't that big, which I kind of knew. He gave a little dick energy, but that boy just need a bottom. And then the other one that with the little broccoli haircut, he was up in there too, but he didn't take his clothes off and was jerking. It was like 4 of them on the bed, and 2 of them was beating their meat naked. I think I shared it on my Twitter. My dirty Twitter. Yeah, I got the professional one and the dirty one. So, yeah, I saw that. I was like, I gagged over seeing that one. You said Propel will hunch. Oh, I think you meant people. People will hunch anything that's shirtless. And I know it's like, okay, shade. Speaking of which, this next topic. Oh, you mean Hudson Williams? Yeah, let's get into her. Let's talk about Hudson Williams, because Hudson Williams out here being dragged over the fact that he ended up with a swastika on his face back when nobody knew who the fuck he was. But the funny thing is now you got his fellow Asian and Simu Liu, who is coming out defending him. But first things first, there was a story that I saw over there on what was it? On the Queer Tea, which was explaining the whole thing, because apparently word on the street is Peloton dropped him from their ads after this whole controversial picture from high school surfaced online or resurfaced. So they talking about that the campaign disappeared from social media. Yeah, because I was getting bombarded with it. Now, they said the heated rivalry star has been a subject of intense backlash after a high school photo resurfaced on TMZ showing the actor with, among other black markings on his face, a swastika. The internet remains sharply divided on how to meet the crisis. Do we give Williams a pass for doing something dumb in his teen years, or do we hold his feet to the fire? Well, before I get into the rest of the article, I think we could do both. We can, well, not, wait, let me retract. Because they said, do we give him a pass? I do feel like what he did back then was stupid. But when it does reveal itself, we should talk about it. It should be open dialogue, and we should hold people's feet to the fire for doing something stupid and immature. Like, what possessed you as a male who's half white? Why would you even do that? Let people put a swastika in, and you say you didn't even know that's what that was, but I'm sure you was aware of the photo and what that was. I would have told him, like, you better get rid of that photo. But then again, y'all did forgive Lady Gaga for running around here in blackface. She's out here still surviving and thriving. And some people feel like, oh, y'all coming at y'all always got smoke for people of color, because when Heat of Rivalry started becoming this big hit, there were a lot of people who were going at Hudson Williams because of him being a person of color, and people were literally out here looking for stuff to come at him. But y'all ain't been coming with that same energy with Connor's story. Now, I don't know if there's things about Connor's story that he's done that warrants a little digation into his past. But we're saying that if you're going to come after one, then maybe y'all need to sleuth for other people. Or better yet, how about we just stop always just wasting hours on the internet just looking for reasons to hate on people? Because we've all done dumb shit in our lives. Trust and believe. There's been some things that I've done that y'all will gag over. Thank God I did things at a time before the internet. Because, that was when I was born. I'm born from an era of like before the internet. So you're not going to find no crazy shit that I've done on social media. Thank God for that. But I do feel for this current generation, because those of you who didn't grow up in the analog era, that have grown up in the digital era, it's like any little thing y'all do, sexting, nudes, or any kind of inappropriate whatever is all out there. So ain't nobody gonna be able to be famous. So they said that Peloton has already responded, saying that they removed Williams' campaign because it came to a natural, contractually agreed upon end, not because of the current controversy. But people are calling BS on this. They said not only did Peloton delete the original social media post concerning the campaign, they unfollowed Williams as well. One Williams fan account added some clarity, explaining that Peloton only follows athletes on the official account, not actors, even if they previously starred in campaigns. And then a source from the brand confirmed to the gossip site Des Moines that the campaign removal had nothing to do with the resurfaced photos. I mean, maybe they're being honest. I'm side on y'all a little bit. But the reality of the matter is, one thing that we can't deny is the fact that whether or not that is the true intent of what y'all saying is true, and let's be devil's advocate and say that, okay, so they are being truthful in what they're saying. Oh, yeah, no, it came to an end. This was the time we were done with the Peloton campaign. We done moved on. Like this was based on the contract. This is the time we said that we're going to be working with him from this point to this point. Whether or not that's true, the timing, we can't just negate the fact that the timing couldn't be worse, because it looks like that y'all could be full of shit, which is what people are feeling in this matter. Now, in regards to all of that, Simu Liu, who y'all better known as, he's done a couple movies, but fellow Canadian, just like Hudson, also known as Shang-Chi, recently came to Hudson's defense. So Williams, who has been one of the stars subject to online vitriol since the Crave series adaptation of Rachel Reed's Game Changers universe premiered in November, has come under fire after a photo surfaced, as y'all know, of him as a teenager with a swastika drawn on his forehead. The photo, which has not been authenticated and was shared by unverified accounts on Twitter, ignited debate as users argued over its context and the circumstances surrounding the reveal. Lou chimed in on the conversation in a post shared on Threads, where the Marvel stars stated that the controversy seemingly reflected a pattern of massive hate campaigns being launched against actors of color. Saying, I have this very specific trauma attached to people on the internet fabricating things about me and twisting things into a massive hate campaign when I first broke out, the actor wrote, referring to his breakout role as Shang-Chi in 2021 Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings. I began to recognize patterns wherever people of color specifically had a moment of visibility. He said it happened like clockwork I see it happening now. The internet is insane. Bad actors are everywhere. If you're here, be careful, be smart. Now, in a separate post, Lou slammed an outlet reporting on the situation, demanding they stop picking on people of color for absolutely nothing. While Williams has not publicly addressed the controversy, a source close to the Canadian Screen Awards winner told TMZ that he was unaware of what had been drawn on him at the time, and that the markings did not reflect his beliefs or values. But then, of course, people say, well, then why did you have it drawn on your face if it doesn't reflect your beliefs or values? And then who are these friends that drew this on your face and then felt the need that they felt comfortable enough to take the picture and put it up. Like the shit's funny. And this is towards anybody that promotes any kind of racism. The outlet reported that they were told the photo was taken during a camp-out tradition in Williams' Canadian hometown of Kamloops. During said camp-out, teens will party and cover each other's clothing and skin with Sharpie drawings while out in the woods, along with a swastika drawn on the side of his head. Well, didn't y'all say it was on the forehead now? It's on the side of his head. The photo of Williams shows a cross in the middle of his forehead, several names written over his cheeks and chin, as well as on the blue sweater he's wearing. The markings do not or have never affected Hudson's beliefs, values, or character, the source told the outlet. Well, you have to also realize how this is perceived. Whether or not this is your beliefs or whatever, you allowing this to happen to you, whether the pictures are true or not, how this looks in the eyes of the people who don't understand this culture that y'all have, or whatever this is that you're talking about out in Canada. So then the recent photos surfaced amid what social users have alleged to be a smear campaign against the actor. Now, in the months since he gained fame on Heated Rivalry, Williams' personal life has also been under attack. Although neither he nor his co-star Connor Story have discussed their sexuality, the show, Hudson allegedly apparently has a girlfriend and has had a girlfriend long before. So with that being said, he don't need to discuss his sexuality. While he is hunching a man on camera as an actor, in real life, he's going down on the cootie cat. And so I would assume that he identifies as straight. Now, regardless of Connor, that's a whole nother conversation. When that man ready to disclose who he likes, tussling with in the bedroom, then he shall do that. But of course, I think a lot of this has stemmed from the fact that the fandom of Heated Rivalry have been trying to ship Connor and Hudson in real life, but because now that they found out that he has a girlfriend, and I guess he identifies as heterosexual, people are out here, all of a sudden, he's getting the bullying and the backlash, whatever the case is, because their fantasies have been ruined. Well, y'all do know this is a scripted series. Like, go out and touch grass. Williams has only ever stated that he considers sexuality to be more fluid than people think. So maybe he does like boys. Who knows? But right now, he's dating a girl while being interviewed, which what happens with bisexuals. Bisexuals can be in a committed relationship with either gender. But people always think that if you're bisexual, that means at any moment, if you're in a relationship with a girl, you're going to go out and punch a man. No, you're dealing with a cheater. And cheaters cheat in any type of situation, whether you're straight, whether you're gay, whether you're trans, whether you're a lesbian, it doesn't matter. Cheaters cheat, or cheaters are going to cheat. You don't need an excuse to be bisexual. Now, while being interviewed by Heated Rivalry co-star Sophie Nellis for Wonderland magazine in January, Williams reacted to the hate he receives and said, "I didn't think there would be as many disrespectful people as there are." Excuse me, and vice versa. I didn't think there would be as many respectful people as there are. I thought everyone would just be screaming nice or kind of like, either be screaming nice or kind of like, "Oh my God," he continued. But there are people who are like, "No, let's be disrespectful to him and his private life. Let's not share these photos. When we approach him on the street, let's be mindful of appropriate times." I'm seeing those comments and that's cool. But then there are disrespectful people who are like, "Fuck that guy." And I'm like, holy shit, why are people hating on me? There's also all this fake news about me. And I'm like, how do I already have fake news? Well, it just goes to show that comes, unfortunately, with the downside of fame. Now, in response to the accusations against Williams, his fans on social media have been speaking out in defense of him under the hashtag #IStandWithHudsonWilliams, saying, quote, "The 25-year-old actor who picked a gay role did it justice, always spoke up for the LGBT community, made queer movies with $5 with his friends for years prior, even as a film student, and whose own VSCO account show his actual beliefs." One user, what the hell is VSCO? I've never heard of that. Is that like a different form of Twitter in Canada? One user wrote on X. What's becoming increasingly obvious is that some people have no interest in understanding the context or acknowledging who Hudson is today. Instead, they seem more focused on keeping the controversy alive for as long as possible when no explanation is ever enough. Another Twitter user wrote, and a user on Threads wrote the following: "We need to have a very serious and uncomfortable conversation. This level of vitriol directed at Hudson comes from a faction of the fandom, and that faction openly claims to support the show's white lead. Things do not exist in a vacuum. Now, others have decried the use of marginalized communities as in a bid for a gotcha moment against the actor, as well as the invasiveness of digging into private citizens' accounts to find photos of Williams as a teenager." So yeah, and I should also say Williams, Lou, and Reps for Crave did not respond to Entertainment Weekly's comment on all of this. But I do agree there are people that are literally out here looking for a gotcha moment because I guess it makes them feel wholesome inside. Who knows? But like I said, none of us is perfect. He, at the end of the day, has to atone for what he's done. And there definitely seems to be more of a witch hunt for people of color versus white folks because they don't get the same energy. In fact, when white people come out and do racist shit, they're rewarded for it. They're given jobs in the White House. So, or they're pardoned by the idiot in chief. So I know this is a very difficult, nuanced topic, but I definitely want to hear from you all because we do nuance well on here. But I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story regarding Hudson Williams, Simu coming out and defending him, and the Peloton and all the other stuff that went along with that? I definitely want to hear from y'all. So let me know what your thoughts are on this story in the comments down below. Oop, open the wrong thing. Hold on, because I'm glad I waited because I almost closed the damn whole show. I'm like, fuck, don't want to do that. You want to know something? No shit, I didn't even watch the episode yet. This is the first time in the history of Drag Race I never rushed to watch the episode. There was a lot going on. It was like Friday I worked. Oh wait, so what did I do? Friday I went, got up early, went to go see the Furious, went to the gym, then went to work City Field. We had a rain out, so there was a delay in that. Plus, we had the game, and then after that, it was the post game, which was the fireworks. So I didn't get out to damn near midnight. I was already tired. Then then Saturday, I got up, went to the gym, took a shower, went to worked the 5 seconds of summer show, and the Knicks won the playoff. I mean the finals. Sunday had to get up early. Then to go work City Field. So it's just like back to back to back to back to back. And then on top of that, I was hearing like one of my friends called me who, works with a lot of the girls and stuff, called me and was like, the episode was not good at all. And then hearing a lot of people saying like, yeah, this episode was boring. A lot of people really didn't care for this episode. And it kind of just turned me off. I know Sam Starr is one of the guests that was on Roscoe's. I didn't get to watch that, obviously. But I think maybe I'll try to catch it tonight. I'll probably have it on in the background while I'm working on editing the show and putting all the timestamps and stuff in, among other things. So I'll probably catch it tonight. But yeah, I haven't watched the All Stars. Hopefully, if I haven't seen it tonight, and I'm hoping I watch it tonight, ask me tomorrow. Funny enough, you might ask me tomorrow. I'm like, oh, I still didn't watch it. But I definitely need to finish the episode because everybody was like, and this is like last season. Bracket 2 was so good in both seasons that when we get to bracket 3, it's like, really? It's like somber again. Zorn was invited to Taylor's wedding. He declined, saying he's not a politician, but a regular New York citizen, would rather go to New York Pride. Well, he's been doing all the parades. He was at the Puerto Rican parade yesterday. He's been doing a lot of stuff. And yeah, even with Zoran, he's probably like the first mayor that we've actually seen who hangs out in the nosebleeds. He's been doing a lot of the Knicks games and being in the nosebleeds. I don't know what that's like because they never put me up there. I'm always on 6 and below. That's usually where I be, and that's not to brag or anything. Because the way I work, I guess they want to keep me in the, I take on more responsibility, which I actually like, versus being at City Field where they keep giving me shitty positions and I'm getting tight with that. I might not be there that long, quiet as it's kept. But the Garden, I don't be up in the nosebleeds. So I haven't ran into Zoran. So he has, the way he's been carrying himself has definitely been like, I'm just a regular guy that happens to be a politician. And that has been the thing that he's been doing. Like, I'm very approachable. If you see me outside, say hey, dap me up, converse, do whatever. Like, he's a regular guy, the way he's coming across. It just so happens he's a politician. He's not running around here trying to act like, oh, I'm better than y'all because now I'm part of the elite or whatever the case is. You know, his mother's a filmmaker. So he already knows that world. Now he's playing himself with like a regular guy, and they hate him for it. A lot of these corporate centrist Democrats that are seduced by the money and the perks and all that stuff, they hate him because he's showing that as a democratic socialist communist, which y'all try to use as a negative. He's doing the things that he said he's going to do. And I think he's been our mayor for 165 days. He's done more for the city than Trump has done for the country. So you'll definitely see him at Pride. Because like I said, he was at I don't know if he was at Queen's Pride last week. He might have been to stay yeah, if y'all wanna talk to somebody, go call Kathy Hochul. Go speak to her. I will say there's a lot of young homosexuals that are uncomfortable in their identity will attack an openly out person. So yes, I truly believe that when it comes to it, like especially when you see bussy badass out here always worrying about what the LGBT. Y'all heard the latest on him worrying about what kind of drawers ASAP Rocky has on. Like, who cares? Okay, you see his ass crack. He may have on a jockstrap or a thong, whatever the fuck he said. First of all, the picture that I was seeing of him was so blurry, I couldn't even make out what I was looking at. So I didn't care. I just scrolled. And I'm a whole faggot. And you sitting up there worrying about what the hell this man wearing. And to my ladies, I need you to speak. What you think they gonna do? These bitches ain't fucking him. Rihanna is. She got 3 old kids with him. And if she don't mind what the fuck he wearing, then you don't need to worry about him too. Worry about your kids, the ones you was out here having grown women rape. Worry about that. And a lot of this definitely comes out with this, is that a lot of these deal men hate the fact that a lot of the gays are out here living their life because quiet as it's kept. A lot of these, if it wasn't for the trans, we are trying to eliminate the T from LGBT, a lot of the trans girls and the femme queens, if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have the rights that we have today in regards of the, gay rights or whatever. If it wasn't for them, the ones that are clockable. So hate all y'all want. And then I heard that there's a group of gays that are coming out that, oh, we don't identify with that other stuff. They're trying to come out with their own thing. No, you don't get to just show up after the gays did all the work and then want to claim space. No, you ain't doing that, sir. You ain't doing the sucker ass Smith. Well, all of a sudden, after Jalen won, because y'all was sitting there looking at him side eye like, why y'all even trying to equate like he's gonna be the one to lead the Knicks? And now look, they won the championship. So now you got egg on your face, but you want to sit there and reap the benefits. No, you don't get to do that. I will always judge the character of today, but people should always take accountability for their past. Absolutely. And that's how I look at it. It's like I take accountability for the shit I did in the past. I learned. I was an idiot. I've matured. I hope I've shown that I'm mature. Doing the show. Sometimes that old Chris will come out, but I have matured in a lot of ways. Because I don't believe in Michelle Obama's when they go low, we go high. I go to the 5 rings that's circling hell, and I do the Diddy dance to that shit. That's how petty I get. So, but yeah, I was like, you can hold people's feet to the fire, but does that mean that because you did something 10, 15 years ago that, oh yeah, he should be canceled? So now you're happy this person can't get work because you're jealous of them? Like, it sounds stupid that people put so much energy into hating on people. Since I did studio adult content, I said, like viewers of it. Wait, honest, didn't you say you watched my interview with him not too long ago? But not wait. Since I did studio adult content, I said I like viewers of it, but not fans, because fans feel because they pay to watch you. There's a sense of entitlement that they feel that comes with. They feel like because they own your content, they own you. It's like, no, you like what I do. You purchased my videos. You like how I throw it back or how I sling the D. That don't mean that you get to own every axis of my body. This is a job that I'm doing. So yeah, that's crazy like that people do feel like they have autonomy over you. whether you a porn former or a performer. Well, damn, Felix said he ain't watched none of the season. He probably, I'm over Drag Race. I don't have Paramount Plus anymore. My mom closed her account, and honestly, besides Drag Race, there wasn't much else. You want to know something? You're absolutely right, because that's the only reason I'm keeping Paramount Plus is because of Drag Race. I don't watch none of the other shows on there, and it's sad that that's the point that it's gotten to. So I'm wondering, maybe I need to get rid of of Paramount, because I think Philo has all the old episodes. If there was another venue that I could watch old episodes, like if World of Wonder actually carried all the old episodes of Drag Race, that's how I would watch it. The cast list of All Stars 12 is out. I guess the cameo money. You talking about Corey? Miss King? Oh yeah, I heard about that. But based on that video, no shade, I don't know if that All Stars 12 is accurate, because they got Laganja on there, and I know for a fact Laganja is not on the upcoming season. I have no idea who owns Yankee Stadium. I don't work at Yankee Stadium. I have coworkers at my union. We could work at, I could work at Yankee Stadium. I actually applied to work at Yankee Stadium, and I was hired. However, I just didn't do it, because between Citi Field, MSG, and Yankee, I was like, I'm not going to 3 different boroughs. I'm not doing Queens. I'm not Manhattan, and damn sure ain't running all the way to the Bronx. That's too much, especially on traveling expenses, with the hope that you're actually, especially with Yankee Stadium, with the hopes that you're going to get on. Like, that's wasted money. It's the same reason why I also don't shape at the Garden, because I'm like, if I lived in the city, I wouldn't mind shaping at the Garden. It's not that I don't want some of the extra work, but between the 2 gigs, and then of course me doing this show, which also pays, I have to keep that up and going. And I just got the recent report of how many videos I put out for last month. I gagged. I'm like, damn, I put out that many videos, because between the episodes, I'm also clipping, and also in the little reel clips that I'm posting. So all of that adds up. And but yeah, I don't have any idea who runs Yankee Stadium, but they seem to be all Mr. Trumpy when he showed up there. Or my Drag Race fatigue is really starting to build up. Drag Race France is currently facing backlash for using AI in its official promo shoots. Wow seems to be so hence why they, with that movie. That just came out with being accused of using AI. And don't forget about the drawing sequence in last season's episode of Drag Race, when what was it, the finale episode, where they show like the pictures of them? Those were AI, and people was complaining about that. Getting overexposed. It is overexposed. But look, we got Canada versus the world, right? Canada All Stars. That's Canada Drag Race All Stars. We got that new season coming. I am so not impressed with those queens. I mean, I'll watch, because this is the season where we get an all drag panel. So I'll watch for that. But I do feel like we need some new energy with drag. Not just Drag Race, but other drag shows. But I can't wait till the new season of Dragula starts, because somebody I know is on the season. So I'm looking forward to that. Grand Platinum was caught with and they really was up in here pulling the whole thing about that it was it's a Nazi symbol or whatever. And he's explained what that is. And of course, the sex thing. People don't care. But you got Zionists over there on The View, Miss Haynes, who's them there spreading a certain bullshit narrative. And you had Sonny coming to his defense in that situation. Well, I wish we had, I miss the days when we had decorum. This is all they say. I'm like, when did we have decorum? It's been a long time. We haven't had decorum in politics in a while. Y'all just been trying to hold on to old shit. Oh, Grand Platinum, you never heard of him? Or you talking about Hudson Williams? Do y'all personally find it weird when someone is inspired by not you and these spellings, child? There are people that do not support it, but style themselves after. Didn't Marilyn Manson kind of do that as well with a lot of his leather outfits? There was some outfit where he was accused of doing kind of like the imagery. Hey, I thought isn't this their second All Stars? I could have sworn they've done All Stars before. If y'all want ammunition on Gaga, Google. Child. I think I've seen those too. Like when I was talking about the blackface, the Alejandro video alluded to that vibe, but people don't talk about that. Yeah, I pay attention to a lot. I do watch a lot of politics, so I was well aware of Graham Plattner. But the way that they're talking about him on legacy media, they're trying to paint him a certain way because he's against the genocide started by Israel, and he's also been speaking out against Trump and all these other things. So has been very progressive in his political ideology because he's like a blue collar male, and people don't like it. So that's why I knew I wasn't bugging because Manson definitely was inspired by a lot of the paraphernalia, and because I remember reading his book, Long Hard Road Out of Hell, and I think it talks about a lot of that. I haven't read that book since I was a teenager, so I don't remember everything that's in it, but I do remember that he was inspired by a lot of that, and it's probably because of his upbringing. The Olivia Rodrigo vinyl controversy, where she submitted the original mixes to be pressed, where instead announcing that due to additional music being added to song. I don't know why they don't just make sure all of this stuff is done before they put it out there. They'll probably go and buy it again. Yeah, they say, because they try to do one song, but they're still out here trying to perpetuate a narrative. Him and Jank, who they're related. Manson did it, Gaga did it, loved them down, but not that word soldier suits did look really cool. And though, because look, be more inspired by, I was gonna say by Tom and Finland, but were they also inspired by that kind of imagery? Because those outfits are giving very much, Yeah, Mechanical Animals was inspired by Bowie, especially when you look at the Mechanical Animals cover art and he was doing like that gender fuck type of look where he was looking very much like a trans alien, which I definitely love that album cover. I knew I wasn't bugging. Tom of Finland was definitely inspired by it. Also, I saw the Tom of Finland movie. I can't. It's been a while, but yeah, I think he's definitely was inspired by a lot of that. The imagery in regards of the leather outfits and things of that nature. It's sad that that's what a lot of the S&M looks and stuff is kind of equated with that imagery. What are you gonna do, right? So, all right, y'all. Oh damn! It was like we had a lot of comments. Now I look back on the other thing and said it was 30. All right, so y'all, we are at the end of today's show. I want to thank you for tuning in. I'm like, damn, I did 4.5 hours. There's a lot to cover. So yeah, I'll be back on tomorrow with a brand new episode of the show. I'm gonna be on tomorrow and Wednesday, and then the rest of the week I am gonna be busy. So because I got concerts and things of that nature. Who is it? I think it's Goose. 2 shows of those and Rosalia. So I'm gonna be busy this weekend. So um the centrists are scared that they're about to lose power, but they need to because y'all decided to get to this point. If you would have just came join forces with the progressives, and I do think there are some people out here who are centrist but really do lean progressive, and I think the smart thing for you progressives to do, play like you a centrist, but then when you get in office, then you vote a little more progressive. That's how you're getting them. So we'll see how that works out. But yeah, if y'all don't want to come out here and do the things that need to be done, then we wouldn't be where we are, and y'all about to lose y'all seats. So I'll send a video where AOC went to MAGA County. They embraced her ideas on data centers. Because it's killing their ass. All the AI, the data centers, it's killing them. They're losing water. Their respiratory systems are getting they're getting sick from all those stupid data centers. So of course they're going to hear it now because you're dealing with the repercussions health-wise. But anyway, love you all for watching. Thank you all for tuning in to the latest episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. See you all next time. And you said good night. And love all of y'all pretty faces. And until next time, ciao, darlings.